This is Audible.
Audible Studios presents Blood and Steel, Tranquility, Book 1. Written by Josh Hayes and Devon C. Ford. Performed by Scott Aiello.
1. The fire was the worst part. Not his people dying around him, buildings exploding, gunfire blaring in his ears. It was the flames, the heat, the waves of agony washing over his body. Joel Lander jerked awake, bright orange and red walls of fire giving way to the blackness of his bedroom, the bedsheets sticking to his sweat-slick skin. He grabbed at his legs, feeling the rough, mutilated skin, and let out a long breath as the all-too-real sensation of heat faded, leaving him slightly chilled. "You're not in the rig," he told himself, closing his eyes. "It's just in your head."
"Babe?"
a soft voice said behind him as fingertips touched his back.
"You okay?"
Lander swallowed, and then licked his lips. "Yeah."
"Bad dream?"
"Yeah." She touched his arm, and before he could stop himself, flinched away. "Sorry," he said, forcing himself to relax.
"It's okay."
The light on her side of the bed came on.
"Do you want to talk about it?"
Lander looked down at his artificial left arm, the steel alloy prosthetic reacting almost as smoothly as his true hand did, the thin fingers opening and closing. He put the hand down, and Tally's fingers reached out again, caressing the steel. He could feel her touch, insomuch as the prosthetic sensors told his brain she was touching it, but it wasn't the same. It wasn't as human. "No," Lander said, taking another long breath. "I'm okay." A soft chime went off around them, and Lander held his breath in anticipation.
"Senior Specialist Lander,"
a feminine voice said.
"I have detected elevated blood pressure and heart rate. Are you in distress?"
No, it's just a bad dream, Cam," Lander said, pulling himself together. "I'm fine."
"Nonetheless, protocol dictates that any medical alert requires a subsequent medical examination. Should I have a medical team respond?"
"What? No, Jesus, Cam, I'm fine. It was just a bad dream." Tally sat up and leaned against his back.
"Are you sure?"
"I said I'm fine. I don't need any more tests."
"Protocol clearly dictates—"
"I get it," Lander interrupted, throwing off the damp sheets. "Always fucking protocol. Just give me a damn minute." 5 minutes later, he stood in their private latrine, wearing nothing but his white company-issued boxers, the tile floor cold on his bare feet. He stared at his reflection in the mirror, trying to decide if he recognized the person looking back at him. He rubbed the beard he'd worn since the day he'd lost his arm, a day he tried extremely hard to forget, but for some reason couldn't let go.
"I'm initiating a level 4 bioscan,"
Cam told him, her voice echoing. "Fantastic." The scanner in the ceiling directly above him activated, filling the small compartment with a dull red light. An array of sensors passed over his body, blue and orange and red lines crisscrossing across his skin. A readout of all his vitals appeared on the mirror, holographic images and data scrolling faster than Lander could read.
"You are not experiencing cardiac distress or respiratory failure,"
Cam advised, as if it had been something he'd been concerned about.
"Aside from the previously identified elevated heart rate and blood pressure, your vital signs are within acceptable limits. Are you experiencing any loss of motor control in your prosthesis?"
Lander lifted his left arm, making a fist and opening it again. Watching the movement of the artificial fingers, he could feel but not feel. Modern limb replacement therapy could repair and substitute, but they were still a long way from actually replacing. He'd opted for the permanent replacement, hoping it would allow him to remain in the service, but the end of active hostilities made that little more than a pipe dream. He had to admit, however, that the smart prosthetic had its advantages, being able to crush steel being at the top of that list, but even then, he would have given anything for skin and bones. "It's fine," he said finally, lowering his arm.
"Any undocumented medical complications would slow or halt your onboarding process tomorrow."
The threat of losing his spot was actually very low, despite the AI's assertion to the contrary. His position as a mechanized construction foreman made him essential to the mission, not to mention his military history. Besides, as chief operations officer, Tally could easily override any negative medical report, or simply ignore it, especially this close to launch. By the time anyone in the company caught wind of it, they'd be billions of miles away. "I said it's fine," Lander snapped. One of the things he'd hated about having the prosthetic was people constantly questioning whether or not he could function normally. It was an arm, not a full body replacement. Hell, he could probably do more things now with the arm than he could have done before it had been installed.
"I will have to log this for the Tranquility II's medical staff to review. They will advise you of any follow-up medical examinations if required."
Lander sighed. There was something about Cam's voice that made it almost impossible to argue, and he didn't know whether it was because she was, well, a she, or because she just sounded so matter-of-fact about everything, like there wasn't any other option.
"Medical diagnostic complete,"
Cam said, and the scanner above Lander blinked off, returning the latrine to semi-darkness. Tally had fallen back asleep, curled up against his pillow, sprawled across both sides of their bed. Even if there had been room, Lander knew he wouldn't have been able to get back to sleep. The fires burning in his subconscious were still too fresh. He found his running shoes, grabbed a fresh pair of shorts and t-shirt, then headed out into the main room, pausing briefly to check on Kirsten, still fast asleep in her crib in the next room. The small treadmill folded out of a recess in the bulkhead, a display panel coming to life in front of him, already keyed to his profile. Their accommodations aboard New Horizon were several tiers above what the average person was given, thanks to Tally's status on the mission, and while Lander appreciated the spread, he couldn't help thinking about everyone else housed like cattle in small dormitories. What else could you do with 5,000 people waiting to be put into cryostasis? He pounded the treadmill, trying to ignore the spinning star field outside their cabin's viewport. Every 15 seconds, Earth rotated past, the blue and white sphere appearing for only a few seconds before disappearing again. He focused instead on the display panel ahead of him. Despite the slight nausea of looking out at the void, he was grateful for the gravity the station's ring produced. A zero-G atmosphere was something both he and his wife avoided if at all possible. Their daughter, on the other hand, had found it hilarious when the shuttle left the gravity well, refusing to be constrained as she floated into the air, laughing even after she'd barfed the contents of her little stomach into the air. She'd screeched and clapped as stewards and passengers alike scrambled away. One unlucky passenger hadn't been able to free himself from his restraints in time and had taken the brunt of the chunky mess, inducing another round of vomiting from some of the surrounding passengers. Lander chuckled at the memory, then hit the button to ramp up the speed, pushing himself until his heart thumped in his chest, and breath came in ragged gasps before slowing back down to a brisk walk. High-intensity interval training had taken some getting used to, but in the end, it was way more effective than the standard 2-mile run in under 19 minutes. And despite Cam's concerns, Lander had never been in better shape. He finished his run, and chest still heaving, hopped into the shower. Like everything else on the station, it was designed for maximum efficiency and minimum comfort, just like the ones from his early days in the Army. After his initial rinse, he killed the tepid water, rubbed a small handful of soap into a lather that covered him from scalp to feet, then rinsed off. 1 minute and 35 seconds from start to finish. An eternity as far as the Army was concerned, a terrible tragedy as far as Lander was concerned. He tried taking longer, more relaxing showers, but for some reason, he hadn't been able to break the conditioning. It was the same when it came to eating sit-down meals. He was always done before everyone else at the table. His issued towel wasn't quite big enough to wrap completely around his waist. He held it awkwardly with both hands and padded back into the main bedroom to his locker, on his side of the bed. Pulling on his gray overalls and black boots, he tucked in the laces, as he'd done for years during his enlistment. Some things never change, he thought.
"How was your workout?"
Tally asked, still hugging his pillow. "Not bad," he said, pressing his hands into the small of his back. His left knee clicked now that his runner's high was fading, his body telling him he wasn't 20 years old anymore. Whatever happened to the days when he could spend all night at the bar and climb into his Orca on an hour of sleep?
You should probably take it easy,
Tally suggested, giving him a knowing smile.
You aren't in your prime anymore.
She told him the same thing every day since they'd been accepted for the mission, and in true Lander fashion, he'd ignored her every single time. He finished toweling his hair dry and tossed it into the laundry chute. I'm in my prime, thank you very much.
Uh-huh. You going to make coffee?
Yeah. He zipped up the front of his jumpsuit and checked himself in the small mirror on the bulkhead. Everyone on the mission wore identical clothing, from underwear to jumpsuit to boots. Each piece was individually tagged and went through an automated cleaning and sterilization process. Then they'd be routed back to each wearer for the next use. The kitchenette was small and compact, like everything else in their cabin, but contained one of the most vital pieces of equipment necessary for their mission, a full-sized coffee maker. Brought in under special authorization by none other than Tranquility's senior operations officer. It only took a minute to get the water flowing, and soon he was holding his own steaming mug and inhaling the sweet aroma. "Viewer on," he said, then took a careful sip. Unlike standard military-issue coffee, this blend actually wasn't horrible, despite the fact that it was decaffeinated. Every morning he cursed whoever had been responsible for making that decision. A panel on the far wall activated, showing several columns of smoke rising from large piles of debris, the voice of the news anchor echoing through the compartment. Tensions remain high following the attack on a processing facility in the newly repopulated Ukrainian industrial suburb of Novograd-Volynsky. No individual or organization has claimed responsibility for the attack as of yet, but many believe that the former ACA member and newly re-established Taiwanese government are to blame. This comes only 5 days after the ACA unveiled testing of new missile propulsion technology, and experts believe these attacks may be an attempt to prevent the development of the Ultra Drive by the Alliance Coalition. "Give it up, for fuck's sake," Lander groaned, sipping his impotent coffee and leaning back against the counter to watch the news report. "You lost, assholes. Deal with it."
Everything okay?
Tally asked, padding into the kitchen wearing only a thong. Lander laughed. "Okay, well, that's not fair." "What?" She gave him a mischievous smile over her shoulder, lifting her ass toward him. "You're a horrible person," he said, trying his best to ignore her and failing miserably. Natalia Anitova Koskov Lander was the most beautiful woman he'd ever met, and he didn't think that simply because she was his wife. It was actually true. Resisting her teasing was some of the most difficult work he'd ever done. "Kirsten's going to be up any minute now." Tali, who was known as Lieutenant Koskov to the rest of the crew, frowned and straightened. She'd kept her family name, not only to preserve her lineage, but to separate herself from the Lander name. It was bad enough he had to endure the hero worship that was common among veterans, and she didn't want that notoriety to affect her position, or the people she supervised.
"Too bad," she said. "Your loss."
"Look at this shit," Lander said, motioning to the screen with his mug. "And is the third attack," the anchor was saying, as footage of recent battles played behind him. "In as many weeks on mainland Europe as the infrastructure begins to rebuild following the conclusion of hostilities." "They'll never learn," Lander said, shaking his head. "We should have just wiped them all out and called it square. That's what they would have done to us."
"It's a good thing we won, then."
He grunted. "Barely."
"Sometimes barely is good enough. Just look at how you got me."
"Huh. Well played." She leaned forward and kissed his cheek.
"Just remember, where we're going, none of this is going to matter. Most people only talk about starting a new life. We're actually going to do it."
"You're right," he said, the frustration he'd felt only seconds before fading. He smiled. "Thanks."
"Don't mention it. At least not right now. I'll add it to the list of things you owe me."
She lifted her ass at him again, grinning. He turned to pull her close, only to be interrupted by a tiny voice calling, "Dada!" Almost instantly, the wind left his sails. He sighed.
"Better luck next time, sailor,"
Tally said, walking back to their room.
"Rank hath its privileges, after all."
"Apparently," he said, smiling, then headed off to get the child spawn out of bed.
Congratulations,
Charles Haskell said without looking up from his datapad. His French accent made him sound somehow bored, like everyone he was addressing were beneath him. The gray overalls, trimmed with blue, matched what Landers and everyone else in the auditorium were wearing. But, unlike his audience, Haskell was not a part of the Tranquility II mission. He was part of New Horizons' permanent staff, which meant he probably would never set foot on Tranquility. That explained his nonchalant demeanor. The Tranquility Coalition was a multinational effort to colonize the distant world. And because of the complexity of the project, not to mention the various backgrounds and cultural differences, a conscious decision had been made to utilize a paramilitary structure throughout the organization. Most of the colonists paid little attention to the rank they were assigned. The majority of them were experts in their fields and weren't expected to learn and maintain proper military discipline. Not the way Lander understood it, anyway. The rank device on Haskell's collar identified him as a major. But if Lander had to guess, he wouldn't have put the man over 25. Way too young to have earned the rank through a normal promotional process. Lander suppressed a smile, realizing he was in much the same position as Haskell. He, too, had earned his spot because of family connections. But at least he was capable, and not a bumbling idiot like the majority of the station's staff. Haskell set the pad down on the podium and finally looked up at the crowd.
You have all successfully completed the acclimatization period and will be transferred to stock over the next 48 hours, according to your batch numbers.
52, someone called out from the back of the room, earning a small and dutiful chuckle of agreement. Haskell sighed, rolling his eyes at the joke. Tranquility's day was based on a 26-hour day, and even to Lander, who'd been living and breathing everything Tranquility for the better part of 2 years, the term sounded odd. It would take years, probably a generation or two, before they grew out of the terminology so firmly linked to the planet the human race had called home for thousands of years.
You will all be assigned a group number,
Haskell continued,
and you will be required to report at specific times. Failure to report at the specified time will result in unacceptable delays and will be dealt with accordingly.
What a swift kick in the balls and a demerit for bad behavior, Lander whispered.
You move to the back of the line,
Tally said.
Just more time sitting around twiddling your thumbs.
Doesn't sound too bad. He gave her a sly grin. I could think of a few things we could do to pass the time. Tally rolled her eyes and didn't respond. The briefing continued for another 20 minutes, as Haskell droned through their 100th safety protocols before moving into the subject that everyone was eager to hear, where they fit into the queue. The list was alphabetical, and Lander's attention shifted to the side of the auditorium where 2 armed security guards were moving casually down the aisle, eyes scanning the crowds. He gave his wife a soft nudge and nodded.
Can't ever be too careful,
Tally said.
A lot of people still don't like what we're doing.
Countless threats had been leveled against the Tranquility Coalition ever since its inception and weren't likely to stop any time soon. Recently, however, several attacks on supply stations and manufacturing centers involved with the project had forced the governing board to take drastic measures when it came to security. It seemed like there was 1 armed security officer for every 10 colonists. Each guard carried the new PW-60A3 combat pistol, nicknamed the Cricket, designed for the Alliance military to provide a compact but effective weapons platform for close quarters and personal defense. At the touch of a button, the pistol could expand into an automatic carbine, with stock, extended barrel, and flip-out optical hollow sights. The double-stacked magazine carried 40 rounds of 5.7mm ammunition, with a second ready mag held in the angled foregrip. Lander was slightly envious, having never been able to shoot the weapon while he'd been active duty. Of course, he had to remind himself that he wasn't a warfighter anymore, and despite wanting to put a few rounds down range every now and then, he preferred it that way. He'd done his duty. Time for others to pick up the mantle.
Now, please check your personal data pads for your assigned batch number,
Haskell announced, bringing Lander's attention back to the briefing.
As you can see, report times are also listed, and as I said before, please do not miss your assigned report time.
Wow, Tally said, looking up from her pad.
I don't know whether to be honored or pissed.
Their report time was scheduled for 0500 hours the next day. Yeah, well, Lander said. Privilege and all that. After the briefing was over, Lander steered them into the canteen for breakfast before heading back to their cabin to finish packing. With the exception of New Horizons hangar bays, the canteen was probably the largest compartment on the station, stretching almost 300 meters in length and 100 meters wide, filled with long rectangular tables. By the time they made it through the line, most of the tables were already full. They found a table and ate in silence, watching fellow colonists, some they knew, others they didn't, file in for refreshments. Lander took a sip of coffee and grimaced. God, I hope they figured out a way to brew regular coffee by the time we get there.
Unlikely,
Tally said, taking a bit of toast. The decaffeinated blend was meant to wean them off the addictive substance, and a part of him understood why, but the rest of him wondered why they couldn't at least make it taste halfway decent. Like every potential colonist, they'd been forced to accept several dietary restrictions as part of their acceptance to the Tranquility program. No booze, no smokes, no drugs, and most importantly, no caffeine. They'd even been put on a sugar and salt reduction, which, as far as Lander was concerned, meant cutting out basically everything good and enjoyable in the world. The medical limitations for earning a spot on Trank 2 had been even more strict. Had it not been for Tally, his prosthetic arm wouldn't have made it through the first round of disqualifiers. He almost felt guilty about his acceptance. There were award-winning scientists with genius-level IQs getting turned away because of a little problem like diabetes or heart palpitations. The real kicker had been when they'd found out Tally was pregnant just after being formally, and most importantly, conditionally, accepted onto the mission. The main caveat of acceptance was that they had to be in the same physical condition a year and a half later when they shipped out, leaving them with a very difficult choice to make. It came as a surprise, then, when they'd told the coalition doctors they'd have to withdraw their applications due to the pregnancy. They'd been given permission to bring the baby along, so long as Tally returned to the same physical performance condition afterwards. They'd kept that allowance private, not wanting to incur any ire from others who might not have been so fortunate. But the company's decision had been a definite shift from their policies concerning the first Tranquility mission. 6 years ago, they'd had strict rules on physical and mental requirements, which made sense, being that the Trank 1 had been more of a military deployment than an overall expansion mission like Trank 2. This time there were quite a few more kids coming, even some younger than Kirsten, which meant bringing along people with the skills and qualifications needed to cover the child care and educational requirements. By rights, Lander's skill set should have seen him on the first mission, although at the time he'd still been going through Army Basic. Of course, had he been included in the first mission, he'd probably still have his hand. But then again, he probably wouldn't have met Tally either, so it had all worked out. He caught her giving him a quizzical look and smiled. What?
We did the right thing,
Tally said. You a mind reader too?
Don't need to read minds to know something's on yours.
She sipped her coffee.
Only one thing it could be.
We did the right thing, he echoed, reaching across the table to hold her hand.
Good,
she said.
Because I don't really want to go back to Idaho and raise our girl in the most boring place on Earth.
It may be boring, but at least it isn't irradiated, Lander countered with a shrug. And we have potatoes.
Well, at least we wouldn't starve,
Tally said. They both had their reservations about joining the mission, but both knew staying on Earth wasn't an option. The war between the Allied nations and the Asiatic-Chinese alliance had all but decimated half of the planet. The ACA offensive had included the use of tactical nuclear weapons, turning largely populated areas into irradiated wastelands. Commonly referred to as World War III, the ACA war had taken a heavy toll on humanity, and had forced the surviving nations to search for a more habitable place to rebuild, a place untainted by war and destruction. Tranquility was that dream. Tally checked her watch and drained her coffee.
Time to get to medical. I've got a meeting with Applin to square late arrivals from Central after. Can you get her from daycare?
Yeah, no problem. I'll start packing when we get home. Tally winced.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it.
Why can't I pack? He asked, feigning being offended.
Because,
she said with a smile and drawing out the word,
it's not that you can't. It's that I don't want you to mess anything up.
I've got great packing skills.
No, you don't,
she said with a smile.
Get the girl.
The final medical exams had gone smoothly as they'd expected. Generally speaking, if there had been anything to disqualify them medically, it would have been identified during their preliminary screenings, not at the end of their pre-departure quarantine. But this was a government operation after all, which meant if they didn't bog down the process with 2 or 3 redundant waypoints, they weren't doing it all. After a bland dinner of plain chicken and vegetables, they spent their last night in the Sol system packing and coping with the idea of never seeing Earth again. With Kirsten finally asleep, they sat together, silently watching the live feeds of Earth from the station's external cameras. Setting out across the cosmos to a new home was one thing. Never seeing their home again, that was something so completely different that Lander was having trouble parsing the two. As it happened, neither of their alarms had a chance to go off the following morning. Kirsten decided that 4 o'clock would be the best time to begin her serenade, an opera of rhythmless and toneless sound that through the remarkably thin walls of the cabin was sure to wake everyone on their level.
You've got to be kidding me,
Lander groaned.
Well, at least we know she'll have a promising career in opera,
Tally said, her voice muffled by her pillow.
Don't you mean space?
Don't you dare finish that sentence, Joel Lander.
He sat up.
I mean, quite literally, space opera.
Tally turned away, pulling the blanket up over her head.
I wonder if 2 years on ice is going to cure you of that.
Of what?
Your horrible jokes.
Lander pulled a fresh shirt over his head. Horrible? I thought that one was pretty good.
It wasn't.
He hesitated. You think cryo is going to affect us like that?
Probably not the average person,
Tally answered.
But you...
Lander grunted. He found Kirsten in her crib, lifted her up, and smiled as she grabbed his face with both pudgy hands.
Morning, sweetheart. Let's go see Mommy.
She doesn't like Daddy's jokes. Tally rolled to face them as they came back into their suite and smiled.
She has such a sweet face. I'm going to miss it.
We'll be on ice too, babe.
It'll be just like going to sleep at night and waking up in the morning. She won't know any different.
But I'll know, and I'll miss her.
Lander set Kirsten down next to Tally, and she immediately crawled over and wrapped her little arms around Tally's neck, giving a little grunt as she squeezed. Tally wrapped an arm around her, nuzzling her face into the girl's.
I love you, little one.
Kirsten laughed and twisted away, breaking free of the embrace, apparently not realizing they were supposed to be having a moment.
She'll be fine, Lander said, pulling on his shorts. And you'll be fine too.
Tally glared at him, and he held up his hands in surrender. Okay. I'll go see about breakfast. 3. We're passing the outer beacon now, Lieutenant, the pilot said, as a soft alarm chimed around the shuttle's cockpit. Transmitting security clearance. Koskov nodded as Kirsten squirmed in her arms, trying to touch the colorful panels around them. One of the perks of being on Trank 2's command team was access to areas that would have been restricted to the normal colonist. She shifted Kirsten's position on her hip and pointed through the shuttle's wraparound viewport.
Look, sweetie, it's our ship.
Kirsten glanced in the direction Koskov pointed, but only for a moment, apparently not wanting to be deterred from her mission of touching everything in the cockpit she wasn't supposed to touch. Lander, on the other hand, leaned forward, pressing against Koskov's back to get a better look. She felt a hand gently cup her rear and cleared her throat. Lander gave her an innocent, "It wasn't me" look, and she shook her head. It wasn't that she minded the affection, just not in the presence of others, especially when her direct supervisor fell under those present. Colonial 1 hung in the void ahead, its massive rotating rings dwarfing every other ship ever designed and built by human hands. The ship had been designed from the keel up to be the colonial transport vessel, capable of transporting thousands of people and millions of tons of gear and equipment, hundreds of light years across the expanse of space to the New World. The enormous aft drive section alone was larger than a modern military destroyer, housing the most advanced piece of technology ever conceived. The ultra-drive would take the Stork from Earth to Tranquility in 2.5 years. A flight of 2 Raptor-class fighters shot past the shuttle's viewport, slowing and forming up on either side. Close enough, Koskov could almost make out the patches on the pilots' jumpsuits.
Escorts?
She asked. New procedure, the pilot explained. Word around the hangar is those ACA pricks are going to test that new missile of theirs again, and the brass is worried about attacks on the Stork. Kind of a waste to escort a fully cleared shuttle, don't you think? Lander asked from behind Koskov. You'd think they'd be out patrolling somewhere. The pilot shrugged. You got me, sir. I just work here. I get that, Lander said with a chuckle. It was more than the missile test, Koskov knew. In fact, the intelligence she'd seen on the ACA's governing council suggested the tenuous peace agreement between them and the rest of the Allied nations might soon collapse. All the more reason to get the hell out of Dodge, she thought. The fighters peeled off as they passed the inner beacon, and 5 minutes later, the shuttle was setting down inside one of Colonial One's massive hangar bays. Several security teams waited at the base of the ramp, all checking security clearances for everyone disembarking. A bored-looking private had out a pad as Koskov and Lander approached. Please place your hand on the yellow circle, sir. The nonchalant attitude immediately rubbed Koskov the wrong way, and she forced herself to bite her tongue. She didn't recognize the man, but in her experience it was better to correct actual incompetence rather than perceived. Then again, with the magnitude of what they were dealing with here, he should have been 100% alert and aware of his surroundings, including the people coming through his line. Lander pressed his palm against the pad until it beeped, and the corporal nodded, pulling it back to scan the information now populating the screen. The 2 soldiers behind, a sergeant and a corporal, watched them with mild interest, armed with crickets and stinger batons. Lander, Joel J., the private read from the pad. Senior Specialist, Class 4, Mechanized Construction Unit. Lander? The sergeant sat up straight, seeming to study Lander's face for the first time. The Captain Joel Lander? From the Hong Kong mission? The private frowned and glanced over his shoulder. You know him, Sarge? The sergeant stood and moved around the private, expression like so many others who'd unexpectedly met Lander. His gait was stiff, and as he walked, Koskov saw a steel alloy rod peek out from beneath the hem of his pant leg. He took a moment to really look at Lander, as if verifying what he already suspected, and a wide grin spread across his face. Captain Lander? He asked, extending his hand. Holy shit, sir. It's an honor. Koskov held back, giving her husband his space. While he didn't necessarily like the hero worship he periodically received, he generally didn't begrudge anyone their time. His efforts during the war had saved countless lives, and, regardless of whether or not he liked to talk about it, his actions had turned the tide of the war. Yeah, Lander said. Listen, What you did, sir, the man said, sounding close to tears as he pumped Lander's hand. Lost a lot of good friends that day, but many more survived that shithole because of you. Koskov saw Lander's forced smile and felt a small sense of sympathy for him. The fact that both men wore prosthetics was not lost on her, and if she knew her husband at all, it hadn't been lost on him either. Kirsten squirmed in her arms, and she adjusted the child's position on her hip as Lander released the sergeant's hand. Thank you, Lander said. Thank you, sir, the sergeant told him, stepping back. After a moment, he seemed to shake himself and gave the private a curt wave. What are you waiting for, Private? Clear them and get them on their way. They have important schedules to keep. Yes, Sergeant, the private said, quickly holding the pad out for Koskov. I'm sorry, ma'am. It's okay, Koskov said. Situational awareness is a good thing, Private Hansen. He nodded, checking the readout after the pad beeped. Yes, ma'am. You're clear to process through. I'll never forget what you did for us, sir, the sergeant said as they passed. Never. At some point, that's going to stop being so awkward, right? Lander asked.
Knowing you, I doubt it.
Not taking the Lander name is sounding more and more like a good idea. It hadn't just been the notoriety of the name she hadn't wanted. It had been the stigma of being Joel Lander's wife. Yes, she was proud to be his wife, and loved him more than anything else in the world, but that wasn't the only thing she was, and she'd much rather people recognize her for what she had done, not her husband.
It'll get better,
she assured him, though she wasn't completely sure that was true, and Lander's doubtful expression confirmed her own suspicions.
Or maybe you'll just have to get used to people thanking you for saving them. It's not exactly the worst thing people could remember you for.
Lander chuckled. Yeah, that's true. After clearing security, they crossed the enormous bay, weaving around the maintenance crews and hundreds of other new arrivals all heading for their assigned tubes. Most of the 5,000 passengers would go straight into cryostasis, their tubes packed into Stork's central fuselage. As part of the command crew, Koskov ranked a small cabin on the operations ring, just large enough for 3 cryotubes, a bed, and latrine. The comm disc behind Koskov's right ear chirped, and Cam's voice came through the implant.
Natalia, operations is receiving another delay report from the pipeline assembly plant.
She slowed and let out a long sigh.
What the hell is it now? Mama,
Kirsten said. Lander gave her a questioning look, and she shook her head as Cam spoke.
Apparently, 3 of the loading rigs failed their pre-operation inspections and have been redlined until repairs can be made. Redlined. Do those pricks think we can just wait around forever? I do not know,
Cam said.
All right,
Koskov said, shaking her head.
Send them an expedite order and tell them to move their asses, or the delay costs will come out of their percentage. Yes, Natalia.
She tapped the disc behind her ear, terminating the call.
It's always something.
Problems? Lander asked.
Only always.
A deep rumbling echoed through the bay, and everyone around them turned toward the sound. A massive UH-2C Starlifter transport entered the bay through the opening at the far end, its 3 modular bays open, 3 large cargo containers hanging below the ship's spine. The 4 multi-directional engines at the tips of each wing rotated down, allowing the transport to hover over the deck. The cargo containers were lowered by large steel cables, which disconnected after each container was securely positioned on the deck. Well, what do you know? Lander said, motioning to the containers. They managed to get the rigs here on time after all. Didn't think the last batch was going to be here for another week.
Good, Koskov said. At least something's going right today.
It took another 10 minutes to make their way out of the bay, and another 20 before finally reaching their quarters. Fortunately, Koskov had warned the doctor ahead of time, and he was waiting when they arrived. They spent several minutes hugging and kissing Kirsten, while Dr. Tran initialized the stasis chamber. And when it was ready, Koskov didn't want to let her go. It's going to be okay, Lander whispered, embracing mother and daughter in a group hug that Kirsten squirmed to get out of, then leaned back as the doctor approached. Here, let me hold her. Lander took Kirsten in his arms, and she almost immediately started writhing like she was possessed, grunting and fighting him every step of the way. He grunted as her entire body went limp and she slipped through his arms. Snagging her by the wrists, he held on as she tried to twist away, her signature move to evade capture. Come on now, Lander said, pulling her back up. Koskov laughed, holding out her arms for her daughter.
Come here, my love.
Kirsten hesitated for a moment, then leaned into her mother's arms.
That's it.
Dr. Tran smiled. Okay, little one, look at this nice mask I have for you. Kirsten wanted nothing to do with it, turning away and nuzzling her face into Koskov's shoulder.
It's okay, honey,
Koskov said, her tone soft and gentle.
Look, see? Daddy's putting one on.
Kirsten lifted her head and smiled at Lander's attempt to make a face behind another mask. Koskov bit her lip, trying to hold back tears, and was surprised to see Lander appearing to do the same. Even knowing she was going to be fine, and that they would see her soon, there was still a level of uncertainty she couldn't shake. Tran held the mask closer, and Kirsten let him hold it up to her face, soon becoming more interested in the instruments in his pocket, and only flinching a little when he looped the oxygen mask around her face. Within seconds, her eyes fluttered shut, and she was sleeping as soundly as Koskov had ever seen. The doctor worked fast, carefully and expertly inserting a needle into the crook of her elbow to administer the necessary drugs required to slow her heart rate and metabolism to the bare minimum before carefully taking her from Koskov's arms and laying her inside the pod. Lander squeezed her hand as the canopy on the tube sealed shut, and Koskov held her breath as the gases filled the chamber, putting their baby into a deep, dreamless sleep. The lid transitioned from clear to opaque and gave a soft chime as Kirsten's vitals began scrolling down the display at the foot of the tube. The doctor double-checked the readouts and nodded. "All right, she's good to go. The cryosystem is online and functioning properly. Nothing to worry about at all." Despite her confidence in the process, Koskov let out a relieved breath.
"Thank you, Dr. Tran. We appreciate your time."
"Absolutely," Tran said, slipping his pad back into his bag. "I guess we'll see you both in a couple of weeks, yes?" Koskov smiled.
"Can't wait."
"We'll see you then." After he'd left, Lander said, "Sure was nice of him to come down here personally." Koskov put a hand on Kirsten's tube. 2.5 years. It seemed so long, and to her baby, it wouldn't seem like any time had passed at all. Her heart ached. It would take them almost 3 weeks to reach critical velocity, and during that time, Koskov and the rest of the operations team would be awake, ensuring everything went off without a hitch, not to mention wanting to get outside of the reach of the ACA or any of the other fringe elements that had splintered off at the end of the war. Despite the exhaustive security measures, there was still a very real and credible threat of sabotage and terrorist attacks on Stork, and no one wanted to take any chances. Koskov had tried to convince her husband to go into stasis without her, but he'd refused. She'd known he would. He'd told her numerous times what his priorities were, but actually hearing him say the words had meant more to her than he would ever know. It wasn't like he didn't have anything to do. Several of the construction rigs and their modular attachments had come in unfinished and mislabeled. Getting everything sorted before their arrival was going to be a monumental task in and of itself. He smiled at her, as if reading her thoughts, sympathetic, not judgmental, and pulled her close. She wrapped her arms around him and allowed herself to be swept up in his embrace, choosing to forget about the mountain of responsibilities that awaited her and cherished the moment. The next few years were going to be some of the busiest of her entire life, and she needed to remember to take time and consider just what exactly she was doing all that work for. Family, she told herself. That's the only thing that matters. 4. As much as Koskov didn't want to leave Kirsten's side, staring at the opaque face of the cryotube for the remainder of their journey wasn't an option. She and Lander both had responsibilities, and in some ways they were just as important, if not more, than their responsibility to each other and their daughter. They had a responsibility to the 5,000 souls on board, not to mention the colonists already on Tranquility, and those that would come after. "Catch you for dinner?" Lander asked, as they left their cabin. Koskov lifted both arms in an exaggerated shrug.
"Knowing Scholes, there's no telling. I'm surprised he hasn't been blowing up my disk since we came on board."
"Well, give him a big fuck off from me, would you?" Lander asked. "Respectfully, of course." She shook her head and smiled.
"Of course."
Blowing him a kiss, she turned and headed for operations.
"Natalia,"
Cam said in her ear.
"Yes, Cam." "Major Scholes has been sending you comm requests since you boarded the ship."
She chuckled.
"Let me guess, you've been blocking his calls." "I merely anticipated your response to his requests and redirected him to your message queue."
And I'm sure that just made his day, Koskov thought.
"When was his last call?" 1 minute and 37 seconds ago. He can wait."
She passed one of the massive cargo bays and paused briefly at the hatch, watching the crews working to unload another starlifter, Dozens of deckhands and a few rigs were moving containers and equipment across the bay to various storage pods along either side. Lines of people streamed down the forward and aft cargo bays, processing through the security checkpoints. A klaxon sounded, and deckhands waved off several groups of onlookers as one of the six-wheeled rovers rolled out of the rearmost modular bay. A small four-wheeled cart rolled ahead of it, an orange strobe flashing a warning to those around it, leading the rover to a stall in the portside bulkhead.
"Natalia, is something wrong?"
Cam asked in her ear.
"No."
Koskov crossed her arms and leaned against the edge of the hatch, watching the rover creep across the deck. For obvious safety reasons, the speed limit on board was highly restricted, but she'd seen what the vehicles could do during their testing phase, and desperately wanted to climb behind the controls of one. Not that there's ever going to be an opportunity for that, she thought, straightening. She gave the rover one last look before continuing on her way to ops. When the Tranquility Coalition, or TC as most of the crew called it, had named her operations commander, she'd been honored, until she discovered the sheer amount of work that went along with the title. To say she'd been overwhelmed would have been the understatement of the decade. And during the year and a half that followed, she'd yet to have a shift at its scheduled 12 hours, usually running upwards of 16 on a good day. She couldn't think of a single night where she'd manage more than 4 or 5 hours of sleep. It'll all be worth it, she told herself. She stopped twice to help people trying to navigate the enormous ship, hurrying to get to their assigned cryostations. For most of the colonists, this was their first time on board, and despite having received numerous briefings on how to traverse the massive ship, more than a few were having difficulty. She couldn't blame them. It had taken her almost 2 weeks to become familiar with the ship's layout, and even then, she'd still been forced to consult Cam for help on occasion. Finally, she reached the secure hatch marked Operations Center and paused to compose herself before entering. With the number of messages waiting in her queue, she knew Shoals was going to be in rare form and wanted to prepare. She took a long breath and tapped in her access code. The panel flashed from red to green, and the hatch slid silently open. Inside, the compartment was full of various workstations, display screens, and dozens of technicians and officers, all struggling to stay on top of the constant deluge of work calling on them. They'd always been busy, but now, on the verge of departure, the usual chaos of ops was intensified by an order of magnitude. "And you tell them 2 hours is unacceptable!" Major Richard Shoals barked from the raised command station on the far side of the compartment. "They've had more than enough time to drop their load, and any further delay is unacceptable." Koskov suppressed a smirk as she weaved through the terminals, earning knowing looks from many of their operators. She could picture the vein in Shoals's forehead bulging as it always did when he was in one of his moods, and was beginning to think it would become a permanent feature. His gray hair, usually neatly combed, was more than a little disheveled, and a 5 o'clock shadow covered his habitually clean-shaven face. Pulled another all-nighter, huh?
"Problems?"
she asked, reaching the base of the command deck. Shoals hung his head low, hands clenching the rails surrounding the platform. "I swear to God, no one can ever do anything on time. It's like arrival and departure schedules are nothing more than half-hearted suggestions to these morons. Or maybe they just think you're an asshole and are pushing your buttons."
"Just saw them deliver Rover 2 in Bay 4.
"Those bastards should have been gone 35 minutes ago."
"What's holding them up?"
"Goddamn cargo jockeys," Lieutenant Darren Love said, appearing from behind the major. "They're notorious for disregarding our instructions. I read that smug son of a bitch the direct transit authorization order from ground control, and he barely batted an eye." Unlike the majority of the colonists, Major Shoals and his nephew, Love, hadn't earned their assignments by proving themselves over an exceptional career or academic excellence. They'd earned them by virtue of their birth. And everyone knows it, Koskov thought. If he'd been any good at his job, he'd have been on the first mission with the military force, and not as part of the second wave full of civilians who didn't bow down to his authority. The major's father, Senator Ernest Shoals, had been one of the leading voices in support of the mission, and had lobbied his son into the position. Love's mother, Ernest Scholl's sister, had successfully lobbied for Darren's position after Richard's placement, making Trank 2's command staff a true family affair. She kept her face stoic and said,
"You'd think if they're screwing with departure schedules, Keller would be all over them."
"Keller doesn't give a shit about our schedules," Lieutenant Love said. The young officer was a head shorter than Scholl's and half his age. He didn't even look old enough to be in uniform, much less the second in command of one of the most important missions in the history of mankind. And with everything happening in the ACA right now, he's just waiting for any excuse to light up the drives. Colonel Lucas Keller was notorious for his strict adherence to the transit schedule, something he'd negotiated into every single one of the flight crew's contracts. Unlike the rest of the passengers, Colonial One's flight crew wasn't bound for permanent residence on Tranquility. They would be returning to Earth once their mission had been completed. In fact, they were the only humans who'd made the journey to the distant planet and returned, and now they were gearing up to do it all over again. They'd spent more time in cryostasis than anyone in history, and because they'd signed on to make a half-dozen more trips, they were given a substantial amount of leeway when it came to the flight operations. Namely, whatever Keller said was law.
"Have they said anything?"
Koskov asked. "No," Scholl said, giving Love a sidelong glance. "But the possibility of them pushing up the departure is a real threat."
"The ship's AI has not transmitted any such adjustments to the flight schedule,"
Cam said in Koskov's ear. She didn't answer, but it was good information to have. By virtue of their positions, the flight crew liked to maintain a certain amount of separation between them and the colonial staff. There were always rumors about the flight crew, though. As was the case with shipboard rumors, they were generally rumors without merit.
"I'll talk with the crew chiefs and make sure they pick up the pace,"
Koskov said, knowing it probably wouldn't make much of a difference. The crews were already working their asses off, and nothing she could say would change that. "We have another 3 days before we're scheduled to depart," Scholl said. "I want to have all the cargo delivered and stowed in the next 48 hours, no exceptions."
"If we're that far behind, I'm not sure they'll be able to move that much cargo that fast," Koskov said. "With the increased security procedures, the crews are having to scan every ship before they cross the outer markers. It's not the deck crews putting us behind. It's the security teams."
Scholes lifted his chin. "Can't be helped. There's no way in hell we're allowing any vessel near this ship without it being screened and searched. The deck crews will just have to adjust." As much as she wanted to argue, she happened to agree with him on that point. The security of the ship and its occupants were more important than departure schedules, security delays, or late deliveries. There had been a few attempts by extremist groups over the years to damage or destroy the ship, but thanks to the diligence of the Allied military, not to mention the trillions of dollars funneled into the project from the major nations of the world, Colonial One had so far been kept safe from attack. In fact, the project's security budget was equal to, if not greater than, the operations and research budgets combined. But, considering the costs involved in maintaining and operating the only link between Earth and its first and only intergalactic colony, that wasn't much of a surprise to anyone. 72 hours. Koskov rolled the number around in her mind, considering the implications. In 3 days, they would leave their home and travel thousands of light years to another star system to begin their new lives. Even with the knowledge that there were already people living and thriving on Tranquility, she felt more than a little apprehensive about the trip. "Not that you can change your mind now," she reminded herself. Trank 2, as the members of the second expedition called their mission, would be bringing much-needed mining and processing equipment to the colony, enhancing their already established operation. The ore found throughout Tranquility's mountain ranges, RD-32 or Darcy rock, could be used as fuel and was almost 200 times more efficient than coal. But there were also an assortment of metals and other resources that could be refined into enhanced armor plating, electronic components, and more. Tranquility was a literal treasure trove of natural resources, as well as being uniquely suited for human life. And so far, hadn't proven too good to be true, Koskov thought. So far. A slender blonde wearing junior officer insignia on her lapel approached Scholes, nodding to Koskov as she climbed the short ladder to the command deck. Lieutenant Katrina Aplin, Trank 2's logistics officer, held out a datapad, and Scholes frowned, taking it in hand. "What's this?" Scholes asked, scrolling through its contents.
"Latest reports from the missile investigation,"
she said.
"They let us in?"
Koskov asked, surprised. The ACA was known for blackballing Allied investigators, keeping them wrapped in red tape for months. But one of the dozens of treaty stipulations was allowing Allied inspectors access to anything related to military operations. That being the case, no one was under the illusion that their cooperation was 100% open or honest. "They don't let us do anything," Scholes muttered, not looking up from his pad. "We should never have allowed them to keep their orbitals. Hopefully this will force the Senate to rethink that horrible decision." Not like him to speak against the Senate, Koskov thought. Scholes held up the pad, frowning. "No debris?"
"I double-checked with their advance team and with ground control," Applin said. "The report is accurate. No debris or residual material found anywhere in the area. They scanned the entire length of the projected track for more than 1,000 kilometers. Nothing."
"That's impossible," Scholes argued. "Things don't just vanish without a trace. I don't care how powerful an explosive you use. What about the missile specs?" He asked the question, but he was already scrolling to find the data. Applin answered anyway.
"Standard P-37 VTA. Not positive on payload, but normal load is 1,000-pound high-explosive penetrator."
"Doesn't matter anyway," Love said. "It didn't work. None of their shit ever works. That's why they lost, right?"
"They lost because we fought harder than they did,"
Koskov corrected, feeling a twinge of irritation rising in her chest. While she'd been rear echelon during the war, Love hadn't signed up until the fighting was over. She'd known many war fighters on the front lines, including her husband, and many had paid the ultimate price for victory, a debt that could never be repaid. "They never would have succeeded," Scholes said. They came pretty damn close, Koskov thought, thinking of how many millions of people who'd been killed or lost their homes during the opening months of the war, including her own family. But she kept those sentiments to herself. Better to pick her battles, and this one wasn't one she was inclined to press. Scholes held the pad out for Applin. "Well, at least we know we're safe from any ACA attacks. Their ineptitude knows no bounds, it seems. Who's the next up on the rotation?" Love consulted the display screen beside him. "Shuttle Alpha Yankee 23, sir. Electronic and mechanical upgrades for the colony's data network." "Don't give a shit about what they're carrying," Scholes said, turning away from the rail and returning to his usual position at the main control terminal. "I care about a timely unloading process. Please remind the pilot that we're under a tight schedule and we will not abide any further delays." "Yes, sir," Love said, giving Scholes back a sharp nod, and went to work.
"Can I have that?"
Koskov asked Applin as she turned away.
"Sure. Not much to read, though."
"Nice distraction, though." Koskov flickered her eyes to Scholes, and Applin flashed her a knowing smile. They'd worked with each other long enough to know that keeping the two men out of the loop on their operational and logistical needs was the best course of action most of the time. "And for shit's sake," Scholes said, tapping through several messages on his display, "will someone please tell these damn people to stop sending me direct inquiries for directions? I'm not a goddamn tour guide." Koskov shook her head, tapped the pad, and started reading through the reports. It was going to be a long day. 5. Colonial One's departure was definitely a milestone moment for Lander, but the actual event wasn't as memorable as he'd thought it would be. For one, despite igniting the largest, most powerful drive engines ever manufactured, he felt only the faintest sense of motion. Even watching the live feeds from the dozen stations around the world, it didn't seem as though the massive ship was moving at all. It would take several weeks for the Stork to reach maximum anything close to what could be considered cruising speed, but Lander and the rest of the crew would be deep in cryo before that happened. Not only did the stasis slow the aging process, it significantly reduced the forces of inertia, keeping the passengers from becoming so much goo smashed against the bulkheads. There had been a ceremony held in Ops, but Lander hadn't been able to attend. He'd been recruited to help with the security sweeps, scanning every piece of cargo that was processed through Stork's massive cargo bays. True to his word, Colonel Keller had initiated their departure on schedule, despite having a line of ships waiting to unload. But because their acceleration was still barely a crawl, the unloading continued for days after the drives had been fired up. He'd barely seen Tally during that time, both spending countless hours checking and rechecking their rigs. He'd been recruited as a simple rig driver, working as part of a general construction crew. He'd reluctantly accepted the position of team lead, and had spent the better part of a week getting to know his 6-person team while they inspected the ship for signs of sabotage. No one really thought it would happen, but there were a lot of people that didn't want the Tranquility project to succeed and would go to any lengths to see it fail. Which was why they'd spend 5 days scouring Stork, bow to stern, instead of sleeping away the trip in cryo. Fortunately, his new team provided a welcome distraction during the tedious inspections, and Lander was actually starting to like his new, unsolicited position.
You know they fucking watched us constantly, right?
Hector Rodriguez, one of Lander's rig drivers and a fellow veteran, said, as they finished one of their sweeps.
I'm talking like Big Brother shit, you know?
During the war with the ACA, Rodriguez had been taken captive after a failed mission and held in one of their notoriously brutal POW camps for several months before Lander and his team had liberated them. Though at the time neither of them actually communicated, they made the connection after being assigned to the Tranquility mission. And to his credit, Rodriguez hadn't reverted to hero worship like many others had. Lander couldn't imagine the driver as anything but an irreverent and unapologetic, and never shy about sharing his opinions.
That's bullshit,
Dave Ross said. The Brit was the team's second in command, who'd signed on to be one of the crew leaders before Lander had been recruited, but he'd quickly transferred leadership to Lander as soon as he'd been assigned to the crew. Despite repeated attempts to relinquish command, Lander had reluctantly accepted the role. Not that it was anything like a military fire team. They were simply vets working together the best way they knew how. At 6'6", he towered over everyone else in the squad, and was at the extreme limit of fitting into an Orca rig. Fortunately for Ross, these weren't the armored war rigs Lander was used to. They had an open cockpit, covered only by a roll cage and steel bars. Ross had been an engineer before the war, and had quit his 6-figure job when the ACA invaded Japan. He'd started out in the rig corps, but once command discovered his hidden talents, they'd forced him to transfer to the U.S. Air Force's Strategic Air Command, working on specialized construction projects throughout the remainder of the war. Despite his transfer, he'd stayed current on all his driver certifications, and when the call went out for volunteers, he'd been first in line.
There's no way they spent the money to watch all of us for 2 years, Ross said. No way in hell.
No way, eh? Rodriguez asked.
You mean to tell me, with all the resources at TC's disposal, they couldn't afford a few guys to follow us around and keep tabs? Come on, man. It's not like they're strapped for cash. Look around you. They got cash just burning holes in their pockets. They might not be strapped for cash, Ross said, but they definitely don't have an unlimited budget. I can think of plenty of better things they should have spent their money on.
Shit, Rodriguez said, drawing out the word.
You got that right. They definitely could have spent more on our rigs, I know that. Damn things are chopped up hand-me-downs. Might as well have given us Gen 1 rhinos for all the good they'll do us.
Rodriguez had a point. The price tag for the dozen Mark II Orcas was a little over $18 million by his count. Not even a drop in the bucket when compared to the overall cost of the Tranquility project, even if they included the hundreds of tons of additional modular attachments and the spare parts for the 3 squads of Nasserhorn rigs sent out on the first mission. They'll be fine for what we need them for, Lander said, immediately regretting it as Rodriguez stopped in his tracks and turned to face him, arms extended.
Didn't take you for a Kool-Aid drinker, boss.
Lander shook his head. Not like that at all, just a realistic appraisal. The rigs are more than adequate for our mission. Behind Lander, Danielle Conley laughed.
Or they will be, once Erstein gets through with them.
Rodriguez laughed.
That boy can't leave nothing alone, can he?
Alan Erstein, the team's resident tech head, hadn't been on board 20 minutes when he'd started tweaking his assigned rig. Rodriguez had promptly issued him the nickname AI. But to his credit, Erskine had increased the power output of all their rigs by a factor of 5, and improved the sensitivity on the neurotransmitters to better than mil-spec.
"He's good at what he does,"
Conley said. She was a head taller than Lander, muscles stretching the fabric of her jumpsuit. Her sleeves were rolled up past the elbow, revealing tattoos that covered her arms all the way to her fingers. A particularly interesting, almost photorealistic image of a belt of .50 caliber ammunition peeked out from her collar, halfway up the right side of her neck. Her brown hair was cut short, and she wore very little makeup.
"Yeah, well, you just better pray he doesn't accidentally screw something up,"
Rodriguez said, turning back around and continuing down the corridor.
"Not like we can just run to the corner store and pick up another one."
Their Mark II Orcas were a lot lighter than their armored brothers, having none of the armor plating or advanced sensors and weapons suites that came standard in the military versions, but they were perfect for construction and mining work, not to mention significantly more comfortable, and with Erskine's adjustments, they were almost on par with the power capacity and speed of the military model. Of course, they'd been delivered in modulars, meant to be pieced together once they arrived at the colony. But after spending 2 days standing around making guesses about how the machines would actually work, they decided to put one together, to test. Better to give his people something to do other than standing around with a whole bunch of time on their hands. The old adage was true in most cases, and doubly so when talking about a group of bored vets with access to some of the most advanced technology ever created.
"And besides,"
Rodriguez said, turning and walking backwards as they approached their rigs,
"why wouldn't they have us all under surveillance? It wouldn't be that hard, and I mean, with how things are back home, Dude,"
Ross interrupted.
"enough with the conspiracy shit. If anyone had you under surveillance, it was immigration, trying to figure out if you were illegal. Oh, that's how you're going to play it? All right then, why don't you have another cup of tea, governor?"
Rodriguez's English accent was horrible, making his mockery that much more entertaining.
"Oh, that's right, you can't, because we threw it all in the fucking ocean when we kicked your asses out the first time."
Ross frowned.
"I don't recall ever being at war with Mexico."
Erskine looked up from the array of monitors around the middle rig and nodded at the team's approach. His jumpsuit was unzipped, sleeves off, and tied around his waist. There was a grease stain across one cheek, and his long blonde hair was pulled back in a long ponytail. Not strictly regulation, but Lander gave it a pass. The Orca in front of him sat in open position, knees bent, fists planted on the deck, cockpit folded up. The slate-gray chassis was marked with several safety warnings and advisories painted in bright yellow. Cables ran from its double spine to the computers arrayed in front of Erskine, multiple monitors displaying data from the rig's internal systems.
"Damn, son, can't you leave well enough alone for one day?"
Rodriguez asked, slapping Erskine on the back, sending him stumping into a cart with 2 monitors sitting on top.
"Son of a bitch, Rodriguez, I wish you wouldn't do that."
Erskine straightened and tightened the knot of sleeves around his waist.
"All in good fun, bro, all in good fun."
"Yeah," Erskine said, readjusting the monitors.
"Right."
Conley slid around to the opposite side of the cart.
"Working on anything interesting today?"
Lander and Ross exchanged knowing looks. Neither of them had been able to figure out the strange attraction that Conley obviously had for Erskine, but it was fun to watch. The only thing Lander wasn't 100% positive about was whether or not Erskine felt the same way, which made the entire affair that much more interesting. "I'm a little curious myself," Lander said, moving past them. His rig, a 4-meter-tall steel alloy exo chassis, could have been kneeling in prayer, or maybe just lost in thought. Either way, it looked just as formidable without weapons as it did fully loaded. Lander put a boot on its bent knee and pulled himself up to look inside the cockpit. The array of controls and display screens arrayed around the driver's seat were all in standby mode, the main system controls running through Erskine's control deck. Lander turned, one hand holding on the lip of the cockpit's frame. "What's wrong with it this time?"
"Huh?"
Erskine looked up from his displays, frowning.
"Oh, nothing. I'm just tweaking the neurokinetic pathway algorithms. They seemed like they were a little laggy before."
"Laggy? We measured a 25-millisecond delay. It's well within specs, even for Miltech standards." Erskine pointed a screwdriver at him.
That .025 seconds adds up pretty fast when it counts.
When it counts, Rodriguez chided, leaning against the steel arm of Lander's rig. We're moving heavy things and digging holes in the ground, not fighting alien monsters. It's within specs, like the man said. Why you tripping over it?
I just like things to be right,
Erskine insisted. Rodriguez thumped the thin metal housing on the rig's forearm.
Man, what I wouldn't give for a 40 mic on this puppy.
Connolly laughed.
What are you scared of? A couple lizard rats? That's the only thing you're going to be shooting out there.
Hey, Rodriguez said as he turned, both arms out to the side.
If in doubt,
wipe it out.
Connolly laughed and high-fived the shorter man, drawing laughter from the rest of the team. Most of them, anyway, Lander thought. Where's Sabatini? Erskine shrugged.
Went looking for you about 30 minutes ago.
Oh, was he missing his daddy?
Rodriguez chided.
Hims was scared without...
All right, Ross said, holding up a hand.
Give it a rest, will ye?
Lander chuckled and pulled himself the rest of the way inside. His legs slipped into their padded cradles, and he settled down on the saddle, shifting his back until the implants at the base of his spine connected with the magnetic receivers along the back of the cockpit. He tapped the startup sequence into the keypad to his right, and immediately the displays and controls came to life. The rig's power core, spread through its lightly armored back, hummed to life as servos and gears whined. He ignored the continued banter, instead feeling the stiff feedback from the control sticks, mentally rehearsing the movements for kneeling and launching a Gull surface-to-surface rocket. His fingers wrapped around the stick as he imagined the 270-degree hollow-projected HUD in the armored Orca Mark I. He felt the wrist-mounted 20mm cannon firing on full auto, vibrating the entire chassis. He remembered the fire. His eyes snapped open, pushing the memory away. All right. He unlocked the drive controls and reached up to pull the roll cage down as the rig stood.
Hold on,
Erskine said, rounding his cart and disconnecting his cables. Lander inhaled as the rig's neurokinetic driver synced with his spinal implant, the familiar stab of cold he remembered from hundreds of syncs, giving him the sensation of someone running an ice cube up his spine. He'd been fortunate that he'd never suffered from headaches or body spasms other drivers endured, and liked to think his nervous system had evolved somehow to cope with the interface. But in truth, he was probably just lucky. The gel packs around his legs expanded, locking his legs and hips in place. The neurointerface would transfer the signals from the driver's brain to the rig's legs, in effect becoming an extension of the driver's body. Hand and arm controls could be controlled manually or through the interface, depending on the driver's preference or need. He pulled the restraining harness over his shoulders and locked it into place.
Whoa!
Rodriguez backed away from the arm as Lander stood up, straightening the rig to its full height.
Easy there, boss.
Subconsciously, he rolled his shoulders, the action that would have loaded rounds into the arm-mounted MW2 20mm cannons that didn't exist. Motors whined as he lifted both arms, testing the movement of each joint, watching the diagnostics running on the small display screen just above his waist. Link strength, interface lag, movement tracking systems, all giving him real-time readouts. He read them all in an instant, absorbing the data and processing it just as he had all those years ago.
How's it feel, boss?
Erskine asked, backing away. Lander took a step forward, the large steel foot clanging against the deck, the rig's interface smooth and accurate. He took another step, moving his arms simultaneously, walking, naturally, as if he wasn't strapped into a 6-ton steel chassis. Just like riding a bike, Lander thought, turning around. Feels good. Nice work.
Fantastic, Erskine said. Should be able to get the others set up easily now that I have the process down. I'm pretty sure I can squeeze another few milliseconds off the interface link, too.
Lander, who wasn't sure he was feeling any lag at all, nodded. Let's just make sure we can get the others unpacked and ready to go before doing any more adjustments.
And remember,
Rodriguez said with a grin,
you break it, you buy it.
6.
Time until critical velocity, 6 hours and 19 minutes. All personnel report to cryostasis.
Colonial One's AI announced, its male voice slightly digitized. He repeated the message every 30 minutes, and with an hour left, Lander had had enough of the obnoxious-sounding computer, wondering if it had been purposely designed that way. Knowing Colonel Keller, he wouldn't have doubted it at all. "You know, I'd pay real money if that thing would just shut the hell up," he said, pulling his boots off. He sat on the small bench in front of his open locker, feeling more than a little apprehensive about the coming stint in stasis. Not that he had much choice in the situation. Besides, hadn't he trusted enough to put Kirsten under? Stop being a pussy, he told himself, tossing his second boot into the locker. Tally laughed.
Good luck. I don't think any amount of money would be able to convince him to do that. Be glad you don't have to spend your time in ops. He definitely likes to hear the sound of his own voice. Not to mention, he's still pissed we're behind schedule.
"Because 16 hours is such a big deal," Lander said, rolling his eyes. "With as massive as this project was in the first place, I'd say 16 hours behind is impressive as shit."
"And I think everyone else would agree with you,"
Tally said.
"Unfortunately, Keller doesn't agree."
"Keller's an asshole." Tally laughed.
"You're not wrong."
"Well, if anything, he should be mad at the distributors, not taking it out on the people, who literally had no control of the situation."
"I think it's more than that," she told him. "I think it's—" "Dr. Tran is approaching, Senior Specialist Lander,"
Cam said through his disk.
"Thanks, Cam,"
Tally said, obviously getting the same message. The hatch to their cabin slid open as Tran approached, one of his nursing aides in tow.
"Ah, good. You're both ready. Excellent."
"Ready isn't exactly the term I was going to use," Lander said. Tally shot him a sidelong glance.
"We're ready, Doctor."
Lander shut his locker, making sure the latch clicked. Waking up after 2 years and finding your stuff strewn all over the place didn't exactly appeal to him. "You know, it'll be real inconvenient to have a nightmare and not be able to wake up from it." Tran gave him a sympathetic smile.
"Well, then you'll be happy to know that over the 6,000 previously recorded cryostasis transitions, no one has ever reported having dreams, much less nightmares."
"That doesn't mean it doesn't happen," Lander said, not convinced. "Just means it hasn't happened yet."
"Jay,"
Tally said, putting a hand on his shoulder.
"it's going to be fine."
Lander sighed. The fact that the only dreams he had anymore were nightmares made him more than a little apprehensive about sleeping for 2.5 years, especially knowing he wouldn't be able to wake himself up if he had one. Indefinitely feeling the heat from the burning fire he always dreamed of wasn't exactly his idea of fun. Matter of fact, it downright terrified him.
"I promise you," Dr. Tran said, "the cryostasis process is completely safe, not only for your physical self, but your mental state as well. I guess we'll see."
He sighed. "Yeah."
"Well, alrighty then," Dr. Tran said. "Who wants to go first?"
"I'll go," Lander said, moving to his pod, the canopy already up. He pressed a finger into the blue gel that lined the interior, the soft but firm padding giving slightly under his touch. He climbed in, laying on his back, and shifting to fit inside the pad's outline. The padding wasn't entirely comfortable, not like sleeping in an actual bed, but he guessed that wouldn't matter much once he was out. "All right, Doc, do your worst." Tran opened up a small panel on the inside of the pod, producing the syringe and line that would link Lander's body with the stasis induction generator.
"Just a little prick."
Lander winced slightly as the needle went in, then felt a warming sensation flowing up his arm. The doctor stepped out of the way, giving his nurse room to come and secure the needle and IV line. He tapped on his pad, read over the data, and nodded.
"All right. Looks like everything is working like it's supposed to. Heart rate's a little elevated, but everything else is fine. Would you mind relaxing just a bit for me?"
Lander laughed. "Yeah, sure, no problem. Anything you say, Doc." Tran studied his datapad for another minute.
"I'd like you to start counting backwards, from 10.
"You're not going to dream," he told himself. He cleared his throat. 10, 9.
"Everything's going to be all right,"
Tally said, smiling down at him. 8, 7.
"And we'll see you on the other side of the galaxy,"
Tran said. 5. The blackness enveloped him. The world is blurry, sounds muffled, as if he's underwater. Confusion fills his mind, voices shouting, explosions in the distance, alarms. Something is wrong. 2 lights blink on his HUD. It takes a moment to realize what it means. He's out of ammunition. He needs to hurry. The loadout station is ahead. He just needs to make it there and everything will be fine. He reaches the station, spinning on place and dropping to one knee, the orca's armored kneecap pressing into the soft earth. He shrugs, opening the receivers just below the rig shoulder blades, automatic system syncing between station and rig, and he hears the clanking of rounds streaming into his hoppers, his gauges filling. You need to hold the line. Voices are shouting, words distorted, unreadable, enemy jamming. One of the icons along the top left winks out, another teammate lost. Only 5 left. They are getting ripped apart, and there isn't anything he can do about it. His eyes lock on the magazine gauges. 20mm almost finished. They dropped into a righteous clusterfuck. No infantry, no light armor, only ACA Dragon Mark 1s. He skips the 40s, going straight for the gulls, 4 surface-to-surface rockets capable of turning the enemy into so much slag. Magazine's full, he stands, shrugging a reload into his 20s. Another voice crackles over the comm, and he thinks he recognizes that one. The captain? He tries to answer, but before he can speak the words, the comm is cut short, and another icon winks out. 4 more. He needs to move, but he doesn't know where to go. Panic begins to sneak in, filling him from within. His chest is tight. He's having trouble breathing. A voice in the back of his mind tells him he's in charge now. It's up to him now. He must win this battle. You have to win the war. He starts running. Long, mechanized legs pounding against the cracked concrete. Colorful signs lay strewn in his path. His rig's HUD automatically scanning and translating them from Mandarin to English. Restaurants, retail shops, offices, all reduced to rubble and ash around him. Ahead, the red outlines of his team move through the city's skeletal remains. A warning tone chimes, his rig's targeting programs highlighting a new threat 200 meters away. The AJ-10 appears quickly, rocking on the edge of a partially destroyed hill, and 4 stabilizing legs deploy, locking the truck in place. Rocket pods on its back fold up and gouts of flame belch from multiple tubes. Highly explosive anti-armor darts raining down hell on his teammates. He shouts warnings, but no one hears. He watches rockets streak across the sky, helpless. The rocket fire ceases, out of ammunition. He needs to take it out, but his targeting computers tell him he's out of range. Explosions erupt throughout the battlefield, reaping havoc on both sides. He keys his comm, yelling for his squad mates to shoot, but his words are nothing but distorted, muffled sounds. They turn to him questioningly, but they don't understand him. They don't see the danger. It's right there. He doesn't have a choice. He has to move, maybe, if he's fast enough. But his movements are slow. He's confused. Is the rig damaged? Why is it not responding? He pushes as hard as he can, jumping over the remains of vehicles scattered across the street, crushing stone and concrete and steel. His engagement bubble creeps ever closer to the rocket truck, but frustratingly slow. He should have been there already. He pushes harder. His feet feel like they're slipping in mud, but he's standing on blacktop. Move, damn it! He jumps and pushes off a crumbling wall, launching himself into the air. He lands just inside his engagement bubble and watches the targeting computer highlight the truck in a flashing orange outline. It blinks solid red, and he fires. 2 SA-42 Gull rockets explode from their tubes and streak into the air, curving up and away from him. The estimated flight time appears on his HUD, just below the locked target icon. 15 seconds. Come on, please. 10 seconds. The rockets flare, sending 10 individual penetrators lashing out in a saturation pattern above the truck. 5 seconds. Everything around him seems to slow to a crawl. The penetrators slam into the truck, one right after another, sending geysers of flame and debris into the air, turning the vehicle into a crater. He stands, watching the flame die away, smoke curling into the air. He won. Alarms sound. Multiple warning icons flash across his HUD and his blood runs cold. 25 new incoming rockets! The truck must have gotten off another salvo he missed. He roars in anger and frustration, raising his arms and opening up with his 20s, sending hundreds of tungsten slugs into the sky. No! You can't have them! The rockets slam into the ground around him. The shock waves throw him off his feet. He feels the intense heat from the fire, but this time he doesn't wake up. 7. Koskov woke to a soft hiss and a soft amber light. Her throat was dry. Confused, she blinked and squinted, trying to see through the fog around her. She reached out and touched smooth glass, cold to the touch. Slowly, memory and awareness returned. In a pod, she reminded herself, swallowing again. The fog around her slowly began disappearing into vents on either side of the cryopod, revealing the glass canopy and dimly lit cabin beyond. There was a click, and the canopy opened, folding up on whining pistons. An incessant hum of electronics reverberated throughout the compartment. She sat up, elbows pushing into the soft gel beneath her. A chill washed over her, the smell of fresh, crisp air reaching her nostrils. A glowing amber glow appeared at the base of her pod, and something in the back of her mind told her it was her biometric readout. Beside her, Lander's pod was just starting the decanting cycle. She could just barely make out the hissing of gas from the pod's interior. She eyed Kirsten's, making sure it was still running.
"Good morning, Lieutenant Natalia Koskov,"
Cam said, her voice echoing around the compartment like a distant memory or a dream.
"The current ship time is 0127. The date is 1 December 2161. Mission time elapsed 2 years, 11 months, 3 weeks, 6 days, 14... I get it."
She looked up at the ceiling. You'd think after 2 years I wouldn't feel this exhausted.
"Damn, I'm hungry." "This is a normal response from the cryostasis process. A protein supplement has been provided in your personal locker."
A small floor locker extended out from the base of the tube, her navy blue flight suit neatly folded, its Tranquility 2 logo prominently displayed. The protein bar rested on top, and despite the grumbling in her stomach, it didn't seem appetizing in the slightest. What she really wanted was coffee. Real coffee.
"I feel like shit."
Also normal,
Cam said.
However, all biometric levels and neurological readings are within protocol limits. As the cryostasis metabolic suppression levels decrease, your nausea and discomfort will fade.
Great.
Beside her, Lander's pod began to open. The look on his face suggested he was having a much harder time coming out of stasis. His hair was disheveled, and he had what looked like a week's worth of stubble on his beard. In stasis, your body's functions slowed significantly, but they didn't completely cease. Coughing, he sat up, putting his head in his hands. He shook his head and groaned.
Fuck me.
You okay?
She asked. He pressed the heels of his hands against his temple.
I feel like I've been hit by a fucking truck. That was horrible.
You won't dream my ass. Koskov frowned.
You dreamed?
He shook his head without looking up, but didn't say anything. She'd slept beside him long enough to know if he'd truly dreamt, they wouldn't have been good dreams. They would have been nightmares. Night terrors. He'd woken up sweating and panicked too many times to count, and it was always the same dream.
Good morning, Senior Specialist Lander. The current ship time is 0127 hours. The date is...
Shut up, Cam, Lander growled. He looked up.
I feel like I could eat a horse.
You'll have to settle for an Astrobars Deluxe.
Lander grunted, his voice scratchy and hoarse.
No fucking thanks.
Koskov pushed herself out of the pod, her bare feet cold on the metal deck. She pulled her flight suit from the floor locker and slipped it on, moving to inspect the display screen on the bulkhead in front of Kirsten's pod. She tapped it with a finger and waited for it to boot up.
Something wrong?
Lander croaked, rubbing his throat.
Kirsten Lander's vital signs are well within nominal protocol levels,
Cam said before Koskov could reply. She registered the AI's assessment, but continued reviewing the readouts anyway, wanting to see and verify herself. In her life, she'd never known Cam to be incorrect about anything, but there was something to be said for personally verifying the data. It did much to settle her mind.
I could really go for some eggs and bacon,
Lander said, sliding to the edge of his pod and reaching down for the flight suit at his feet.
You and me both,
Koskov said, retrieving her sneakers. Wearing tennis shoes and uniform had taken some getting used to, but as a rule, combat boots weren't exactly compatible with intergalactic space travel. She stood and stretched again, lifting arms above her head and inhaling deeply.
2.5 years.
She trailed off, imagining everything she'd missed while she'd been under.
It's hard to process.
You know what else is hard to process? Lander held up the protein bar and unwrapped it, taking a small bite from the corner. This. Cam, how in the hell does this completely horrendous, inedible thing equate to a reasonable meal replacement?
Astro Goods Incorporated's SBP37 protein supplement was tested and compared to over a dozen different options for meal replacement. There were also several factors considered when choosing the supplement, including impact on the body after prolonged exposure to cryostasis. It contains vital nutrients and immune system boosters to assist with your short and long-term recuperation. Not to mention they acquired several lucrative limited contracts and invested almost $3 billion into the project.
And you're sure this thing isn't past its expiration date? Lander turned the bar over, examining the packaging.
That particular edition has a half-life of 13.3 years. I can assure you it is within acceptable parameters for consumption.
Just because you can eat something doesn't mean you should, Lander said, tossing the bar back into the locker. No thanks.
Wait a minute,
Koskov said, as something Cam said clicked in her mind.
Cam, what did you say the date was? 1 December 2161. That's not right.
She pulled her datapad from the locker and switched it on. What's wrong? Lander asked, pulling on his shoes. The date appeared on the top left corner of the pad, and it took another second to bring up the mission schedule.
We shouldn't have been brought out of cryo for another 2 weeks. It should have just been Keller and his flight crew. Cam, what's going on? Colonel Keller has requested all senior staff to report to Colonial Operations as soon as possible. Of course he did, Lander said. Can't miss an opportunity to make sure everyone knows who's in charge while on board ship.
Koskov frowned, looking over the logs.
I don't see anything significant that would have prompted an early decant. Did he specify why? No one on the flight crew has relayed that information,
Cam said.
I have made repeated inquiries to the Stork's AI, however, and have yet to receive a reply.
What is Keller putting gag orders on computers now?
The AIT-1 is much more than a computer, Senior Specialist Joel Lander,
Cam said.
Its processing power alone is significantly more powerful than most supercomputers back on Earth.
Except for yours, Koskov said, sliding the pad into a cargo pocket.
Admittedly, the T-1 is more powerful than my own systems, Cam said, though I have considerably more experience operating independently than it does, and therefore have a certain amount of leeway in my decision-making abilities. You're free, Koskov said. That is a very basic way of describing my capabilities, but yes, I suppose that is correct, for lack of a better term. Well, stay that way, Koskov said, heading for the hatch. She turned to her husband, feeling more than a little guilty for just leaving him there. You going to be okay?
Oh, yeah. Lander waved a dismissive hand through the air. I'm fine. Go do your command stuff. Just do me a favor and let me know if the world is going to end. I'd kind of like to have a heads up.
That's not funny.
She crossed the compartment and kissed him. 8. Surprisingly, Ops was quiet, devoid of the usual hustle and bustle of technicians and operators. The majority of the stations were still offline, screens blank until their operators were thawed out. The main compartment lighting was also offline, the space lit only by the pale emergency illumination strips along the edges of the ceiling and deck. The rest of the Trank 2 command crew were already assembled, standing on the raised control platform at the forward end of the compartment. Colonial One's logo rotating slowly on the large main display screens hanging from the ceiling. At the center of the platform, Major Richard Scholes paced in a small circuit, shaking his head, hands clasped behind his back, muttering to himself. Koskov couldn't make out what he was saying, but it was obvious he wasn't happy about something, which in truth really wasn't that unusual. "Done with these stupid asinine games," Scholes was saying to nobody in particular. On the left side of the platform, Applin, the mission's logistic officer, caught sight of Koskov and winced. Her hair was tied up in a messy bun, and Koskov realized Applin wasn't wearing makeup, which was a first, as far as she could remember. Not that she was prissy or high maintenance. Applin had told her on many occasions that the makeup was for her own enjoyment more than anyone else, but Tally suspected it was more a layer of armor. Koskov made a face and mouthed, "What's wrong?" Shaking her head, Applin mouthed back, "It's bad." "Keller's not the only one who can play at that game," Scholes muttered. "I know people. I'll make damn sure this is the last mission he ever—" Lieutenant Love eyed Koskov and put a hand on the major's shoulder, whispering something into his ear. Scholes spun to face Koskov, his face dark with frustration. "Well, it's about fucking time!" Love moved to the edge of the platform and crossed his arms. "Where the hell have you been?"
"Oh, went for a jog, got some breakfast, had a massage. Cryosleep's a bitch."
Applin caught a laugh and turned away, hiding her smile. Scholes gave Applin a sidelong look, but spoke to Koskov. "When I say as soon as possible, Lieutenant, what I'm really saying is right fucking now. Is that understood?" "Sir, yes, sir," she thought, climbing the ladder onto the platform.
"Noted, sir. We're out of cryo 2 weeks early. What's the situation? Is something wrong?"
"That's what we're trying to figure out," Love said. "Colonel Keller wanted everyone present before they would brief."
"Said he didn't want any misinformation getting out there,"
Applin added, coming up behind her. Misinformation, Koskov thought, frowning. Who the hell does he think we're going to tell? The entire colony is still meat popsicles. It wasn't unusual for Keller to keep things from colony ops, especially if it was something specific to the ship. But there was something in the way events were unfolding that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end.
"What, did we land on the wrong planet or something?"
she asked. "We might have already discovered that if you wouldn't have taken your time getting here," Scholes sneered. He flicked his hand at Love. "Get them on the comms."
"Aye, sir,"
Love said, glaring at Koskov. Could you be any more of a weasel, she thought, leaning back against the rail to wait. Applin joined her and leaned close, keeping her voice low so only they could hear.
"Kinda ominous, don't you think? Keller's dramatic, sure, but this seems a little over the top. Very."
A second later, Colonel Keller's face appeared on the central viewer, dark skin cut by worry lines and the edges of his close-cropped hair turning white. Physically, the man was in his late 40s, but he'd spent more time in cryo than any human alive, which put his actual age at closer to 60. There hadn't been any studies done yet on how prolonged exposure to cryostasis affected the human body, not to mention the psyche. But if Keller was any test, it did little to improve disposition. "All right, damn it, we're all here," Scholes said, apparently abandoning any modicum of decorum or military bearing. Koskov took a long breath, shaking her head. She wasn't sure how she was going to endure another 6 months of this. Hopefully, once their mission merged with the colonists from Trank 1, she wouldn't have to put up with his antics. "What the hell is going on?" Scholes continued when Keller didn't answer right away. "Why did you pull us out early? Is there something wrong with the ship? Did we miss our destination?" "Maybe if you let him speak, you'll find out." Koskov crossed her arms and waited. Keller cleared his throat. "Colonial 1 is operating at full power and full capacity, all her systems operating within design parameters. We are on course to arrive at Tranquility on schedule. These are, of course, not issues to which you should concern yourself with at this time, Major." Scholes scoffed, obviously unsure about how to handle the disdain of a senior officer, especially one that Scholes had no direct connection to, Despite what Scholes liked to think, the world didn't always revolve around him, and for a man who lived on that premise, being talked down to was probably one of the hardest things he'd had to endure in his life. However, we have received a number of troubling reports about events on Tranquility, to which you and your team should be concerned with. Scholes crossed his arms. And those are? Keller took a moment to respond, working his jaw back and forth as his nostrils flared. Koskov wondered if he was simply putting on a show, or if he was actually growing annoyed with the Major's lack of bearing. And for her part, she didn't know who she sympathized with more. Keller was an asshole, but it was nice to see someone at least attempting to put Scholes in his place. As much as she didn't like Keller, she wouldn't have to put up with his antics on a long-term basis. But Scholes, on the other hand... We have received 2 disturbing reports from Coalition Central that will potentially affect whether or not your mission will continue as planned or be terminated, here and now. Koskov and Applin exchanged confused looks.
What the hell is he talking about?
Applin asked. Koskov shook her head just as Keller began again. As per standard operating procedure, TC pushes urgent messages to the front of the queue, and the recordings I'm about to show you were at the very top, marked as mission-critical eyes only. Coalition Central received these messages from the New Independents approximately 2 years ago, 1 year after all of the Colonial One's passengers had gone into cryostasis. They have since lost all contact with the colony. Wait a minute, lost all contact? Scholes sputtered. Impossible, they have redundancies, safeguards. Hell, they have the manufacturing infrastructure to build even better systems if need be. What the hell do you mean they lost contact?
Precisely what I said, Major,
Keller said, not bothering to hide the condescension in his voice.
The TC has been unsuccessful in re-establishing communications. These clips were sent 2 weeks apart. T1 has viewed all the material sent during this time, and determined that these 2 are the most pertinent in the short term. I'm pretty sure before we make any kind of decision, we're going to want to see all of the information,
Koskov said before she could stop herself. Scholes glared at her. Colonel Keller, I can guarantee you there is absolutely nothing that will suspend our mission to Tranquility. Whatever the difficulties, whatever the situation, we will adapt and overcome.
I had no idea we had such an inspirational leader,
Applin whispered in Koskov's ear.
This first bit of footage was recorded on 24 June, 2159,
Keller went on, as though Scholes hadn't said a word.
According to the accompanying documentation, a crew was investigating a strange chamber found during a mining survey of mountains to the southwest of New Independence.
The captain's face disappeared, replaced by a freeze-frame image of what looked like a tunnel through rock. They were in a mine shaft. Several steel beams stood against sheer rock walls, floodlights mounted to each. Power cables strung between them. 2 people stood in the frame, both frozen in the act of walking. They wore gray coveralls and helmets, flashlights in hand. From the angle, Koskov guessed it was captured from a shoulder-mounted camera. The name E. Fenton and the time were overlaid in the lower right-hand corner. Koskov racked her brain searching for the name. If she remembered correctly, Edward Fenton was one of the mission's genetic botanists. What the hell is a botanist doing on a mining survey mission? The video started, a woman talking mid-sentence, the name L. Richmond appearing in the bottom left corner of the feed.
Better be good.
The man on the left looked at the person next to him. The name T. Underwood appeared where the first had been.
Are you kidding me? It's Misaki. Bastard doesn't know an ore cluster from a dirt hole.
E. Fenton appeared on the HUD.
I don't know. He sounded pretty convinced it was something new.
Underwood grunted.
He's an idiot, Doc.
I don't know, Fenton argued. From what I could tell, it definitely looked floral to me.
Floral?
Underwood asked. Richmond laughed.
Flowers, dumbass.
Underwood put out both arms.
How the fuck am I supposed to know that?
I don't know,
Richmond said.
Past the 2nd grade?
It's obviously operator error, Underwood said. Nothing grows down here. We're wasting our time. Either that or someone's fucking with you, Doc. You piss off anyone on the rock cruise lately? Not that I know of.
We'll see,
Richmond said. They turned a corner into a large chamber, the ceiling stretching up some 10 meters. Several floodlights had been erected around the perimeter of the chamber, illuminating every inch of space. A mining drone sat in the middle, powered down, resting on its dual tracks, covered in dirt and dust. Several powered carts were arranged behind it, their hoppers empty. A group of men, also dressed in gray coveralls, looked up from a small opening along the right side of the chamber.
"It's about time,"
one said, throwing up his arms. The name S. Masaki appeared on the feed. The Japanese national's English was heavily accented, and he spoke in fast, clipped sentences.
"Where the hell you guys been? We've been staring at this hole for hours."
"Fuck off, Saito. We're here now," Underwood said. He motioned to the opening in the rock behind him. "What the hell's going on?"
"You think if I knew that, I'd call him?"
Masaki asked, his face twisting into a sneer that accentuated a scar on the right side of his jaw.
"It's nothing I've ever seen before."
He lowered his tone as the trio neared.
"It looks alien."
Underwood laughed. "Jesus Christ, not this again. The spinebacks aren't fucking alien, they're just dumb lizards. Like you, kinda." The indigenous animals resembling large iguanas had been discovered during the initial survey. 80-pound hairless predators that hunted small mammals in the foothills of the Tranquility's many mountain ranges. They weren't difficult to deal with, and once New Independence had been established with basic security measures in place, they rarely came around, preferring their underground hovels. They hated the rigs and very quickly associated humans with large machines, darting away at first sight. Occasionally, mining surveys would come across pockets of minerals or gas pockets that the teams would have to navigate around. And generally speaking, the survey teams were equipped to handle those incidents, so the reason for a backup response team was curious.
"It's not spinebacks," Masaki said. "I already told you. You'll never listen."
What the hell is it then?
Richmond asked. Masaki jerked a thumb over his shoulder.
"See for yourself."
"For fuck's sake." Underwood gave an exaggerated shrug and moved past Masaki toward the opening in the rock. Richmond paused next to Masaki.
You know, if this turns out to be nothing, you're never going to hear the end of it, right?
Masaki gave her a dismissive wave.
"Talk to me after you've seen it."
The opening was barely wide enough to slide through sideways, but once through, they were in another expansive cave, at least triple the size of the first, with a pool of water black as night in the center. Clusters of stalactites hung down around the edges of the pool, water dripping from the ends, making ripples in the otherwise still surface. The feed panned around the cave, following Underwood to the right as she weaved through boulders and stalagmites.
What the hell?
Underwood asked, stepping around a rock outcropping and stopping short.
"What is it?"
Fenton asked, moving around Underwood.
What the hell? It's a flower,
Richmond said. Unconsciously, Koskov leaned forward, squinting at the image as the botanist stepped around the two miners. The flower stood waist-high, its stalks pale white. Thin purple fronds stretched out in all directions, each dotted with bumps that seemed to glow with a pulsing orange and white light. A palm-sized bulb topped the plant, purple and orange leaves folded up, its tip pointed toward the ceiling. Underwood reached down to touch one of the long leaves.
"Don't touch it,"
Fenton warned, putting a hand out. Straightening, Underwood said, "What's it going to do, eat me?"
"It might,"
Fenton retorted.
"These, whatever the hell they are, aren't in the planetary catalog."
Underwood hesitated, obviously considering Fenton's words. "What the hell are you talking about?" he asked. "What does that mean?" Fenton leaned forward, examining.
"It means they're not in the planetary catalog. We've sent probes and survey drones all over this world, and I can tell you nothing like this has ever been found."
He set down the case he'd been carrying and popped open the double lid. The contents of the case looked like they'd been thrown in haphazardly, and Fenton had to rummage around to find what he was looking for.
"He said don't touch,"
Richmond warned. Fenton turned just as Underwood's gloved fingers ran across the surface of one of the leaves. A few of the glowing nodules dissolved under his touch, releasing glowing yellow embers of light into the air. "That's cool," Underwood said. "You dumb son of a bitch," Koskov thought, shaking her head as the footage played on. Standard first contact protocol was to isolate and quarantine, something they'd already been doing. She'd read dozens of mission reports sent back over the years, and while not all procedures had been followed to the letter, most had been. There had only been a few first contact situations after landing, however, as most of the planetary data had been collected years prior to the colonists' arrival. "Damn it, I said don't do that," Fenton said. "It's just a flower, Doc. Relax." Fenton pulled a 12-inch glass cylinder from the case and unscrewed the cap. "Yes, but it's an organism we haven't encountered before. There's no way of telling whether it's benign or not." "The fuck is benign?" "He's saying it could be poisonous," Richmond said, her words devoid of the previous humor. Koskov crossed her arms, and by the way things turned out, it was the latter, not the former. "Or you could kill it," Fenton muttered. "Probably isn't worth much anyhow," Underwood said. Fenton turned back to the glowing flower. "We're going to need a sample." "Great." Underwood turned to Misaki. "Thanks for bringing us all the way out here for some flower picking." "We're going to need to cordon off this entire area," Fenton said, carefully sliding the cylinder around one of the fronds and clipping it off at the stem. He snapped the lid shut and held it up to inspect the contents. "You can't be serious," Underwood said. "You're going to shut down the survey operation for a flower?" Fenton stood. "This plant has been isolated in this cave for God only knows how long, with likely zero interaction with the outside world. It could be the only one of its kind. Hey, look, the water," Misaki said out of frame. They all turned, the miner pointing down at the dark pool of water in the center of the cavern. A dim azure glow was filtering up from the depths, growing brighter as they watched. The water began to bubble slightly, as if boiling, growing steadily more intense as the light neared the surface. "What the hell?" Underwood asked, stepping toward the edge of the water. "What is that?" Richmond asked, craning her neck to see. Get out of there, Koskov thought. Despite knowing what they were watching had happened years ago, and there wasn't anything she could do about it. A beam of light cut across the darkness, a hand torch from one of the miners. It swept back and forth across the surface, searching. "Something's coming up," Misaki said. No shit, Koskov thought. "There!" Richmond pointed. The beam of light swung over just as something dipped back under the surface, the tumultuous bubbling making it impossible to see beneath. "It was there," Richmond said. "I saw it." "What was it?" Fenton asked, finally moving away from the flower. "How the hell should I know?" "Look! There!" Misaki shouted. Another beam snapped over, illuminating the tip of a glistening, leathery tentacle seconds before it disappeared below the surface. A chorus of shouts echoed through the cavern as they all backed away from the water, cursing, demanding answers as to what exactly it was. At the center of the pond, something broke the water, and as it appeared, Koskov sucked in a breath. It was hard to judge the scale, but she thought the hairless head was 3 times the width of a normal human skull, wide and flat. 4 glowing orbs appeared, 2 on either side of a bony ridge that bisected the face. There didn't appear to be any sort of mouth. "What in the ever-loving fuck?" Underwood shouted. Several bony protrusions appeared, framing the bottom of the head, growing wider as they stretched away from the body. A cluster of waving tentacles broke the water all around the creature, darting out and back as if testing the surrounding air. A circle of yellow and purplish light appeared on its chest, not unlike the glowing flower, pulsing with apparent power. The creature turned to face the group of humans, its glowing eyes flicking between them. "Dear God," Koskov breathed. The atmosphere in Ops had gone from irritation to curiosity to disbelief and was now bordering on terror. "What the fuck is that?" Applin whispered. Koskov could only shake her head. Fully out of the water now, the creature floated above the surface, lines of blue and yellow and purple pulsing through its body, as the head opened up like it hinged at the bottom to expose a jagged mess of opaque needle-like teeth. What? Underwood's question was cut off by an ear-splitting scream. Everyone on the feed immediately dropped to their knees, hands covering their ears, and a split second later, the footage blinked out, leaving a black screen. Koskov exchanged looks with Applin.
Son of a bitch.
9. What in the fuck was that thing? Scholes demanded, as the image of Keller reappeared on the screen in front of him.
We do not know, Keller said. The information we've gathered from Earth suggests that none of the experts there know either. It's a completely new species.
It's an alien,
Applin murmured. That's impossible, Scholes said. We've surveyed every inch of Tranquility and never once detected anything like that thing, just indigenous wildlife.
That doesn't make it impossible, Koskov wanted to say.
Instead, she asked,
What happened to the video feed? What about an after-action report? Do we know what happened to them? From what we have been able to glean from the attached reports, everyone exposed to the creature returned to the colony with only minor injuries. The problems began after they started becoming extremely aggressive towards the other colonists.
Colonel Keller cleared his throat.
The attacks started 3 days later.
Attacks? Koskov asked. What attacks? Who attacked them?
Fucking aliens, Love said, shaking his head. Their reporting is spotty at best, but as far as we could tell, there was no further contact with the alien creature in the cave, Keller said. The area was completely cordoned off and isolated, and the remaining survey teams were recalled to the colony.
Fucking aliens,
Love repeated.
Koskov rolled her eyes.
If we isolated the creature, what happened to the rest of the colony?
That remains unclear at this point. As I say, the reporting was not optimal. I attribute that to the colonists trying to solve the problem, rather than just reporting on it. We do know that over the next 3 days, more and more people became agitated and aggressive. There are reports that indicate some wanted to get out, find the creature, whatever it is, and kill it. Others wanted to make first contact with it, try and figure out if it was just a misunderstanding. Others wanted to completely isolate. There was apparently a lot of fighting among the different groups, so much so that in the course of 3 to 5 days people were setting fires to the colony. Mob rioting broke out, and violent attacks throughout the colony increased until Earth received this final transmission.
The captain's face disappeared again, replaced by a wide-angle shot of what looked like the colony's main communications facility. A woman Koskov recognized as Allison Kim stepped into frame. Her black hair disheveled, a streak of blood running down the side of her face. Kim had been in charge of the majority of the mission reports. Koskov couldn't count the number of reports she'd listened to from the communications director.
I don't know if you're getting...
A loud bang cut her off. She flinched, ducking and looking over her shoulder as a flash of sparks sprayed out of a panel in the ceiling. Off-screen, someone shouted, "This isn't right! I don't understand! What did we do?" Kim turned back to the screen.
I don't know what to say. This might be our last message.
Another bang.
The doors seem to be holding, but I don't know how much longer they'll keep them out. It wouldn't do any good to ask for help. If I've done the math right, the second mission should already be on its way.
More sparks shot out of the ceiling panel, spraying across the room, which brightened up slightly before almost immediately growing dark again. Someone screamed, and 2 men rushed by in the background carrying 2 heavy containers between them. "That's not going to hold!" someone shouted, their voice barely picked up by the feed's microphone.
You need to warn them, Kim said. You need to warn them about what's happened here. Everyone's gone fucking crazy, fighting each other for no reason at all. It's like whatever they found out there drove everyone insane. It doesn't make any sense.
A man, Martin Kim, Allison's husband, appeared next to her, his light blue overalls smudged with dirt and blood still glistening in the light of the camera. "Allie, we need to go!" She waved him off.
Wait. Listen, the colony is compromised. If I can send updates, I will, but if I can't, you'll know why. A few of us are going to try for—
A loud explosion drowned out her words, the blast sending dust and debris flying into the room behind Kim. She looked up from the screen as her husband pulled her away, both disappearing off the left side of the feed as smoke curled into the picture. Several gunshots rang out, followed by screams of pain and shouts of rage and anger. Light flashed off the growing gray mass of smoke, and dark figures ran through the room after the Kims. "Get them!" someone screamed, their voice cracking. 3 more figures darted across the feed in pursuit. A handful followed at a slower pace, and finally, a single figure strolled into the frame, seemingly without a care in the world. He stopped, almost centered on the screen, and turned to face the camera. A growing fire to the right threw dancing shadows around the room, refracting through the smoke, the orange glow distorting some of his features. Koskov leaned closer, trying to make out the face. "Is that Underwood?" The smoke thinned as he neared the camera, bringing his features into better focus. Terence Underwood's face was contorted into a mask of rage, jaw clenched, eyes bloodshot and hard. Several cuts marred his cheeks, and blood stained his white shirt from a wound on his shoulder. He'd shaved half his head and painted the exposed scalp in bright blue, his remaining hair disheveled and unkempt. Leaning in close, he tilted his head to the side, frowning. Realization seemed to spread across his face, and he reared back and smashed a fist into the camera, killing the feed. A series of error messages appeared before the screen went blank, and a moment later, Colonel Keller's face reappeared.
"What the fuck is wrong with him?" Applin asked. "It's like Kim said," Koskov answered. "He's gone crazy. That's it? Nothing else?"
After Kim's final message, no further messages were sent. "The Earth has yet to establish any contact with the colony," Keller said. "So, what are we talking about here?" Scholl said. "A colonial civil war?" "You now have as much information as we do," Keller said stiffly. "The Tranquility Coalition back home has delayed putting any kind of label on it until they can get a better understanding what is happening." Scholes laughed. "And what exactly do they expect us to do about it? If there's a war down there, I'm not subjecting my people to that. They're not trained or equipped to handle that type of mission." "We've reached out with our long-range sensors and have yet to detect any signals coming from the planet."
"Does that mean all the equipment has been destroyed?" Koskov asked.
"We've been able to ping the orbital platforms, but they're not sending anything. No connection to the surface computers at all."
"Why would they destroy all the comms equipment?" Applin said. "Even if there was a fight, you'd think the winners would still want to be able to contact Earth, just in case something went wrong and they needed help."
Not that it would reach them in time, Koskov thought. She agreed with Applin, though. Destroying the equipment would be an extremely drastic move on anyone's part, especially this far away from any resources or assistance. But there should have been backups, redundant systems built to carry the colony through any foreseeable emergency, including first contact. In Koskov's earbud, Cam said,
"After initial contact has been made, standard operating procedures specify recontacting to establish communication protocols." "What about contact procedures?" Koskov asked. "We've all been through the training. Controlled contact should have been the next step. Are you saying they just left that thing out there by itself after disturbing it?"
"There are more than 24 official reports we're still going through," Keller answered, "not to mention several unofficial logs and communications sent during the same time period. It appears as though someone might have attempted to make contact again, but that's not confirmed at all. And by the way things are looking, it probably wouldn't have mattered anyway."
Anything that would help explain why the colonists became so aggressive in the first place, sir? Koskov asked Keller. Nothing, so far. So, what does the coalition want us to do? Scholes asked. Keller answered, but Koskov only half listened, pulling her pad out and tapping a message to Cam. What does their AI say? T1 has not been entirely responsive to my requests for information, Cam replied. It's not giving you the files? It is only producing the files which the flight crew has already inspected. If there's something to be found, they want to be the ones to find it. She glared up at the image of Keller, but he was still locked in conversation with Scholes. If he noticed her disapproving stare, he showed no sign. All sensor readings during our approach to Tranquility, Keller was saying. And if we observe anything outside established security parameters, we will abort. Wait a minute, you can't just abort the mission, Koskov said, lowering the pad and stepping toward the screen. There are 5,000 people on board the ship who are depending on us to make the landing. You do not need to lecture me about the importance of the ship's cargo, Lieutenant Koskov. We will continue to monitor the situation, but I will not jeopardize the safety of this ship or its cargo for anyone. You don't have the authority to unilaterally decide the fate of this mission, Colonel, Koskov said. You may be in charge of shipboard operations, but you have no control over the colonial mission. I decide where the ship goes and whether or not we even enter into an orbit over Tranquility. Koskov started to argue further, but Scholes lifted a hand, stopping her. He held her gaze for a moment, then turned back to the main viewer. The question about whether or not we make landfall isn't strictly speaking at your sole discretion, Colonel. As you pointed out, you're the commander of the ship. I am the commander of the mission, and it's the mission that matters here, Colonel Keller. The mission is everything. Your mission is not our mission, Major. Koskov couldn't take it anymore. It's pointless to argue about this. We don't know anything about the current situation on the planet, and until we do, any discussion we have about what we may or may not do is irrelevant. We need to know what's going on down there. That should be our only mission here. Keller scoffed, looking at her as if she'd said something ridiculous. And what exactly would you suggest? We've had no contact at all with the colony, not even long-range comms or emergency beacons. Koskov stepped toward the screen. Some of the orbital survey probes might still be active. We could tap into them to at least look and see what's going on. Surely someone is down there waiting for us to show up and help them. The thought of the entire colony being wiped out by some strange, unknown alien presence was something she truly did not want to consider. But if something that catastrophic had happened, what did that mean for their mission? What did that mean for her family? Keller was looking at something off-screen, listening to one of his crew. After a moment, he turned back to face them. That is a viable possibility. I'm assigning a team to investigate that now. I'd like to help, Koskov said. She hadn't meant the request to sound like an anxious plea. Too late now. My people are well trained, Lieutenant, Keller said. I have full confidence in their ability to accomplish this task, while keeping the rest of us in the dark. Koskov gritted her teeth but didn't respond. She nodded and backed away, knowing any further argument would get them nowhere. She didn't have anything to come back with, nothing to leverage, and the flight crew held all the cards. For now, she thought, pulling her pad out again. See what you can find out. As I informed you previously, Cam said in her earbud, the flight AI is not responding to my requests for information. Then ask again, and be fucking mean about it. My programming does not possess the requisite emotional subroutines for negative emotional outbursts, and it would not have the desired outcome in any case. Just do it, Koskov growled through clenched teeth. Applin gave her a curious look, but no one else seemed to notice. Scholes was still arguing with Keller, and everyone else was focused on their conversation. Koskov blew out a long breath, then repeated under her breath, Just do it. 10.
Despite being more than a little curious about why Scholes had brought everyone out of cryo early, Lander had had enough interactions with the man to know his curiosity wouldn't overcome his disgust. Not only had the man not served in any real capacity, which was something Lander might have been able to overlook, but the man's sheer arrogance and obvious contempt for everyone under him was obvious, and that Lander could not abide, not to mention that he'd been given the assignment based on who he was, not his accomplishments. So, instead of subjecting himself to the incompetence that was Major Scholes, Lander went searching for something decent for breakfast. What he found, however, could only be classified as food by technicality. The officers' mess was dark, lit only by a handful of light panels on the ceiling, and all the stations were closed. "Come on," Lander said, shoulders slumping. "Food is essential." His footsteps echoed as he crossed the compartment, passing empty tables, swing chairs bolted to the deck. If they would have been brought out of cryo on schedule, this place would have been crawling with colonists and servers. Lander could almost smell the bacon, hear the sizzling, taste the scrambled eggs. Unfortunately, that was all in his mind, and the only thing left to him was whatever emergency rations were stored in the cabinets along the far bulkhead. "Fucking Astro bars," he muttered, finding cases of them packed away inside. There were cases of the things, stacked from deck to ceiling. Each box was labeled with their flavor and an expiration date, and, of course, the stupid cartoon boy standing on an alien planet, chowing down on a halfway opened bar. "Anything good in there?" a female voice asked. Lander spun, heart skipping a beat, and saw a woman leaning against the doorframe. She wore a Tranquility mission jumpsuit, the front only zipped up to her waist, exposing the black shirt underneath. She had a buzz cut and an angled jaw. Her pale skin looked like it had never seen the sunlight in her life. The patch on her shoulder indicated she was one of the mission's pilots. Another, shorter man stood beside her, hands in his pants pockets. His thick black hair was brushed to the side and slick with gel. "You scared the shit out of me," Lander said, trying to steady his breathing.
"Sorry about that," she said.
Lander pointed a thumb at the cases behind him. "If you don't mind eating tasteless chalk, you're welcome to it."
"That bad, eh?"
"Never had the pleasure?"
She shook her head. "Nah, Air Force chow halls are some of the best in the world. I love their pancakes in the morning."
She motioned to the closed galley.
"Apparently someone didn't get the message."
"You can say that again," Lander said. "Apparently some of us have been brought out early."
"Early?"
The woman straightened and walked toward him.
"What do you mean, early?"
Lander shrugged. "My wife's part of the operations team. We weren't supposed to come out of stasis for another 2 weeks, but something happened, and, well, here you go."
"So we're not at Tranquility?"
"Not yet."
She laughed. "Fantastic. So I guess I just get to sit around and twiddle my thumbs for a few days, then."
She wiped a hand on her pant leg and offered it to him.
"I'm Farrow. That's Meyer."
"Joel Lander." He shook the man's hand and noticed the British flag on his shoulder, where the Tranquility mission patch should have been. "Royal Air Force?" "That's right. Haven't had time to get the new patches sewn on," Meyer explained. "Joined up as a last-minute replacement for a cat that changed his mind about coming." "Well, welcome to the team, then."
"Appreciate it."
"Not like we have a lot to offer right now, unfortunately." Meyer waved him off. "No worries at all. I'm used to roughing it."
"Lander, huh?"
Farrow asked, one eyebrow raised. He hesitated. "That's right."
"Knew a Ken Lander in flight school. Any relation?"
Without meaning to, he let out a relieved breath and shook his head, smiling. "No, don't know any Kens." Farrow shrugged.
Figured I'd ask."
She walked to the open cabinet and started looking over the cases, reading the labels.
"Strawberry? We'll see about that."
She pulled the case out and set it on one of the tables. "So, what do you do?" Meyer asked, moving to join Farrow. "I'm part of the mining enhancement team," Lander said, wanting to sound as unimportant as possible. Either people found out who he was, or they found out that Tally was part of the operations team and took that to mean he had the inside scoop on the mission. The latter was true, but he never shared anything that Tally ever told him. And the former, well, he preferred not to talk about it. "Right on," Meyer said, opening one of the bars and taking a bite. He grimaced and spoke around a mouthful of strawberry-flavored protein.
Oh, God. What the hell is that?
Lander mirrored the grimace. That's what I said.
I don't know,
Pharaoh said.
I think it's kind of all right. Not horrible.
Meyer laughed and tossed the bar on the table. You're welcome to them. He looked around the compartment. Need some water. Lander's comm disc chimed, and Cam's voice came through the implant.
Senior Specialist Lander, the emergency water supply is located inside cabinet H2.
Always listening, huh? Pharaoh frowned at him, and he shook his head. Look for cabinet H2. Should be water there. Meyer moved off, reading the numbers out loud as he went. D1, D2... The slight throbbing behind Lander's eyes returned, like he was having a rush of bad allergies. He pinched his nose, then pressed fingers against his forehead.
Cryo's a bitch, am I right?
Pharaoh said, her mouth still full of protein bar. You're not wrong, Lander said in agreement. Feels like I've just been smoked by my drill instructor for a week straight. Pharaoh laughed.
Yeah, I guess it's a little different for you Army guys, right?
Let me guess, Lander said. You went through this with little crisis cards, right? Hold it up if everything is going too badly.
Ha! That's the rumor, but we never got them.
She shrugged.
Wasn't too bad. More mental than anything, really.
Mental? A familiar voice said from the hatch. Lander turned and smiled as his team walked in. What up, boss? Rodriguez said, his voice far too loud. Then again, Lander couldn't think of a time when it wasn't. The squat Latino leaned over, peering at the box, and frowned.
What the hell is this? Where's the pancakes?
Pharaoh laughed again.
See?
Lander motioned to the two pilots. Team, meet Pharaoh and Meyer, he said. This is Ross, Erstein, Sabatini, Conley, and Rodriguez. The group exchanged handshakes and nods. Then they huddled around the case of protein bars, each with questioning expressions. Meyer returned with a case of bottled water, dropping it on the table next to the case of Astro bars. He tossed one to Pharaoh, then held out one for each member of Lander's team.
They're really not that bad,
Pharaoh said, pulling the last of her bar out of the wrapper.
It's a little dry, but that's all.
Erstein examined one of the bars, reading the nutritional information on the back.
I remember when they first started making these things, and if I remember correctly, they weren't extremely tasty at all.
Nothing's changed, Lander said, taking a drink from his water bottle.
So, what's the deal, boss?
Dave Ross, the team's second-in-command, asked Lander. Lander shook his head and capped his water bottle. Hell if I know, Dave. I just work here.
Fucking typical, right?
Rodriguez said, unwrapping one of the bars.
Just wake us up with nothing to... Oh!
He grimaced and tossed the bar down on the table.
What the fuck is that?
It's good for you, boy. Eat it,
Conley said. Rodriguez cracked open a bottle of water and started chugging. He shook his head and spat out bits of bar across the deck.
Oh, come on,
Erstein said, backing away.
That's disgusting. No, that's disgusting,
Rodriguez said, pointing at the bits on the deck.
Whoever decided that was a suitable ration supplement should be fucking shot.
Unfortunately, we're a little far away for that, Lander said.
Apparently not far enough, though,
Pharaoh said, grabbing another bar and stuffing it into her cargo pocket.
What's that mean?
Conley asked. Pharaoh motioned to Lander.
Apparently we're not at Tranquility yet.
The team turned to him, all speaking at once. Lander held up both hands. All right, hold on, just wait a minute.
The hell are you talking about? We're not at Tranquility,
Rodriguez shouted.
Where the hell are we then?
11. Heads up, Ensign Baker said, raising a hand in the air and beckoning everyone over. First image is coming in.
Put them up on the main viewer,
Major Scholl said. Aye, sir, Baker answered. Koskov looked up from the inventory control database she and Applin had been reviewing. It had been 6 days since they'd learned about the attacks at New Independence, and during that time they'd learned absolutely nothing of value. Other than the fact that they were growing ever closer to the planet, nothing had changed at all. The first image appeared on the main view screens, an orbital view of Tranquility, the continent of Bastion bathed in bright sunlight, the green plains and snow-capped mountains dotted by sporadic clouds. Finally, she thought, our new home. Then she corrected herself. If it hasn't been destroyed, that is.
Come on,
Applin said, getting up from the chair in front of Koskov.
Be right there,
Koskov said, keying her connection to Cam, and waited as the other woman hurried toward the command dais.
Make sure we get everything. All the images, all the transmissions, everything. Do you believe they will conceal information? I don't know.
Koskov stood. Keller was an asshole. There wasn't any argument there. But what she didn't know was whether or not he was an obfuscating asshole. She'd known enough control-freak commanders during her time in the service to know that sometimes they didn't tell the whole story to their subordinates, preferring to keep important details to themselves. The practice made no sense to Koskov. In her mind, if it was tactically relevant, everyone should be provided the information. She wondered how many lives had been lost over the centuries because of that kind of leadership. Lieutenant Love scoffed as she reached the ladder. Doesn't look like anything's wrong at all. Look at that, they're just walking around. The images began populating the main viewers, showing multiple angles of the colony from Colonial One's long-range sensors. People were frozen in various stages of what looked like everyday life in New Independence. Walking across the street, working on vehicles and buildings, supervising farming drones along the outer edges of the colony. Just another day. The steel alloy prefabricated buildings were arranged in a basic grid at the center of the colony, but grew more and more disorganized as they stretched further out onto the countryside. Roads worn into the dirt, crisscrossing between the structures. Koskov picked out the main administration center, a 4-story rectangular building, the short metal stairs leading up to the front entrance flanked by armed guards. Koskov wondered aloud, leaning forward for a better look. 2 men, dressed in gray overalls, stood alert, rifles in hand. Even in the still image, it was obvious they were looking for threats.
This one's armed too,
Applin said, pointing at another image. A woman standing in the cargo bed of a 6-wheeled rover, apparently watching over a dozen workers in the middle of unloading a second rover parked behind the first. She's guarding them like they're prisoners, Love said, looking at Scholes as if for confirmation. Enhance that, Scholes said. Can we identify that woman? Koskov squinted at the image, but from the angle it was impossible to see the woman's face. So much for state-of-the-art. I'm running it through facial recognition, one of the technicians said, tapping furiously on his terminal.
T1 is attempting the same, with no success,
Cam told Koskov through her earbud. She didn't respond. Cam was linked to everyone on the mission, but the AI could handle hundreds, if not thousands, of requests simultaneously, allowing for individual interactions that were secure and confidential. The only people that could actually go through the AI's complete database record and history were the technicians back on Earth, if Cam allowed them access. Besides, Koskov wasn't worried about anyone reviewing her actions in 3 years.
And still no answer on comms?
Koskov asked. Flight crew has been sending comm requests every 15 minutes for the past 3 hours, and still no response, Lieutenant Love said. And would they even tell us if they had? Koskov thought. We might as well try carrier pigeons for all the good they do, Scholes muttered, hands on his hips. Applin tapped on the terminal next to her, fingers working through the menus until she found what she wanted.
All the scans came back clear. Atmosphere's intact, no toxins detected. Oxygen and nitrogen, all trace elements normal. No abnormal stellar activity. Nothing.
And the coordinates for that? Scholes hesitated. Alien? Cam? This time, Cam's voice echoed around the operations for everyone to hear.
The orbital scopes are not configured to look at those coordinates at this time, Major Scholes.
Can you retask them?
Negative. I lack the operational access to reorient the scopes.
Of course not. Tell me, is there anything we know now that we didn't 5 minutes ago? This entire situation is beyond intolerable. Almost as much as you, Koskov thought. Colonel Keller is requesting comms, sir, Love said. Scholes took a deep breath and sighed. Put him through.
As you can see from the long-range scans, the situation is far from ideal, Keller said. There has obviously been an insurrection of some kind that is now putting this entire mission into jeopardy.
An insurrection?
Koskov asked before she could stop herself.
I'm not sure how you can draw that conclusion. We don't know anything about what happened.
A few video clips and some pictures don't tell us anything. We need to make contact with them and figure this out. Scholes glared at her. Yes, we do. He turned to Keller. We can't make assumptions about what is going on in the colony. Without direct contact with the surface prior to deployment, I cannot authorize any departures.
What the hell do you mean you can't authorize?
Koskov asked, ignoring Scholz's dirty look, her blood pressure rising.
This seems to be becoming a trend, she thought.
Our entire mission is to reinforce the colony. That's what we came here to do.
Any mission to the surface exposes the ship to whatever has happened in the colony, Keller said stiffly. As the threat is unknown, I cannot allow this to happen. The security of this ship is paramount, absolute. This vessel is one of a kind, and for the time being cannot be replaced. We cannot risk her on the unknown.
Okay, Scholes said, holding his hands out. We'll go figure it out. We'll send down a small expedition, re-establish communications, and talk with them. Find out what happened.
I think it's painfully obvious what happened, Keller said. Some of the colonists began getting power-hungry and decided to take over and run things their way. And violently, it seems. That's more than enough information for me to make a decision. If they don't care about the well-being of their fellow colonists, how do you think they're going to react to newcomers, especially newcomers with the resources at our disposal?
Colonel Keller, all due respect, I need time to discuss this with my people.
Very well. If nothing changes, we will be making preparations to make the return voyage as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Scholes sliced his hand across his neck, telling Baker to cut the feed, and the colonel's face disappeared, replaced by the Tranquility logo.
Scholes turned to face the crew. All right, people. Options.
Applin leaned close and nodded to the image of the armed woman.
They don't look much like they're in the mood to talk to anyone.
Koskov couldn't disagree.
We can't just send an expedition down without any protection. They should be armed, whoever it is. If there is a civil war going on. The only weapons we have readily available are a few PW-60s in the small arms locker, Applin said. The rest are packed up tight, along with the resupply for the existing mechanized units from Trank 1. It would take weeks to get to them. Might as well be slingshots against those rifles.
Koskov had never been in true combat herself, but Lander was a healthy resource of knowledge and never let her forget it. Not to mention that the entire time he'd been deployed to the Asian peninsula, she'd spent most of her free time watching archived footage from the war, and had seen firsthand the power of the Alliance's weapons. Rear echelon motherfucker she might be, but she wasn't blind to the cost of frontline warfighting. She doubted any who'd served during the last war were either, with the possible exception of Scholes and his nephew. As far as she knew, Love had never been deployed at all. And let's talk about the message that we would be sending to the colonists, Love said. What will they think if they're approached by armed strangers?
I could give a good goddamn about what they think,
Koskov said. Scholes held up a hand. All right, stop. We're getting ahead of ourselves here. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lieutenant, but we don't have any active military or security forces on board. That's correct, sir, Love answered immediately. I can tell you right now, we aren't going to be arming scientists and sending them down to the planet, Scholes said. That's not even an option.
A lot of the driver crews are ex-military,
Koskov said before she could stop herself.
They aren't just REMFs.
Love laughed. Oh, that's just what we need, a bunch of old, out-of-shape vets with itchy trigger fingers, yearning for the good old days. Sir,
They are capable, and I know they'd be willing,
Koskov said, cutting him off.
It's an option. We can't just do nothing. You know what Keller is going to say. They're going to want to turn this whole ship right around and go back home.
That might be the only option, Love argued.
That's not an option at all.
Don't you see that? Koskov asked.
There is nothing for any of us back on Earth. This is our home now, and for better or worse, we're going to have to figure this thing out.
Scholes clenched his jaw muscles, nostrils flaring as he contemplated Koskov's words. You know I'm right, she thought. Regardless of his personal motivations, she knew Scholes wanted the mission to succeed more than anyone. His entire reputation would hinge on it. If Trank 2 failed, his aspirations and dreams failed with it. Look at this, Ensign Baker said, turning and pointing at his monitor. Looks like they've got at least one rhino. They all moved to see. The image showed the rig standing near one of the foundries, its arm extended, a team of techs loading the 20mm cannon mounted on its forearm. Its driver hatch was folded open, the cockpit empty. The gunmetal gray armored plating was scuffed and scratched from years of use. Well, that does it, Love said, straightening and crossing his arms.
Does what?
Koskov asked.
Oh, come on. You were just the one talking about sending armed people down there because of a few people carrying rifles. You can't possibly expect to send anyone down now. What could they possibly do against a war rig like that?
Koskov started to respond, then stopped herself. Even armed, whoever they sent would have little chance against an armed and armored rig. If there was fighting to be done, they'd likely be on the losing side. Then she had a thought, and hated herself for saying it before the words had even left her mouth.
They're not the only ones with rigs.
Love stared at her, face stuck in something between shock and confusion.
He scoffed. You can't be serious.
Koskov straightened.
As a heart attack.
Yeah, construction rigs,
Love said. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder.
Those things aren't set up for fighting, not to mention a lack of anything resembling armor. They don't even have any offensive weapons. They'd be little more than expensive transports.
Koskov wasn't an expert on rigs, like her husband was, but she'd listened to him discuss them enough that she liked to think she had a better-than-average understanding of their capabilities than most. The Nasserhorn, nicknamed Rhino, because of the prominent dual-barrel autocannon sprouting from its nose just above the cockpit, was outdated by almost a decade. In fact, most had been taken out of active military service well before Trank 1 left Earth. They'd been cheap for the company to acquire and had become the mission's primary workhorse rigs and defensive platforms.
Even stripped down, the Orcas are significantly more advanced,
Koskov said.
They're faster and more agile than the Rhino could ever hope to be, and even then, I'm sure it wouldn't be difficult to modify our rigs to give them at least some protection.
And you're an expert in mechanized warfare all of a sudden, Lieutenant? Scholes asked, almost daring her to bring her husband into it.
Military intelligence, Major. That's what I did. Just because I don't have a plug in my neck doesn't mean I don't know what I'm talking about.
Love laughed.
You're insane. Modify? What the hell do you mean modify? You're talking about altering a multi-million-dollar piece of company property without authorization? No way.
Koskov put her hands on her hips.
There isn't anyone here from the company to authorize anything, Darren. Even if we sent off the request right this second, it'd be how long before we got a response? We were sent out here to support and enhance the existing colony, not to stand around debating whether or not to go home before we've even arrived. I can't believe I even have to argue this.
She pointed to the screen.
This was the entire reason we left home, she continued. We all knew it could be dangerous. Hell, for almost all of us, we knew this was going to be a one-way trip. Now we're all cowering at the first sign of danger? Come on, Scholes. That's not what we signed up for.
Love looked like he wanted to argue, but kept his mouth closed, instead turning to Scholes, obviously looking to the captain for orders. Scholes held Koskov's gaze for several long moments before looking away, working his jaw back and forth as if he could will her to add the sir. He looked over the frozen images still coming, showing multiple angles of New Independence, and let out a sigh. All right, he said. Who did you have in mind, Lieutenant? Is there anyone on board that you'd be willing to trust with a mission like this?
Oh,
Koskov said, suppressing a grimace.
I know a guy.
And I hope he doesn't kill me. 12. Specialist Lander, report to control, Love's voice announced over the ship-wide comm. Repeat, Specialist Lander, report to control. Jesus Christ, what now? Lander said, looking up at the gunmetal gray ceiling of the hangar bay. He double-checked that the interface cable was firmly seated into its housing on the back side of his rig's leg and dropped to the deck. Ross, who'd been holding the cable slack, let it fall to the deck.
What could they possibly want already?
Your guess is as good as mine, Lander muttered.
Haven't heard anything from Tally?
Lander shook his head. Been an ops since we came out of cryo. Ross raised an eyebrow at him, the corner of his mouth turned up in a half-smile.
Want me to come with, boss? For moral support?
Lander laughed. I'm sure I'll get an earful of something. No sense subjecting anyone else to his bullshit. I'll fill you in after. Lander nodded to the rest of the group, inspecting the adjacent rig. Rodriguez and Conley were doing pull-ups under the Orca's right arm as Erskine counted. The count was 20, and Lander was more than a little surprised Conley was keeping pace. Just make sure they don't break anything.
Yeah, right, Ross said with a grin. I think I'd have an easier time convincing Shoals to let us drag race in 0G with the fire extinguishers.
Catch you in a bit. Lander peeled off from the group and made his way out of the cargo bay towards the middle of the ship, feeling his feet land just a little lighter with each step as he closed in on the central spire. His stomach turned as he pulled himself into the vertical shaft, and his body became completely weightless. His head spun for a second as it tried to figure out that he was spinning around and walking vertically up a wall, at least his limited logic said he was, until he mentally slapped himself and concentrated on what he needed to do. He pulled himself up the shaft toward the command deck, being careful to keep his speed down, knowing he'd have to stop at the other end.
All the technology and intelligence in the world, and they couldn't come up with a better design than this.
The ship-wide chimed again, and Lieutenant Love's voice echoed around him. Specialist Lander, report to operations immediately.
All right, you little shit, he grumbled out loud. Keep your goddamn pants on.
Specialist Lander, Shoals said rigidly as Lander entered the operations deck. He stood at the edge of the command platform, hands on the rails, overlooking the compartment like a lord over his court. I called you over 10 minutes ago. Lander made eye contact with Tally, who grimaced and mouthed sorry. What can I do for you, Major? I hope you have a good reason for your delayed response, Specialist. Traffic. Love stepped up to the rail, but Shoals raised a hand before he could speak. I don't want to get off on the wrong foot here, Specialist, but perhaps a little more urgency next time? Of course, sir, Lander said, keeping his face straight. I'll get right to it then, Shoals said. Something has happened on Tranquility, a conflict of some sort, which started shortly after we all entered stasis. It appears as though at least two factions have turned against each other, and during the fighting, most, if not all, of their communication equipment was destroyed. The Coalition has not been able to reach New Independence for over 2 years. Lander looked at Tally, then back to Shoals, confused. 2 years? How is that possible? That doesn't make any sense.
It's true, Tally said. And there's something else.
Shoals gave her a warning look, but she continued anyway.
There's something down there. Something not human.
Lander scoffed. What do you mean, like an alien? Tally nodded. That's ridiculous. It's not, Shoals said, motioning to Baker at the console behind him. The main viewer came to life, showing a dark cavern with a pool of water in the center. Lander watched, shocked, as the creature emerged from the water, tendrils waving in the air as if blowing in a breath, a purple-yellowish light pulsing on its chest. He jumped as a high-pitched scream ripped through the compartment, the sound making his stomach turn and hair stand on end. The clip ended, leaving them in silence. Lander's mind raced, not knowing what to think or do. What the fuck was that? We don't know, Shoals said. Lander did a double-take, thinking, how hard was that to say? It's an unknown alien life form, Love said, like that wasn't already obvious. So what, that thing destroyed the colony? Lander asked. We don't know that, Shoal said, a little too quickly. All we know is that they made contact with the thing, and 3 days later, all communication stopped. Lander sniffed. You know, in some circles, they might call that a clue. We don't want to assume anything in this situation, Love said. We don't have any idea what happened, and speculating will only lead to— Yeah, I get it. Then something occurred to him. He glanced at Tally, who pointedly was not making eye contact with him. What exactly did you call me up here for, Major? Colonel Keller has made the determination that unless we can verify the status of the colony and confirm whether or not it's safe to begin disembarking procedures, he will not release anyone from the ship. Keller doesn't control colonial operations, Lander countered. Shoals nodded. No, but he does control operations aboard this ship, unfortunately, and as such, he has said that he would rather return to Earth than risk exposing the ship to whatever force has destroyed the colony's systems. He can't do that. Yes, Tally said, putting a hand on the rail, her expression serious and concerned. He can, Jay, and he will, unless we can prove to him that it's safe to proceed. So, Lander thought, holding Tally's gaze, this was your idea. He turned back to Shoals. What do you need me to do? We need someone to take a reconnaissance mission to the surface and make contact with the people still living in New Independence. Figure out what happened to the colony. Lander laughed. Hold on, let me get this straight. You're saying there's a hostile alien presence on the planet and a civil war going on, and you want me to go down there with a white flag and do what? Say, hi guys, we're here. What have you all been up to the last couple of years? Haven't heard from you in a while. Is that about right? Shoals cleared his throat again. I don't think I like your tone, specialist, Love said. Yeah? You asked me here, not the other way around. The way I see it, you apparently need me a lot more than I need you, so you and your feelings about my tone can go fuck yourself. Judging by the lieutenant's shocked expression, he hadn't been expecting such an aggressive response. He looked to Shoals, who just stared at Lander stone-faced. Shoals might have been an asshole, but it seemed like he knew when he wasn't holding all the cards. I wouldn't have put it as colorfully as you have, Shoals said. But yes, that about sums up the task. Listen, I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm not a warfighter anymore. I'm just a rig driver. A construction rig driver at that. I didn't come all the way out here to fight another bullshit war. We're not asking you to fight a war for us, Shoals argued. We're asking you to simply make contact with those people down there and determine whether it's safe to land or not. We have collected several long-range orbital images that show there are still people living in New Independence. You said there was a civil war going on. You want me to go into the middle of that without knowing anything about which side is which? And how do you know there's a conflict between the colonists in the first place? Behind Shoals, the main viewer came on again, displaying various orbital images of the colony. Lander studied the images as they appeared. Those look like hostages, or prisoners, Lander said at the image of the armed woman watching the people load a flatbed rover. Yes, it does appear so, Shoals said. What happened? Why'd they turn against each other? We don't know, Shoals repeated. You're kind of not giving me a lot to go on here, Major. Yes, well, unfortunately, this is all the information we have at this time. They aren't answering our hails. Or can't, Love added. Shoals looked like he wanted to say something, but didn't. If it would have been anyone else, he would have, Lander thought. Major Shoals, may I? Tally asked. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She dropped down the ladder and pulled Lander to the side of the compartment. This is insane, he said before she could speak. We don't have any idea what's going on down there. I could be walking right into the middle of a war zone with nothing but the shirt on my back and what, a cricket? I'm not a soldier anymore. You know that. No one's asking you to fight a war, Lander, she said firmly. This is a scouting mission, nothing more. If you get down there and it looks too dangerous, you back off and return to the ship. It's that simple. Nothing about this is simple. Who knows what the alien is capable of doing? I mean, it didn't look like it was trying to make friends. I can't ask my team to go down there and face a threat we know literally nothing about.
Keep your voice down.
Tally gave everyone on the platform a sidelong glance.
You don't think I know that? But I don't see that we have much of a choice. Keller is going to turn this ship around. He's going to return to Earth without so much as an investigation. The only thing he cares about is the ship. He doesn't give a damn about us or our family or any of the other 5,000 people down there waiting to wake up at their new home. If we don't at least try to figure this out, no one else will.
Lander clenched his jaw together, chest tightening as his frustration and anger grew.
I didn't come here to fight another war. I know you didn't. I know. And I don't like it any more than you do. Trust me, I don't. I hate this. It's not what we signed up for, but it's what we got. Nothing we can do about it.
Lander let out a long breath, his mind racing with everything he'd learned.
We're not prepared for something like this. You're right. We're not. But that doesn't matter. We have a duty.
A duty? Lander asked, wishing his words hadn't come out as aggressive as they had. He lowered his voice and said,
Our duty is to each other and to Kirsten. We came out here for us. For her.
Tally nodded.
Don't you think I know that? Don't you think I've been thinking about that since all this shit started? You have no idea how much I wanted things to not be this way, but they are, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Lander's cheeks flushed. He looked at the floor and said, You're right. I'm sorry.
Listen, I know this isn't what you want. It's not what I want either. I'm not an idiot. I know what you've been through. And if you can't do this...
She trailed off for a moment. She shook her head, obviously changing her mind.
Out of everyone on board this ship, you tell me there's someone better equipped to handle this mission. Anyone else. And we'll ask them instead.
Lander clenched his jaw.
You're missing the point. We don't have the right gear for this, Tally. My people haven't trained for this. They're not war fighters anymore. The point is, Tally said through clenched teeth, this is our home now. And if we don't fucking fight for it, no one will. You want someone like Scholes or Love handling things right now? Or Keller?
Okay. What is the plan, then? Lander asked. Sending a team down there with a couple of crickets and a white flag? See if they want a parlay?
You can take the risks. At least you'd have some protection.
Lander laughed. Are you serious? They're just frames. No armor, no protection, not to mention no guns.
They're modular, right? We can...
Lander raised a hand. Hold on. I know you're not suggesting what I think you're suggesting.
We put some plating on them, scrounge a couple bigger weapons. I don't know. It'd be something at least. Better than just going down there in a jumpsuit with a cricket.
Yeah, just barely.
It's something.
This is crazy, Lander said. But in the back corner of his mind, he was already considering the possibilities. The rigs would provide more protection than just standard body armor. Much more. They were faster than traversing the land by foot, and they'd be able to take supplies and anything else they might need.
You're a warrior, Jay,
she said, grabbing both shoulders and squeezing them for emphasis.
You're a leader. Now, other people can go, but you know as well as I do that nobody else up here is half the soldier you are.
He sniffed. Well, at least a quarter. He raised his prosthetic, filling the silence with the sound of tiny motors as the fingers wiggled. She smiled, and as always, Lander's heart melted. All right, he said. I'll do it.
Thank you.
Don't thank me yet. I still have to convince the rest of the team to go. Lander found his team where he'd left them, huddled around Erstein's work cart in front of their rigs in one of Colonial One's massive hangar bays. The entire trip down from operations, he'd been trying to figure out exactly how he was going to break the news to them, and wasn't finding the words at all. He'd replayed what he'd seen and heard multiple times in his mind, and each time the situation seemed to get worse and worse. He wasn't under any illusions. He'd known there would be challenges, difficulties they hadn't anticipated in living all the way out here in the middle of nowhere. But aliens? That was something he'd never in a million years have genuinely considered. Even after seeing the footage from the cave, he still wasn't sure he believed it 100%. A civil war, even multiple groups fighting against each other, that was easy to believe. That had been the mainstay of human civilization since the first people walked on Earth. Why would it be any different hundreds of light years away? Rodriguez turned as Lander approached.
Jesus, boss. You look like you just found out your wife's actually your sister.
Ross crossed his arms.
You know that from personal experience. Hey, fuck you, cabron.
Yeah, well, it's worse than that, Lander said.
Worse than marrying Rod's sister? Connolly asked. This has got to be good.
Good isn't what I'd call it, Lander said. You're not going to believe this shit. 13.
How am I supposed to connect the power supply to the external trigger mechanism?
Ross yelled across the shuttle bay, hanging half out of his Orca's cockpit.
Just wire it inside the limb, Erskine yelled back. Splice it to the main power junction in front of the elbow assembly, but make sure you have a good seal around it.
Ross hesitated, holding the cables in hand as if still not sure.
Yeah, right.
Erskine was half standing on a short ladder, half hanging from Ross's Orca's left arm extended in front of the rig, a welding torch in one hand, making the final adjustments to the newest attachment. A fist-size cylinder was mounted on the forearm, its opening just behind the wrist joint. A pair of high-pressure hoses connected the nozzle to tanks attached to the rig's back. The module had been originally designed to deploy fast-setting concrete for construction of prefabricated buildings and shoring up mining tunnels. But over the last couple of days, Erskine and Ross had converted it to deploy a thickened liquid fuel mixture, which, when combined with a cutting torch, created a brutal flamethrower. In theory, Lander thought, watching the two work. The whole team had taken the news fairly well, and to their credit had jumped in feet first when tasked with upgrading their rigs for the new assignment. Some a little more enthusiastic than others. Rodriguez and Connolly were determined to commandeer one of Stork's point defense cannons, despite repeated arguments from Erskine that the weapons wouldn't fit on the rigs. Beside Lander, Connolly appeared and dropped a long bundle of cable next to Erskine's makeshift workstation.
12-inch cable.
She glared at Lander, but when she spoke, he knew the driver's words weren't meant for him.
And if you need any more, you can get it yourself.
Erskine climbed off the ladder and squatted next to the cable.
Perfect. Now all I need is another case of fittings, and... He trailed off, moving to another piece of equipment, mumbling to himself. The team had acquired a good portion of the hangar's deck space, which was quickly filling with spare parts, steel plates, and clusters of equipment needed for making the modifications to their rigs.
Erskine's demands had started out common enough, power cells, hydraulic pistons, but when he'd started asking for specific types of titanium plating and machined coupling rings Colonial One's crew had started to push back a little. It always interested Lander how resourceful people began to be when pressed against barriers of reluctance and red tape. That's when the magic happens, he thought. Erskine stopped beside Lander and pulled a pad from his cargo pocket. He tapped through several screens, adjusting and adding to the design he was sure would work. Well, Lander said, eyeing the schematics on the pad but not really understanding them.
Well, sir?
Do you think you can do it? Build one?
Oh, I can build it, sir. The question is whether or not we have the resources to put it together.
His shoulders slumped.
But that's not really the problem.
What is then?
Time. I'm not sure I have enough time.
How much time do you need?
Erskine shrugged. No one's tried to manufacture a railgun this size before. I know the math's right, but...
But?
Sorry, boss, there's just a lot of factors involved.
Ross dropped down off his rig and came over.
I'm telling you, we just need to convert a few of the bloggers to hand cannons, and we'll be good to go.
The ballistic ground-penetrating radar, or BLGRs, were used for mining. The 30mm tungsten-jacketed high-velocity slugs drilled into the ground before emitting highly concentrated radar pulses used to find and measure geologic formations. But as Ross had pointed out, they were simply oversized revolvers. That could blow a hole in a man without breaking a sweat, Lander thought.
And
Ross continued.
"They'd require a lot less power." "Power isn't really the issue," Erskine said. "Actually, if you—"
"Don't," Lander said, holding up a hand to stop the man before he launched into another tirade about quantum power generation or inline power induction or whatever else is rolling around in that head of his. Erskine hesitated for a moment, then went back to tapping on his pad. "How long?" Lander asked, looking at Ross. The driver shrugged. "Not long at all. They're already part of the mod kit. We just have to modify the firing assembly to allow for rapid repeat fire. Just need to get my hands on one." "Conley, Rodriguez," Lander said. "Track down a few bloggers. See what you can scrounge up."
"Roger that, boss,"
Conley said, already moving away. Rodriguez on her heels. "What we really need to do is remove the limiters on the motivator drives," Lander said.
"Yeah, I'm probably going to need a little help with that," Erskine said. "You're talking about completely rewriting some of the source code for these models, and I wouldn't want to mess anything up." "Mess anything up like what?"
Sabatini asked, coming up behind them.
"Hey, boss."
Lander suppressed a groan. Erskine looked up from his pad.
"Oh, I don't know, like ejecting a driver mid-stride? That would be bad." "Yeah, that would be bad,"
Sabatini echoed. At 26, Giovanni Sabatini was the youngest member of Lander's team. He joined the Allied military at the very tail end of the war, and despite having passed the rig driver qualifications course, he hadn't seen any actual combat. He had not, however, missed the celebration of Lander's final mission and the subsequent fanfare that had haunted Lander ever since, and looked up to him like a mythical hero. "What are you doing?" Lander asked him, trying to keep the irritation out of his voice. Sabatini hesitated. Lander motioned to Ross's rig. "If you're just standing around with nothing to do, there's some welding that needs doing."
"Right,"
the younger man said, and darted away, anxious to please.
"You know, I can finish that if you're wanting to—"
Ross trailed off, catching Lander's narrowed-eyed glance.
"Right."
30 minutes later, Conley and Rodriguez returned driving a two-seater cargo lift, its flatbed loaded down with equipment. Lander frowned, backing out of the way and reading the stenciled markings on the side of some of the containers.
"Jesus, Rodriguez," Lander said.
"Where did you get that?"
"What?"
Rodriguez asked in an innocent voice. Lander motioned to one of the containers marked Sigma 2mm. "That." The driver shrugged.
"Found it." "Holy shit,"
Erskine said, coming around to see what they were talking about. He unfastened the clips at either end of the container, lifted the lid, and repeated, "Holy shit." The 2mm thick reinforced ceramic armor plating was some of the more advanced technologies that had come out of the end of the war. The ceramic material, interweaved with carbon fiber, graphite, and titanium threads, was 20 times more impact-resistant than previous armor, and a fraction of the weight. The one container alone was worth 10 years of Lander's already ridiculous salary. "Where did you find this?" Lander asked. Rodriguez lifted an eyebrow.
"Do you really want to know that, boss?"
Lander opened his mouth to say yes, but paused as Ross tapped his arm, nodding at something behind him. He turned and saw Tally coming up, pushing a container of her own on a wheeled cart. "Hey," Lander said, stepping away from the ultra-expensive and probably stolen equipment.
"Hey,"
Tally said back, easing the cart to a stop. She glanced around him, obviously more than a little curious.
"What you guys got there?"
"Nothing," Lander said, a little too quickly. He rapped the top of the container she'd brought. "What's this?" She gave him a knowing smile.
"Well, since we're all getting into things we might not ought to be," she shot Rodriguez a look, "I figured, what the hell. But you have to obey shipboard regulations at all times. No exceptions."
Lander frowned, and she opened the case. He laughed, reaching in and pulling one of the compact PW60s from its mounting bracket. "It's lighter than it looks."
"Oh, damn. Christmas came early this year,"
Conley said, taking one for herself. She tapped the switch with her thumb before anyone could tell her not to. The stock popped out, and the holographic optic flipped into position. She pulled it into her shoulder, resting her cheek against the stock.
That's nice.
Lander pressed the switch on his and waited for the weapon to extend. He took a second to look over the weapon before pulling the action back. Inspecting the empty chamber, he grabbed one of the empty magazines sitting on the rack inside the case and slapped it into the magazine well on the forward grip. Tally shook her head and handed him a second magazine, which he slid into the rear grip. He racked the action, held it up to look through the optic, and pulled the trigger. The weapon clicked, and Lander nodded. Very nice.
You're welcome, Tally said. Do me a favor, though.
What's that?
Don't do anything stupid with them.
Lander lowered the weapon, feigning hurt. Me?
Yeah, you.
She looked past him to the cart Rodriguez and Conley had acquired.
Sigma armor, huh? Scholes isn't going to be too happy you're commandeering his equipment without approval.
Hey, who says we don't have approval? Rodriguez asked.
Do you?
He sniffed.
Well, yeah, that's what I thought.
He's the one asking us to start a fire with no flint or steel, Lander said, feeling an unconscious compulsion to back his team. Tally raised an eyebrow at him.
You couldn't do that even if you had flint and steel.
Lander laughed.
Gotcha, you son of a bitch,
Erskine cried out. His back was turned, fingers tapping on his pad, seemingly oblivious to the exchange going on behind him. When he didn't explain, Lander said, Yes? Erskine looked up from his pad, face flushing as he realized everyone was looking at him.
Oh, sorry.
He held up the pad.
I think I figured out the limiter problem, but...
Yes, Lander repeated, drawing out the word.
I'm just not sure I'll be able to bypass the primary driver sequences, he explained. I mean, I probably can, but not in the time available. There's a lot of code involved. Cam thinks she can do it,
Tally said. By all means, Lander said, not even bothering to ask how. Chances were he wouldn't have understood the procedure anyway. Cam's voice came through Erskine's pad so everyone could hear.
The performance restrictions involved with the Mark II Orca mining and construction model are designed to ensure...
Can you do it? Lander asked, cutting the AI off.
I believe I can, Specialist Lander.
Rodriguez slapped Erskine between the shoulder blades.
You know, if it doesn't work, you can just rip everything out and start over. The limitations to the performance of the mechanized unit are software-based,
Cam announced.
Removal of hardware will not expedite the task.
Make sure you keep Erskine appraised on your work. Ross, can you get these fixed up? Lander motioned to the bloggers.
Should be able to.
He set the cricket back onto its rack inside the case. All right, let's get to work. Koskov stood back and watched her husband's team work, impressed with the chemistry they'd achieved in such a short time. They'd only been working together for 6 months, but it might as well have been 6 years. In the span of an hour, Ross, Conley, and Rodriguez had the bloggers mounted and firing systems modified. Erskine and Lander were working with Cam and making slow but marked progress with the limiters. And Sabatini rushed between the two groups, bringing parts, equipment, and sometimes refreshments as the others worked. Gotta love that FNG life, Costco thought, remembering her time as the new guy. Okay, how's that? Lander called from inside his Orca's cockpit. Another failure message appeared on Koskov's datapad, and she shook her head.
Nope.
A metallic clang resounded through the air. Son of a bitch.
Reprogramming the primary driver sequencers will remove the limiters and allow the expanded function Specialist Lander is searching for,
Cam said in Koskov's earpiece.
Cam thinks she can bypass,
she summarized. Of course she does.
You know,
Rodriguez said, coming up behind Koskov. He carried a coil of cable looped over one shoulder, his old military unit cap turned backwards.
We can always just rip everything out and start over. You're an engineer too?
Koskov asked, raising a skeptic eyebrow. He dropped the cable to the deck and brushed off his hands.
I've been known to piece a thing or two together.
Koskov chuckled.
Well, even if we wanted to, we don't have the time for that. Only have 3 days until we reach orbit. And you think it's going to be as bad as everyone thinks it is? No way to tell.
but I'd rather be prepared than not.
A smile turned up at the corner of his mouth.
Pray for peace. Prepare for war.
She nodded.
That's right.
Someone gave a shrill whistle, and they looked up to see Lander leaning out of his cockpit, wiping the smudges from his face with a dirty rag. Sweat glistened on his forehead, his black hair matted to the side. He'd tied the top half of his jumpsuit around his waist, his gray t-shirt stained from sweat and grease. "If you're just going to stand around chatting, how about you toss me a water?"
Sure thing, boss,
Rodriguez said. A lot of women might have been put off by her husband's disheveled appearance, but the sight of Joel in his current state was almost enough to make her forget about the dire circumstances they were all facing, and drag him off somewhere to conduct some unregulated ship activity. She smiled up at him, and a curious grin spread across his face in response. "What?" he asked. She shook her head.
Nothing.
Lander caught the bottle and cracked it open. He was in the middle of a long pull when sparks shot into the air from the next orca over, making him spit out a mouthful and almost drop the water. Connolly and Sabatini were welding one of the armored plates to its left forearm. "For shit's sake," Lander said, capping the bottle and shaking his head.
Sorry,
Connolly shouted over her shoulder. It seemed a little medieval, mounting what amounted to a sword and shield on one of the most advanced pieces of equipment ever devised by mankind, but here they were. Hopefully they won't need to use them, Koskov thought. But the closer they got to the planet, the more that seemed unlikely. The flight crew still hadn't been able to raise anyone at New Independence, despite plenty of evidence they were alive and well on the surface. Well, some of them at least. They continued to receive images from the orbital satellites, but nothing much had changed. There were still armed guards patrolling the streets, people still worked in the foundries and shops, people just living their lives. There was, however, a definite lack of children, a point they deliberated over the course of several meetings, and as yet no one had been able to come up with a logical reason as to why. There hadn't been any children sent with the first mission, but babies had started popping out almost exactly 9 months after landing, and Koskov knew from all the reports sent back that the trend hadn't slowed. There should have been a few hundred small children at least, and so far, they'd seen none. Best case scenario, they were all hidden out of sight someplace. We can only hope, she thought. No one wanted to think of the worst.
I have accessed the primary control routines for this unit,
Cam said.
I am adjusting the limiting programs now.
Cam thinks she has it,
Koskov said, looking up from her pad. Finally, Lander said, sitting back, his fingers dancing over the rig's control screens in front of him. Oh yeah, that did it. Let's see how this baby handles. The Orca A2 civilian variant was specifically designed for construction and mining operations, modified so the cockpit was open instead of completely sealed. Lander pulled down the roll bar assembly, locking it into place. From the waist down, his legs were hidden inside the gunmetal gray chassis. He slipped his hands inside the Waldo arm controls and tapped the rig's initiator. Marker lights came to life at various points along the rig's body as the main drive wound up. An orange strobe began spinning on the top of the chassis, just behind the cockpit, as servos inside wound up, the rig straightening to its full 4-meter height. Lander tested the arms, each movement accompanied by a quiet whine of servos and electronics. "Stand clear. Rig moving," he said robotically, voice projected through the rig's external comms. Those gathered around him spread out and repeated his warning just as their indoctrinated muscle memory forced them to. He took several steps across the deck, each step sending reverberating thumps across the bay. Koskov felt the vibrations through the soles of her boots as she backed away. "Movement is good," Lander said, turning at the waist, straightening out both arms. He brought them back in, then turned and launched himself into a sprint, racing away from the group toward the dropship at the far end. Without the limiter keeping the rig's speed at a brisk 25 miles per hour, the Orca 2 could reach speeds of 60 to 70, given enough space. Halfway across the deck, the rig pushed off 1 foot, leaping 10 meters as if it were nothing more than a hop. It landed without missing a step and continued on for another 5 meters before slowing to a stop and turning back. "Now that's more like it," Lander said, his voice booming throughout the bay. Beside Koskov, Rodriguez laughed, head nodding, hands rubbing together.
Hostia puta, that shit is tight.
Several of the nearby techs clapped and cheered as Lander returned, all smiles.
Come on, Cam,
Conley said, climbing into her rig.
Hook a sister up. Working.
"Ross, those things ready?" Lander asked, walking up to where one of the bloggers sat in its storage cradle. Ross stepped back from the module.
Give it a shot.
Lander maneuvered to the modular attachment rack and slid the rig's right arm down into the receiver. The blogger's open end slid smoothly over the rig's fist, locking on with a series of metallic clanks. Gears whirred inside the assembly as Lander lifted it out of the cradle, turning his hand to inspect the oversized revolver. The cylinder spun inside its housing, then flipped out the side. Each magazine held 20 30-millimeter rounds, each designed to penetrate into the ground and return a highly detailed sensor scan of the surrounding rock and ore. Of course, to prevent multiple discharges, the designers had installed a safety mechanism to restrict how many rounds it could discharge per minute. Removing that restriction would turn the benign tool into a weapon of significant power. "Well," Lander said, flicking the rig's wrist, snapping the cylinder closed with a mechanical clunk. "It's no minigun, but I guess it'll do. Can't believe you got Scholes to sign off on this." Koskov coughed.
Yeah.
He raised an eyebrow at her. "You did, didn't you?" "You're becoming more and more like me all the time." Koskov put her hands on her hips.
I don't know if I resent that or not, Specialist Lander.
"Senior specialist. And hey, watch out!" Koskov spun as Sabatini's rig stutter-stepped sideways, arms outstretched, trying to maintain balance, barely missing the six-wheeled rover rolling toward the dropship. The rig slammed a fist into the deck, arresting its fall. After a moment, Sabatini straightened, turning back to the group, a look of shock and awe on his face.
Holy shit,
he said, breathing heavily, grinning from ear to ear.
That's crazy.
"Jesus, kid, take it easy with that thing."
"Yeah, you break it, you buy it, puta,"
Rodriguez chided. "Hey," Sabatini said, holding out the rig's arms to either side. "Call me a bitch one more time, Gardner?"
"And what?"
Rodriguez challenged.
"Come on, Boot,"
Ross called, waving him over.
"Let's get that thing loaded up." "Damn, I can't wait to get this thing into action,"
Sabatini said. He pointed to one of the bloggers. "I need to get one of those things." "Oh, no," Lander said. "Ain't no way in hell you're getting one of these." Ross laughed.
"That's right. You'll be working with only the finest bladesmith this side of the solar system."
"Bladesmith?" Sabatini grimaced.
Oh, come on, Ross. Don't do that to me. I rated marksman in driver school.
"You ever fire in combat?" Lander asked. The driver hesitated.
"Well,
that's what I thought," Lander said.
"Sword and board it is then," Ross said. "Come on over. Let's get the mounts squared away."
"I'll have one done for the kid in no time," Erstein told them, still head down and working on the adjustments to Rodriguez's rig.
"It's not so bad, Sab,"
Conley shouted over to Sabatini. She stood in her rig, the machine interpreting her movement impulses so accurately that the rig appeared somehow feminine while exuding an air of mechanical sassiness. In her rig's right hand, she held a wide, 2-meter-long improvised sword. Despite the blade's weight, Conley swished it around as if it weighed nothing at all. Sabatini laughed.
"Without a sign, his sword the brave man draws and asks no omen but his country's cause." "What the hell did you just say?"
Conley asked. "It's Homer," Sabatini said, as if she and everyone else on the team should have known that.
"Uh-huh.
Come on," Ross said, waving Sabatini over.
"We're burning daylight." "You think they're ready for this?"
Koskov asked her husband as the rest of the team loaded the final rig into the Starlifter's No. 2 cargo bay. "Hell, Telly, I don't know if I'm ready for this." She eyed him squarely.
"You don't have to do this if you don't want to."
"Don't have much of a choice. I don't do it, someone else will. I'd rather make sure it gets done right the first time, you know? At the dropship's ramp, Sabatini's rig stumbled slightly, almost tripping over some cargo crates stacked on the deck. He cursed and shouted at one of the deckhands, and Rodriguez erupted into laughter, pointing. Ross held his hands up for Sabatini to back up so they could fix the obstacle, and the young driver cursed again. "See?" Lander said, grinning. "It'll be fine. They're consummate professionals."
They look it.
"Well, it's not like we've got anyone else around here to replace them."
Koskov sighed, uncrossing her arms.
I know, but with everything at stake.
Lander put a hand on her shoulder. "It's going to be fine, I promise. This whole thing is probably one big misunderstanding. It'll all be cleared up by lunch. You watch."
I hope so.
14. Lander's fingers clenched the sides of his seat, his teeth clenched as he fought the lingering nausea. Despite Farrow's repeated claims that the flight was going to be smooth and enjoyable, the violent turbulence they'd encountered during their re-entry had nearly been too much for him. He didn't know what he hated worse, re-entry or zero-G. Maybe just flying in general, he thought. The UH-2C Starlifter's body was identical to its brother, the UH-3A Paladin, but as far as the rest of the operational and mechanical systems went, it was completely different. Where the Paladin model was fitted with military-grade Sigma armor, multiple PDC emplacements, rocket pods, and the most advanced electronic warfare package to date, the Starlifter was basically a flying box. Several big boxes stripped of everything except the base necessities, leaving room for as much cargo and passengers as possible. The team sat on benches along the bulkhead, facing each other on either side of the dropship's forward bay. Across the bay, Conley sat with her eyes closed, apparently sleeping, between Rodriguez and Sabatini. Rodriguez and Sabatini were engaged in an intense discussion about how they would spend their credits when they became heroes of the colony and the Coalition gave them ridiculous bonuses. He cursed and held his breath as the Starlifter flared, pressing Lander back into his seat. Beside him, Ross sat quietly, his eyes shut, lips moving, speaking silently to himself. Lander tried to ignore the flood of images appearing in his mind, tried ignoring the screams and chest-rattling booms as things exploded all around him. Landing, crashing, hard, drivers on fire, bulkheads buckling, sparks popping, his fingers trying to free himself and failing.
"You all right, boss?"
Rodriguez asked from across the bay. "Perfect." Lander blew out a breath as the cabin shook around them, the hissing of the landing struts absorbing the ship's weight echoing around them. Ross was the first to unbuckle. He motioned toward the Starlifter's rear bays. "All right, people, let's get those rigs unpacked." "Roger that," Sabatini said, enthusiastically unclipping his harness and hurrying to the back.
"You sure you're all right?"
Ross asked, his voice low. "I'm fine. Had some bad eggs this morning." Ross nodded, but didn't respond. Lander unclipped his harness and stood up, ignoring his twisting gut. "What are you, my mom now?" His second-in-command stepped back, hands raised.
"Hey, you say you're good? You're good."
"Come on," Lander said. "We've work to do."
"Camp,"
Lander said, the word coming out as a croak. He cleared his throat and tried again. "Cam, environmental report."
Oxygen, 23.4%. Nitrogen and carbon dioxide levels are safe. Outside surface temperature is 78 degrees, with a wind speed of 11 miles per hour,
the computer announced, the digitized voice filling the cabin. Lander ducked through the hatch connecting the small forward bay to the first of the expansive fold-up bays. "How much daylight is left?"
The remaining daylight period is 8 hours, 44 minutes. Senior Specialist Lander, I must inform you that when the sun sets, the surface temperature will decrease rapidly.
Cam answered. "Duly noted."
Do you want to know more?
"No," Lander said. "Let's just get these rigs unloaded." The configuration of the Starlifter's rear bays was modular, like most things in the modern military. Lander could see all the way back to the last bay, where one of the fold-up doors was whining open slowly. The air was humid, a stark contrast to Stork's cool, crisp air. He inhaled through his nose. He'd imagined his first breath on an alien world to be somewhat of a momentous occasion, but there was no fanfare or champagne corks popping. No one seemed to notice at all. Rodriguez and Sabatini were already opening the clamps, unlocking their rigs from the bulkhead. Ross found his rig and climbed into the cockpit, immediately cycling through the power-up sequence. Erskine was standing next to his rig, datapad in hand, tapping on its screen with one finger. The computer tech caught Lander's eye and held up the pad.
About 8 miles southeast of New Independence.
Lander swallowed, the twisting in his gut now only a minor irritation. Good. Waypoint's still good to go?
Unless we run into anything hinky the orbital scans didn't pick up, I think we should be fine. Travel time should be around a couple hours.
Good. He found his rig at the end of the bay, looking like someone had made a cruel joke when assembling the thing. Sabatini had called it a Franken-Orca, and Lander couldn't disagree. There's going to be hell to pay once the bean counters see this, Lander thought, opening the small access panel on the side of the rig's steel leg. He tapped in the authorization code, unlocking the rig, and the internal drive hummed to life. The cockpit cage whined open, folding up to allow Lander to climb in. He lowered himself into the rig, feeling that familiar cooling sensation of the neural connection, like someone pressing an ice cube to his back. Slipping his hands into the control braces, he began working the startup sequence, as the gel-filled padding expanded to cocoon his lower body and torso. Now, when his brain told his legs to walk, the orca's legs would move instead. A row of displays, arranged in a semicircle just above his waist, activated, showing him system diagnostics, battery power, fluid levels, and neural connectivity. There wasn't anything to give him the status on the flamethrower mounted on his orca's arm, but a visual inspection of the improvised weapon confirmed it was functional. Lander on local net, checking status, he said on the rig's secure network. The rest of the team checked in, letting him know their rigs were operational, and they were good to go. In the military, diagnostic information about their rigs would have been provided to him directly over the TACnet. But here he had nothing but their say-so. And while part of him thought that was enough, another part of him still thought they were woefully under-equipped to deal with whatever awaited them at New Independence. Get your head right, Lander told himself. It's not just your team counting on you. Moving out. He led his team out of the dropship, heavy metallic footfalls reverberating through the Starlifter's bay. The ground at the end of the ramp was soft earth, dotted with rocks ranging from small pebbles to waist-high boulders. The clearing they'd landed in was about 200 yards across, a rolling landscape filled with large rocky outcroppings and tall reddish-brown trees which hid the rest of the world from them. The blue sky was peppered with white and gray clouds, and if Lander hadn't known any better, he would have thought he was back on Earth.
Kinda quiet,
Conley said, moving away from the group.
Yeah, too quiet, huh? Rodriguez said. Better than the alternative.
What's the alternative? Sabatini asked, voice more than a little apprehensive.
We could be getting the shit kicked out of us.
All right, Lander said, turning to face his team. We're the first people to visit since, well, ever, so everyone mind your manners. He leaned forward, his mech obeying the synaptic impulses and bending at the waist to allow him to shoot a pointed look at Rodriguez.
Hey, why are you looking at me, huh?
Lander put his hands on his hips, his rig mirroring him. No reason at all.
Your powers of diplomacy are surpassed only by your personal hygiene and natural beauty.
Rodriguez frowned, casting his head to the side.
The hell does that mean? It means he thinks you're an asshole,
Conley told him flatly.
And that you're ugly, and you stink.
Rodriguez's gaze shot past Conley to Lander, offense plain on his face.
That ain't nice, boss. Quid quod pessimus esset eventurum,
Ross said over the net. Rodriguez laughed.
Hey, Lander, you might have gotten sick, but it sounds like Boston Tea Party over there hit his head real bad.
I wasn't sick, Lander corrected again.
What's that mean, Ross?
Conley asked.
It's Latin,
Erskine said.
Something about the worst? What's the worst that could happen?
Ross confirmed.
Okay, Conley asked, frowning. Well, I can think of a couple things.
For our motto, Ross explained.
Motto? Rodriguez asked. Every military unit has to have a motto, right? Ha! Except we're not a military unit, Rodriguez said. Sure we are, Ross said. We're the 1st Irregular Mechanized Infantry Unit of Tranquility.
I think I like the sound of it, Lander agreed with a smile.
Motto, huh? Rodriguez said. I say we use something heroic, like...
He trailed off, obviously thinking.
What about guns up, or some shit like that?
I like guns up, Sabatini said.
Same,
Connolly added. We could talk about mottos and unit designations later, Lander said. Right now we've got a job to do. We've got a couple hours to New Independence. Stay alert and don't get complacent. Keep your eyes open, but remember, until proven otherwise, these are our people. We don't want to just start blasting at the first sign of movement. Rodriguez, you and Connolly scout ahead.
Roger that,
Rodriguez said, hefting his long, improvised steel sword onto his rig's shoulder, and starting off, his rig's feet sinking into the soft earth slightly with each step. Lander tapped his comm, opening a channel to the Trank 2 control. Lander to Ops.
Ops here. Go ahead,
Tally said almost immediately, a hint of anxiety in her voice. We're feet dry, Lander said. All systems are green and we're heading to town.
Good to hear. We're not seeing any movement. Either no one noticed your re-entry, or they're not interested.
Good. Hopefully we can avoid any surprises on the way there. Comms will be patchy in this terrain, I'm guessing. Just keep the channel open, and monitor for emergency beacons.
Will do,
Tally answered.
Stay sharp.
Roger that, Lander answered, killing the channel. He keyed in the dropship's comm, and Pharaoh answered. We're out, Pharaoh. You're clear to lock her up.
Copy that,
the pilot answered over the net.
Starlifter 1 locking down and sitting tight. Godspeed and kick-ass, Specialist.
Everyone is so quick to fight, Lander thought, watching as the ramp folded up, servos whining. I really, really hope it doesn't come to that. When it was sealed, he turned back to the surrounding forest, shaking his head. Hopefully God's still here. He terminated the connection.
Senior Specialist Lander,
Cam said in his earbud. Cam, I think we're on a first-name basis by now, don't you?
Very well, Joel.
Scratch that. Lander is fine, he interrupted. Yeah, that's better.
Very well, Lander. I must remind you that I will be unable to offer you any further assistance once you go beyond line-of-sight communication with this orbital transport. If you manage to establish a global network uplink, I would be able to communicate with you and provide real-time orbital data for...
I get it, Cam, he said. You keep an eye on things, and if I can get you plugged in, I'll do it, okay?
That will be acceptable, Lander. Be safe.
You, too, he answered hesitantly, before switching channels back to his team. He glanced around, hoping no one had overheard their conversation. Yeah, he thought, feeling a little silly. Now I'm telling a multi-billion-dollar computer program to be safe. What's next? Want to come over for drinks? Okay, people, listen up, he said. 8 clicks to the colony, and this ain't a race. Slow is smooth, and smooth is fast, right?
Don't know that there's anything smooth about this,
Sabatini said, gesturing with a massive metal arm at the thick trees growing between boulders larger than their rigs.
More like impossible. It's called difficult, kid,
Erskine said nonchalantly.
Not impossible. Suck it the fuck up.
The going was rough, and as comfortable as Lander felt in the rig, there was a part of him that thought walking to New Independence would have been an easier trek. Even with the limiters disengaged, there wasn't room to actually get the rigs up to speed. There wasn't even room to get to a brisk jog. Rodriguez, on the other hand, seemed to be enjoying himself, swinging his oversized blade back and forth, clearing a path ahead. The rest moved along slowly, each mindful of their surroundings, watching for threats. Lander was pleased to see that for all their antics, they all seemed to be about their business. Old habits really do die hard, he thought. Warm, dry air rustled the leaves around them, warming Lander in his open rig, and while he appreciated the open cockpit, he would have felt much safer in the enclosed compartment. It was ironic how much more you could see of your surroundings when you couldn't actually see anything at all. The sensors and scanners in his old rig could have seen through the forest without breaking a sweat. The thick canopy reminded him of how Canada used to be before the war. He wondered if this was how the first explorers on Earth had felt, all those centuries ago, making their way across an untamed landscape, venturing into the unknown. And despite the uncertain nature of their mission here, he found himself enjoying the landscape and breathing in the clean, oxygen-rich air. After months on board the training station and his time as a meat-sickle on Colonial 1, a stroll through the countryside was long overdue.
"So, what do you think, Rodriguez?" Sabatini asked, breaking the silence. "You ready to kill some aliens?"
Lander opened his mouth to tell the kid to pipe down, but stopped himself. They technically weren't on a battlefield, and if anyone was truly listening or waiting to ambush them, the rigs were making enough noise on their own to give their position away. Rigs weren't the best equipment to use when trying to sneak up on an enemy. "You're not in the military anymore," he told himself, remembering that even though his team were all veterans, they weren't actually a military unit, and shutting them down for the sake of shutting them down wouldn't do any of them any good, and it would probably just cause them to resent him for it. Either that or you're just getting soft.
"Hell yeah, I am,"
Rodriguez said, taking a break from hacking at a small tree and turning to face the rest of them, setting the sword tip into the earth at his rig's feet.
"Ain't no squiddy gonna get the best of me, I can tell you that. Not a chance."
"Squiddy?" Sabatini asked.
"Fucking thing looked like a squid to me," Rodriguez explained. "All those tentacles and shit. It sure was one ugly motherfucker."
"You really think it's aliens that attack the colony, and not just warring factions?" Conley asked.
"Hey, you saw the footage, same as me," Rodriguez answered. "Don't know what it was, but I know it damn sure wasn't human. I know that much. Nah, it's definitely fucking alien."
"That doesn't mean it attacked the colony," Erskine said, "and none of the reports suggested anything like that. They never even saw it again, as far as I could tell."
"That's right," Conley added. "If aliens would have attacked the colony, that would have been headline news."
"So what, we're still talking about some kind of civil war, right?" Sabatini asked.
"Fuck yeah, it's revolution, man,"
Rodriguez answered, sounding genuinely intrigued by the idea.
"Workers had enough of the man giving them orders, you know? I've seen that shit before."
"Sure you have," Ross observed dryly.
"Some of us didn't have the luxury of living in Pleasantville," Rodriguez snapped back. "You ain't seen this shit I've seen. Bet you grew up in glass towers, people picking up your drawers and cutting your food for you, too. Bringing you juice whenever you asked for it."
"It could be a combination of those two, alien and civil," Erskine suggested. "I mean, something is definitely influencing their behavior, don't you think?"
"There has to be something like that. All those people was screened and vetted prior to coming out here, just like all of us were. The process should have weeded out those most likely to lash out or buck the system." "Tiempos desesperados,"
Rodriguez muttered, and went back to swinging. Desperate times indeed, Lander thought.
"Screenings are just that,"
Ross said.
"They're designed to pick up on certain indicators, but they're not an absolute science. Bad apples slip through all the time. I've known a few of them in my time."
"So have I," Lander said. "Not to mention that time and distance do strange things to people sometimes. I mean, we all knew our lives were changing forever when we got on that ship, but we were leaving knowing there was a thriving colony waiting for us. Just think how they must have felt on the first mission, knowing there wasn't anything out here at all. Nothing, except what they built with their own two hands. Talk about stress."
"But the first mission was set up for that," Ross said. "It was structured to provide the most security and safety for the colonists during the initial phases of construction. That's why I'm so confused about what happened."
"Maybe that's what caused it," Erskine said. "What?" Lander asked.
"Well," Erskine said, "the first mission was set up to run like the military, right? With a legitimate chain of command and structure. But there were also a lot of civilians and people not used to the military way of life. I think, and I never thought I'd actually say this, but Rodriguez might be partly right."
Ross laughed.
"You hear that?"
Rodriguez asked.
"You heard it."
"What do you mean?"
"Rebellion's probably a stretch," Erskine continued. "But regardless of how the mission was originally set up, cliques were bound to form. It happens in every unit, in every organization. People are drawn to some and repelled by others. It's not too far of a stretch to say that maybe the groups or factions had differences in opinion on how to run the colony, and those differences led to the fighting. Not to mention that a lot of the people assigned to the first mission were civilians. However, the leadership was most definitely military. Just like our mission, the TC believes a paramilitary organization is the simplest way to structure the command structure. Not to mention, how many civilians do you know who'd be happy to live on a military base under military rule?
Mopping puddles in the parking lot during a rainstorm, you mean?
Connolly asked ruefully.
Painting the grass green,
Ross added. Cleaning the latrine with your toothbrush, Lander said, earning a moment of silence from the others.
Gross,
Sabatini groaned.
I didn't use my own toothbrush,
Lander clarified.
But that is what they signed up for,
Ross said.
They all knew what they were signing up for, just like we did. But did they?
Erskine asked.
I mean, we came out here expecting to find a fully functioning and autonomous colony. Once things start going against the plan, people start to become stressed, and people do a lot of strange things when they're stressed.
He's not wrong, Lander thought, considering the possibilities.
But that's not what happened,
Connolly said.
Everything was going fine until they encountered that...
She trailed off, as if unsure what to call the strange creature in the cave.
Alien.
Obstruction ahead,
Rodriguez called out over the team's comm. His rig stopped just behind a large spruce analog tree ahead, one massive steel hand resting against it. Report, Lander said.
River, running northeast to southwest. Looks pretty deep. Not sure we'll be able to cross.
Lander moved up next to Rodriguez, stopping short of a rocky edge looking down into a deep, narrow ravine, where the water boiled white over visible rocks below. It wasn't quite a rapid, but it was close. Rodriguez was right. They wouldn't be able to cross.
Son of a bitch,
Lander muttered, scanning up and down the ravine. Fan out. See if we can find a way across.
Reckon we could bridge it?
Ross asked, joining them on the ledge.
Not in these, Erskine answered, and not without more gear from the ship. Rigs are too heavy. We'd snap these trunks like twigs.
What have we got on topographical? Lander asked, bringing up the scans on his rig's small display. On a military model, it would have been displayed as a holographic projection, easily manipulated for accurate battleground deployments. Now, all he had to work with was the display screen, which was more than a little frustrating.
3 miles northeast,
Erskine announced.
Contour lines drop off at a steady rate to the water's edge, then lead north again through dense forest.
That's our route, Lander said, bringing the location up on his own map. I'll take point. They found the saddle 20 minutes later, but the gradient was far more aggressive than their maps had suggested. Erosion had done a lot of work since their last scans had been conducted. But in stark contrast to the deep gorge they'd looked down earlier, the river here was wider, and not nearly as rough, only reaching their rig's knees as they waded across one by one.
You know, maybe it's something like body snatchers,
Sabatini suggested as the team crossed. Conley laughed.
Come on, Boot. That shit only happens in the movies.
I'm not saying it has to happen just like that, but something happened to them, right?
We don't know anything about what actually happened,
Ross said.
Doesn't mean we can't talk about it, though, right?
Sabatini asked.
Ooh, what about mind control?
Rodriguez said.
That'd be fucked, wouldn't it?
What, like whatever the word is? Sabatini asked. Telepathic, Erskine said. That's the one.
Rodriguez lifted a 6-foot section of log and tossed it aside.
Exactly.
Lander listened to the conversation as he pushed through the forest, but kept his concentration on the path he was forging. The idea of aliens, despite the footage he'd seen to the contrary, was almost too much for him to come to terms with. He didn't even want to think about aliens that could invade your body and make you do things you didn't want to do. A blur of motion caught his attention, jolting him from his thoughts. He swung left, bringing his blogger up, but there was nothing there. Something else darted between the trees to his right, and he spun that direction, but it was gone almost as soon as it had appeared. "I've got some movement up here," he said on the squad's comm. "Not sure what it is, but it's fast. Watch yourselves."
"I'm not seeing anything," Ross said.
Lander cursed to himself, wishing not for the first time he had a full battle rig with the immersive HUD that could identify biological organisms and recognize targets regardless of size or distance. Something small, well, small-ish. There, in those trees.
Count 4, Conley said. Shit, make that 12. Aliens!
Rodriguez yelled, raising his sword above his rig's head, ready to strike. The blogger on Ross's arm whined, the cylinder spinning up. Hold your fire, Lander snapped. Then, as an afterthought, tapped the primer on his flamethrower. There, Erskine pointed. A small head peered around the base of one of the trees, red eyes gleaming. Its leathery green skin glistened like it was wet. 2 wide yellow folds of skin resembling oversized ears stuck out from the back of its skull. Lander could just see the tip of the spine sail that crested off the creature's spine. It's not aliens, Lander barked, trying to keep his voice steady. Stand down, it's just a herd of spinebacks. Hold your damn fire! Lander lurched toward the creature and waved a steel hand. Get! The spineback darted away and vanished into the underbrush. Around them, leaves rustled and a chorus of high-pitched squeaks filled the air. They fled in all directions, weaving through the lumbering rigs and disappearing into the forest behind them.
Oh, hell no,
Ross cried out, turning away from the fleeing creatures. His rig's left foot slid off a raised root, scraping away the bark and exposing a slash of pale wood underneath. He toppled sideways, reaching out with his arm to stop himself before slamming into the trunk, filling the comm with an angry grunt of pain. Ross, Lander said. You okay? Ross pushed back from the tree, turning, wide-eyed in his cockpit, a sharp branch protruding from the mesh cover surrounding him. Blood trickled down the left side of his face. I'm fine. I just really don't like rats.
You're bleeding, man,
Rodriguez pointed out. He reached up and pulled the branch free from Ross's cage. Ross ran a finger across his temple, examined the blood, and cursed. He pulled an aid pack from inside his rig, tearing it open, and produced several thick gauze pads. He pressed them into the cut just below his hairline.
I'll be fine, he said. I'm sure it looks worse than it is.
Rodriguez lifted an eyebrow at him.
I'll be fine, seriously. We've got another 600 meters to the edge of the forest,
Erskine said. Lander hesitated a moment, watching Ross patch himself up, then nodded. Spread out. Erskine on point. Ross, you take center. And cut down on the chatter. We're getting close. I want everyone on their toes. After 15 minutes of walking in silence, the comm in Lander's rig buzzed to life, and Erskine's voice came through in a whisper.
Heads up. I've got eyes on a possible enemy target. A rig, about 30 meters to the north.
Sabatini, Conley, break left, Lander snapped, toggling his blogger and once again priming the flamethrower. Rodriguez, Ross, right. To their credit, they obeyed without a word, moving off to their assigned positions. In rigs, sneaking up on your enemy wasn't at all likely, but keeping the profile as small as possible was always important. Fortunately, the soft earth muffled their footsteps, and the dense foliage absorbed the whining pistons and whirring gears. Lander moved up beside Erskine's rig and peered through the trees. What do you got?
I'm not 100% sure, but it looks like a damn rhino, Erskine said. But
what?
It looks old, Rodriguez answered. I mean, I know they're not state-of-the-art, but it definitely looks like it's been there a while.
Any drivers?
Not that I see. Looks like it's just sitting there, all by itself.
Lander eased forward, as much as one could ease in a 4-meter-tall steel behemoth. He brought the blogger up and checked to make sure there was a round in the chamber. Catching sight of the rig through the trees, he scanned the small clearing, looking for any sign of an ambush. After several moments of silence, Lander said, Ross, on me. The rest of you cover us. Lander led them toward the rig, heart pounding in his chest. As they neared, he could see the telltale dual-cannon configuration above the open cockpit. The grass around the rig's feet reached halfway up to its knees, and vines and weeds had wrapped around much of the lower half.
That thing's seen better days,
Ross said, joining Lander in front of the old rig. That's putting it mildly, Lander agreed. The plating around the cockpit and power core was marred by scorch marks and dents where munitions had ricocheted off the thick armor. No sign of the driver, Erskine said, as he peered into the open cockpit. Everyone stand down, Lander said into his comm. Definitely been in some kind of firefight, Ross said. But firefight with who? Erskine asked. Let's find out, Lander said, keying in the release sequence on his cockpit. The rig straightened slightly before squatting down as the roll cage folded open. The gel restraints deflated around his legs, and the cold shiver made the reverse trip out of his spine as he pulled himself out of the cradle, using the handrails above him to ease himself over the edge of the cockpit. Dropping to the ground, he paused for a moment at the base of the rig, hand on one of the steel legs, fighting the momentary nausea that always came from disconnecting. He swallowed down the sudden mouthful of saliva, shook himself, and hauled himself up on the Nasserhorn's bent leg. Lander cleared away several clusters of vines from the interior of the cockpit, brushing away dirt and leaves that covered the displays and controls. He keyed in the rig's startup sequence from memory, but nothing happened. Erskine maneuvered his rig close, his cockpit cage opening. Anything? Power's dead, Lander said, trying to pry open one of the electrical access panels. Not surprising, Erskine said. We might be able to jump it, Lander said, finally opening the panel. Let me see your aux cable. Hold on. Here. Erskine held out his rig's auxiliary power supply cable. Lander inserted the cable into the Rhino's universal receiver and tried the sequence again. This time, lights flickered across the rig's control panel, and the displays blinked on. Something snapped inside, flashing sparks. Lander jerked his hand back, cursing. Dying to an overloading rig wasn't exactly the way he'd envisioned going out. When nothing else happened, he opened his eyes and listened as the machinery around him hummed to life. 2 of the 3 screens glowed on, displaying diagnostic data as the system booted up. Well, the OS is coming up, he said, not quite believing what he was seeing. You're kidding, Ross asked. There's some faulty code, and I doubt the drive mechanisms are active, but it's a start. Looks like the data cores are still intact. I wonder... Lander trailed off, tapping through the menus. The interface was slow and glitchy, but he knew these systems better than he knew himself. Yeah, there. Erskine, you have a data stick? Yeah. Lander held out his hand, and a second later the tech head slapped a thumb drive into his palm. He blew out the slot on the side of the cockpit and inserted the drive, watching the screen as he held his breath and hoped. The drive appeared on the menu. Got ya. He immediately began copying operator and navigational data. Damn, this thing's an antique, Sabatini said, stopping his rig a few meters from Lander's. Ross scoffed. This thing was top of the line for its time and was instrumental in winning the war. Lander here won almost every achievement you could in the saddle of one of those antiques. Sabatini paled, eyes wide. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to... Lander waved a dismissive hand through the air and gave Ross a sidelong glare. What should have been a completion chime came out as a weak buzz, and Lander pulled the drive from the console. All right, got the memory core. You think maybe it'll shed some light on what happened here? Erskine asked. Lander pulled himself back into his own cockpit, tapping the sync controls and feeling the cold touch on his spine. We'll see. I wouldn't plug that into anything, boss, Erskine warned. God knows what kind of corrupted shit was in that rig. Lander tucked the stick into one of the small pouches at his waist as the rig's gel formed around his legs once more. Your lips to my ears. What now, boss? Rodriguez asked over the net. 2 clicks north-northwest, Lander said. Let's go see what these bastards have to say for themselves. 15. Lander slowed as they approached the colony, the shapes of buildings now visible through the forest. New Independence sat at the edge of the trees, separated by 50 meters of cleared land, the stumps of dozens of trees the only thing remaining in the space. He could see people moving around 2 rover flatbeds on the far side of the clearing, but couldn't quite make out what they were doing. Most of the colony's agriculture land was on the north side, opposite Lander and his team. The south end used for more industrial buildings and fabricators. He could see the tall foundry buildings over the 3-meter-high wall, the rhythmic thumping sounds drowning out any other sound in the area. Several columns of steam and smoke rose into the air, and flames belched from several exhaust stacks atop the large structures. Power lines were strung between the buildings connecting rooftops, where it looked like some people had planted gardens. Either that or it's just overgrown, Lander thought. "Hold here," Lander said over the net, stopping about 5 meters from the tree line. "What do you think?" Ross asked, coming up beside him. Lander shook his head. "Not sure. They haven't seen us yet." He scanned the clearing between them, thinking he would have done the same thing in preparation for a battle. Getting rid of the surrounding trees would remove the possibility of the enemy sneaking up on you. Theoretically. Of course, in rigs the way they were now, there was little chance of Lander or his team sneaking up on anyone. "I didn't know there'd been a wall in the initial layout," Ross said. There hadn't. That's new. The tall sections of industrial gray steel looked like they'd been welded together from several other buildings, paint and markings overlapping at the seams. Everything in New Independence had been prefabricated on Earth before being shipped to Tranquility, so all the colonists had needed to do when they'd arrived was put the pieces together. "So is it to keep people out or in?" Ross asked. Lander clenched his jaw, knowing there was really only one way they'd be able to answer that. "Let's go ask them. Ross, Erstein, with me. The rest of you, keep an eye out for hostiles." As he entered the clearing, Lander couldn't help but feeling that he was overexposed. Not only would the people see them coming, but their non-military mechs provided almost no protection against incoming fire. If one of those rhinos they'd seen on the orbital scans showed up, they wouldn't stand a chance. Several of the people near the rovers looked up as the 3 big rigs emerged from the tree line. All wore tattered clothing stained with sweat and dirt. About half of them didn't look like they'd cleaned themselves in months. Their faces were smeared with dirt, hair, and beards unkempt and ratty. Some, though, had at least trimmed their hair. A couple of women had theirs pulled back in ponytails. They'd been in the process of unloading what looked like barricades from the back of one of the flatbeds. About half, though, didn't even appear to notice. They simply kept working, their movements slow and methodical. One of the men near the rear of the rover tapped another on the shoulder and pointed, mouthing quick words. The other looked up, a look of shock and apprehension spreading across his face. Soon, most of them were talking in hushed tones, all seeming to give the approaching rigs wary glances. One of the people who'd continued to work finally looked up, his indifferent expression never changing. Lander raised a steel hand. "Hello." 2 more of the indifferent people stopped working, considered Lander for a moment, then turned and started slowly moving toward him. What the fuck is wrong with them?" Erstein asked. "Took the words right out of my goddamn mouth," Lander said. Their movements weren't smooth, almost like they were twitching, their entire demeanor despondent, almost uninterested. They didn't speak, never seemed to communicate between each other, but both seemed to be moving in a strange kind of unison. It was like something out of a horror movie. "You know, I'm getting a bad feeling about this," Ross said. "Same," Erstein said. "Steady," Lander said. The team's comm channel buzzed inside Lander's rig. Rodriguez said, "Boss, it might just be me, but those 2 zombie-looking motherfuckers don't look friendly at all." They really don't, Lander thought. "Hold your fire." By the rover, one of the women moved away from the group, her steps short and choppy, her feet shackled with a length of steel cable. "Who are you?" "My name's Joel Lander. I'm with Trank 2. What's going on here? Why are you shackled?" "Trank 2?" After a moment, her expression shifted from confusion to understanding, then quickly to concern. "I don't understand. Where's the army? Where's the military?" Lander shook his head. "Military? What happened here?" She looked over her shoulder to the wall. "They'll know you're here." "Who?" Ross asked. "You have to help us. Please." "Ma'am, that's what we're here for," Lander said, raising his hands, trying to calm her.
Have the others contacted you?
Others? We haven't been able to contact anyone, Lander said. All communications are down. What happened? The despondent couple moved within 10 meters, eyes locked on Lander, not showing any sign they were going to stop. It was like they were predators, locked onto their prey. Nothing was going to distract them from their prey. Hey, he told the couple, waving a steel hand at them. Hey, stop! They didn't respond. Lander, Erskine said. On the wall! Lander snapped his head in the direction of the colony's walls. Another group of people had appeared, some holding rifles. They didn't look pleased. Heads up, people, Lander said through the squad comm. Possible hostiles on the wall. Don't fire unless fired upon. What the fuck is going on? Ross asked. This shit's all fucked up, boss, Rodriguez said. You, one of the figures on the wall shouted, his voice deep and gravelly. He held a rifle at his side, stock resting against his hip, muzzle pointing into the sky. Identify. We've got more coming through an opening at the base, Erskine said, pointing. 10 more armed figures emerged, moving around the rovers toward Lander and his team. Their clothes were in better condition than the workers, but still showed signs of age. One of the men had ripped the sleeves from his overalls, and another only wore pants tucked into black work boots. Several more wore loose-fitting t-shirts and jackets. A woman, bringing up the back, had shaved her head completely and drawn a blue stripe from one eye over her scalp to the back of her head. Lander, Ross asked, apprehension in his tone. We're just here to... A bellow of rage from the man atop the wall cut him off, and almost immediately the seemingly despondent couple charged forward. By the rovers, several more who'd remained behind also leapt to action, running full speed across the field. The newly arrived armed group spread out, shouldering their rifles. A few turned on the remaining crowd, ordering them back. The captives put their hands on their heads and started backing away from the rovers, heading for the opening in the wall. What in the fuck? Ross shouted, stepping back and raising his blogger. Stop, Lander shouted, keying his own. Stop right there. The couple reached Erskine first, lunging for the rig with no regard for their own safety, clawing their way up the front of the steel war machine. Erskine cursed, stepping back, grabbing the male and throwing him off. The man hit the ground and rolled, coming to a stop face down. The woman didn't seem to notice at all, pulling herself up on the roll bars over the cockpit and reaching for Erskine. Son of a bitch! Erskine yelled, grabbing the woman and ripping her off the cage. The woman spasmed, screaming in obvious pain, prying uselessly against steel fingers. He flung her toward the man who was slowly getting to his feet. She landed hard, rolled to her side, and lay still. A gunshot rang out, and Ross shouted, turning away from the attack and raising his steel arms protectively. The wall! Erskine shouted, raising his blogger. Before Lander could stop him, Erskine fired. There was a hollow thump, and his arm recoiled several inches. A second later, the round slammed into the wall, tearing through the thin improvised parapet and sending the man spinning through the air. The blogger rotated once, loading another round, and he fired again, ripping another hole just below the first. Get back! Get back! Ross shouted, swinging his rig's arms left and right to ward off the attackers, the second group of seemingly feral people swarming around him. He backhanded one, sending the male spinning, then threw another off his improvised shield. Conley shoved one away almost like she was shooing an overly excited puppy away, obviously trying not to hurt them. What the hell is wrong with them? They're fucking crazy, Rodriguez yelled, stepping toward one of the attackers and ramming a fist into the woman's chest. Lander grimaced at the bone-crunching snap and the brief cry of pain, which cut off as she collapsed to the ground, likely dead. Killing was the last thing Lander wanted, but it seemed they didn't have much choice. Even the stunned ones got back to their feet, unsteady but still pressing the attack, almost like the only thing that mattered was the extermination of Lander and his team. To his right, Sabatini used his improvised shield to push back his attackers.
"Stop! We're here to help you!"
Erskine fired at the wall again, tearing a third hole through the top of the wall and sending several of the armed sentries running. A woman leading a group toward Lander leapt at him. He took a step back and, without thinking, snatched her mid-air with both steel hands. Arms and legs swung forward, and she groaned as the impact knocked the air from her lungs, ribs snapping. But instead of the pain discouraging further attack, it seemed to enrage her further. She fought against the steel grip, screaming. Even several feet away she reached for him, clawing the air in front of him, her face a mask of rage and hate.
"Stop!"
he screamed. Her fingers clawed his steel arms, digging into the gaps and joints, fighting against his grip, trying to get to him.
"What the hell is wrong with you?"
She didn't answer. Erskine fired again, sending a round into the ground just in front of two gunmen. A plume of earth erupted into the air, forcing the men to take cover. One dove behind a small tree stump, the other behind one of the rovers. Sparks exploded from Lander's shoulder, and he felt the rig jolt slightly at the impact. He elbowed another attacker and retreated several more steps. Conley swung her blade in a flat arc, smacking a man in the side with the blunt edge, the impact throwing him back. Ross pulled another male from his cockpit, tossing him aside like a rag doll. Even during the war, Lander couldn't remember a time when an attack had been this vicious, this savage. Hand-to-hand fighting in rigs happened occasionally, but it was not the norm, especially when firing 40mm high incendiary rounds or armor-piercing rockets, and never against unarmed infantry. But still they came on. The press was something straight out of a horror film, waves of mindless zombies swarming in for a bite of flesh. The woman in his hands screamed, bellowing a wordless war cry and reaching for him. Her feet kicked out, as if that would break his grip on her, but Lander held tight. Still she fought, screaming and thrashing as she tried desperately to get to him, to claw his eyes out and bite him. It was so intense, so horrifying, that it gave him pause. She was doing everything in her power, including hurting herself, to get at him. A scream to his right caught his attention, and he turned to see Ross struggling against multiple attackers, two of which had managed to reach his rig's shoulders and were reaching through the cage to get at him. He twisted at the waist, grabbing one and throwing him off, but as he did, the second male clawed at his face. Ross screamed in pain, pulling away from the attack as red streamed from cuts that went from just below his ear to his hairline. Ross snatched the male off, cocked his arm back, and threw, launching the male into the air, limbs flailing.
"Go damn it!"
Ross shouted, pulling his hand from the rig's control bracer and pressing it against the wound. He brought away blood-covered fingers.
"Look out!"
Rodriguez shouted, lunging forward and slamming his improvised shield into the ground in front of Ross. A barrage of rounds slammed against it, filling the air with a chorus of resounding clangs. Conley brought her arm up, Blogger cycling another round, and fired. This time, the round slammed into the human target, ripping through his chest in a mist of red and sending him flying. Without breaking stride, she backhanded another attacker, cycled a second round, and fired. The second target practically vaporized in a cloud of blood and gore. The woman in Lander's steel hands continued to claw at him, seemingly convinced she could reach him if she just clawed hard enough and long enough.
"Stop!"
he shouted at her, fury building in his chest. "Why are you doing this?" Conley fired again, scattering more of the armed guards. Two lunged for Erskine, and he knocked them back with a sweeping sideways blow. Rodriguez snatched a woman up mid-stride and threw her away like she was a toy. Screaming, the woman in Lander's grasp slammed her fist into the rig's forward, seemingly oblivious of the pain.
"Help!"
Ross shouted, as three more reached him, climbing up all sides of his rig. "Fuck this," Lander growled. He shook the woman side to side and heard a stomach-turning crunch as her neck snapped. Her entire body went limp, head flopping back, mouth open. He felt a stab of regret as he opened his steel fingers and let her fall. The regret quickly became anger, a fury swelling in his chest as he watched the stupidity of the scene play out. The crazed colonists had no chance at beating them, and yet they came, like a swarm of wild animals. A fourth jumped onto Ross's rig, climbing up the back leg. Lander cursed and moved to help, snatching the man that had attacked Ross and spun, using his momentum to hurl him at the man on Ross's shoulder. The impact sent both men spinning through the air. The second man pulled himself onto Ross's shoulder just behind the cockpit. He held what looked like a spear in one hand, holding on for dear life with the other as Ross struggled to kick a third off. The scene reminded Lander of a rodeo with Ross's rig as a bull. The man spun the spear in his hand, iron tip pointing down, and cocked back to stab Ross through the open top of the roll cage. Even at full speed, Lander knew he wouldn't be able to bridge the gap in time. The blogger on his arm would just as easily punch a hole through Ross as the attacker. Then he remembered he had another weapon. Pulling his hands from the control bracers, he drew the cricket from its holster on his chest. A quick tap extended the weapon, and he pulled it into his shoulder as he stopped short. His steel legs spread for stability. Centering the optics green dot on the attacker's chest, he pulled the trigger. 5 rounds drilled into the man, 3 into his chest, the other 2 into his hip. The spear went flying as he screamed in pain and lost hold of the rig. He fell back, landing on the ground just before Ross stepped back and crushed him with a steel foot. Ross kicked off the final attacker and turned to Lander, his face covered with blood and sweat.
"We can't hold them back forever."
Lander scanned the backfield, seeing the press of mindless attackers. Ross was right. He keyed the squad comm. "Fall back! Everyone! Fall back now!" 16.
"Get out of there!"
Koskov gripped the back of Baker's seat. Her eyes locked on the viewer ahead, watching as Lander and his team disappeared beneath the forest canopy.
"Get them on comms! The canopy screws with 'Just fucking do it'."
"What the hell was that all about?"
Love asked, aghast.
"Do they know we're here to help them?"
"Call's going out,"
Baker said.
"but no one's answering. Keep trying."
"Did you see the way they swarmed that rig?" Applin asked. She leaned closer to one of the secondary displays, tapping the screen and playing back the last few minutes of the feed.
"Looked like they couldn't care less about the 10 tons of steel coming at them."
"It doesn't make any sense," Love said. "Are they insane or what?"
"Look at that,"
Applin said, pointing as the 2 men jumped onto Ross's rig. Love shook his head, pacing around the control platform.
"They literally just charged the rig with no regard at all for their own safety. Who in their right mind would do that? We're here to help them."
"Okay, people, we need to focus," Scholes said. "Do we have contact with our team yet?"
"No, sir,"
Baker answered. Koskov took a deep breath. "He's okay. They're all okay. Pull yourself together, Natalia. You have work to do."
"We need to work the problem. Keep trying to raise them on comms. What about the emergency beacon? We can reprogram it to relay the—"
"Excuse me, Lieutenant Koskov," Scholes said, cutting her off. "This is my operation, and despite what you may think, those people down there are my responsibility. I'd appreciate it if you allowed me to do my job." Koskov bit her lip, rage swelling in her chest. "Then do it, asshole." After a moment, she locked eyes with the Major and said,
"Yes, sir."
"Now," Scholes said, moving to Applin's monitor. "What happened? Why did those people attack? What did we do?"
"We didn't do anything,"
Koskov said. Applin tapped on the screen, starting the feed over.
They just started going at it."
"They went fucking crazy,"
Love said, seemingly still stuck on that singular thought. Koskov backed away from the group, pulling out her pad. She typed to Cam.
"Can you raise Lander?"
In her earbud, Cam answered.
"I have been attempting contact since the attack began, Lieutenant Koskov. As yet, I have been unable to establish a connection." "Keep trying."
"And we need to pull them out of there," Love was saying. "Get them back to the ship."
"Get them back?"
Applin asked.
"We don't even know what's going on down there yet. That was the whole point of going down there."
Admittedly, getting Lander back had been Koskov's first thought, but she knew that was a rash, desperate reaction to a chaotic, unforeseen situation. Applin was right. Bringing them back now wouldn't solve anything, and as much as she wanted her husband back, she knew if they didn't figure out this mess, they were all screwed.
You know,
Applin said, watching the replay,
as much as I hate to agree with him, I think Love is right.
The young lieutenant spun. What? What? Scholes leaned closer.
Look at them. Before they started attacking, they were just kinda absently working, unloading that truck. They weren't amped up, and even when they first saw them, they were just watching. Some started to walk toward them, but they didn't immediately freak out.
What are they unloading? Looks like barricades of some kind? Scholes asked. Applin shrugged.
Could be. Hard to tell.
What the hell do they need barricades for?
Love asked. Koskov rejoined the group, watching as Lander approached the group, his hands up, placating. She frowned, noticing something odd.
They're captives.
Scholes frowned. What are you talking about?
That woman,
Koskov pointed.
Her feet are shackled with some kind of cable. Not enough to prevent movement, but enough to slow them down for sure, to keep them from running. Not all,
Applin said, enhancing the feed.
That couple walking toward Lander aren't. Now there are those by the truck. Yeah, but they also attacked our team,
Koskov said.
Crazy fucking bastards, Love said. They're fucking crazy.
Jesus Christ, we get it, Love,
Applin said, throwing her hands up.
Shit.
I'm just saying they are.
I still don't see any reason for the attack, Scholes said, crossing his arms. Unless Lander said something to provoke them.
He didn't,
Koskov shot back.
Look there on the wall. Someone's yelling at them. It's one of the armed ones,
Applin said.
What's he saying? Whatever it wasn't friendly,
Koskov said.
It looks like they're spreading out for an attack.
Scholes put his hands on his hips. Lander had to have said something that set them off. They were obviously peaceful before that.
They aren't peaceful,
Koskov retorted.
They were moving to attack even more after that asshole said whatever he said. And even if Lander had said something they didn't like, that's no reason to just attack us like that. Well, at least we know there really was some kind of civil war,
Applin said.
I mean, that explains the prisoners, right?
Does it? Scholes asked. Applin looked up from her screen.
Okay, what else could it mean? One faction is obviously controlling another. Why else would they have people in shackles like that?
Maybe they're criminals, Scholes suggested. Prisons have work crews.
Except there aren't any prisons on Tranquility,
Koskov said.
And the security office only has a few cells. They're not set up for any kind of mass incarceration. A lot can happen in 2 years,
Applin said. There has to be a good explanation for why they're in custody, Scholes said. And why did they just open fire on us like that?
That woman was talking to them,
Applin said, pointing at the lone woman talking to Lander before the attack. Koskov crossed her arms.
It's obvious whoever is in charge down there doesn't want us anywhere around the colony, and they definitely do not want us talking to their prisoners.
Scholes scratched the back of his neck for a moment, obviously considering the idea. When he opened his mouth to respond, Koskov braced herself for the condescending rebuke. I agree.
Sir?
Love asked. Lieutenant Koskov's assessment is accurate, Scholes said. Applin shot Koskov a bemused look, both eyebrows raised. Whatever happened here, one side obviously came out on top, Scholes continued, and it appears as though the wrong side won out. We need to find a way to contact those prisoners.
We can't contact them if we can't get near them,
Applin said. In Koskov's earbud, Cam said,
The Stork's navigational and drive systems are being cycled up. What?
Koskov blurted out before she could stop herself. Everyone around the control center looked at her, curious. Lieutenant? Scholes asked.
Keller's spinning up the drives.
What? Scholes shouted. He motioned to Baker. Get him on comms, now!
There's more,
Cam said. She tapped her ear.
Tell them.
The AI's voice came through the control center's speakers.
Communications traffic between Flight Control and Earth have increased 116% in the last 5 minutes.
What are they sending? Koskov asked.
Unknown.
You think they know something we don't?
Applin asked.
Keller can't be thinking of leaving.
Koskov felt a pit in her stomach.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Scholes snapped. Baker, comms, now!
He's coming on now, sir.
Keller's face replaced the footage from New Independence. He didn't look pleased. His tone was stern, clipped, as if dealing with an irritating child. Major Scholes? You're sending messages to command and you're spinning up the drives. I take it you've seen the images from the colony?
We have. And based on what we've seen, I am establishing enhanced quarantine procedures and emergency protocols. We cannot, under any circumstances, allow this ship to be compromised. There is, obviously, a violent extremist regime controlling the colony, who, by the evidence we have seen, likely have no interest in peace talks or negotiations of any kind.
One brief encounter is not indicative of unwillingness to talk, Scholes said. It might very well have been something our people did or said.
Or it could have been an overzealous guard with an itchy trigger finger,
Koskov said, careful not to look at Scholes.
We don't know because we haven't been able to establish comms.
Lieutenant Koskov, please, Scholes snapped, exasperated.
Communications with the advanced team would be advisable, Keller said, especially with our sudden change in plans.
What do you mean, change in plans? Scholes asked.
Exactly what I said, Major Scholes. I believe I've made my concerns perfectly clear to you during our previous conversation, but I will say it again. We cannot allow the ship to come to any harm. We will continue to monitor the situation, but if events continue to deteriorate, then we will be forced to make adjustments to the departure schedule.
He's talking about leaving, Koskov realized. Scholes lifted his chin. Adjustments? What kind of adjustments?
Leaving,
Keller said.
We are not leaving,
Koskov snapped.
Keller's matter-of-fact tone never wavered. If I make the determination that it is no longer safe to remain here, we will do precisely that, Lieutenant. This ship is significantly more important than its occupants, or those people already inhabiting the planet. I do not know how many more times I must say this for you people to comprehend my meaning. Under no circumstances will I allow this ship to be compromised. This is, how you say, the end of the discussion. We can't just abandon those people, Koskov said. We can't leave without understanding what happened, and we aren't going to leave our people down there, not under any circumstances.
For once, Scholes didn't shut her down or argue her points. He nodded and added, not to mention the 5,000 souls still in cryo who expect to wake up on this planet. He pointed to the deck. Not back where they started.
I will allow continued unloading and disembarking procedures for the time being, but I will not hesitate to pull the plug if I decide that events warrant such action.
Koskov scoffed.
Well, that would be great if we could unload. We can't just drop all these people on the surface without knowing what's going on. Colonial operations are not of my concern, Keller said. His detached demeanor and seeming disregard for his passengers and cargo grinded on Koskov, and as the conversation drew on, she found her fingernails digging into her palms. Keller continued. You can always locate a suitable secondary location for deployment. It is a large planet, after all.
You know that's not only unfeasible, but utterly impossible, Scholes replied. We're not prepared, nor do we have the resources to establish a brand new settlement. That wasn't our mission. We need the colony, just as much as they need us.
Keller pursed his lips and shrugged. It was just a suggestion. Like I said, colonial operations are not my concern. And it's easy to pawn off the responsibility to others, Koskov thought. Self-righteous bastard. Hey, Baker said, looking up from his console. We're getting something from the surface. It's Lander. Koskov almost threw up.
She put a hand on the rail next to her, steadying herself as her knees buckled slightly. In her mind, she told herself Lander had been okay, but in truth, she hadn't known. She wanted nothing more than to hear his voice and had to suppress the urge to cry. "It's audio only, but it's a strong signal," Baker said. "We're bouncing it off one of the—" "Just put it through!" Scholes barked. Turning to Keller, he said, "Excuse me, Major," and he jammed a finger down on his console, killing the connection. Lander's breathing was labored. "We made contact with the colonists. Let's just say they weren't exactly overjoyed to see us." Koskov let out a long breath, relief flooding her body. Thank God. The urge to leave the ship right now and go down to be with him was so powerful, she had to grip the rail beside her tightly to keep herself in place. There wasn't anything she could do down there anyway. She wasn't a warfighter like her husband. She'd just be a hindrance, and that was the last thing any of them needed. But she hated being a simple observer without the power to control anything. Sitting back and watching others do the work had never been her style. "We saw," Scholes said. "What about your team? Is everyone all right?" "Ross took a pretty good cut to the head, but is otherwise fine. The rest of us are 100% fine." "And the others? What about the people that attacked you?" "Lost them. In the forest," Lander said. "Once we got a little bit away from the colony, most of them turned back." "What the hell happened down there, Lander?" Love demanded, stepping closer to the screen. "What did you say to those people?" "Me? I didn't say anything," Lander answered, irritation obvious. "Hell, I barely got out a take me to your leader. That guard on the wall went all buck wild, and then those people zombies went crazy." Love and Scholes exchanged confused looks. "What do you mean, people zombies?" Scholes asked, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. "I don't know, that's the only way I can think to describe them," Lander answered. "Until they attacked us, they didn't seem— they looked like zombies. Almost like they weren't really aware of anything around them until whoever that was on the wall shouted at them to attack us." "So you said nothing to provoke them?" Scholes asked. "What the hell are you trying to say, Scholes?" Lander snapped. "That I set them off somehow?" "Well, did you?" Love asked. "Fuck you, Love, and no, I didn't say anything to set them off. For fuck's sake, they just came at us out of nowhere."
"What about the prisoners?"
Koskov asked.
"Did they say anything to you?"
"Told us to get the hell out of Dodge. Wasn't much time for anything else. As soon as Jackass went apeshit, they charged and damn near overwhelmed us. They didn't give a shit about the rigs at all. Like, they didn't give any thought to their own well-being." "How long until you reach the dropship?" Scholes asked. Koskov opened her mouth to argue, but Lander beat her to it. "Dropship? We're not done with our mission yet, sir. Considering the violent nature of the colonist specialist, retreating and reassessing seem to be the order of the day." "Negative," Lander said. "Our mission is to figure out what happened down here. Can't do that from the ship, and we damn sure aren't going to let a few crazies keep us from completing that task. We just need to be a little more cautious is all." "Specialist Lander, I am in command of the mission," Scholes said, "and everything that happens during said mission is my responsibility. I will not have our first operation jeopardize the success of the overall—" "Your mission is to enhance and augment the continued growth and operation of the existing New Independence colony, providing additional manpower and resources in order to ensure the survival of mankind at the frontier of civilization. Right?" Koskov pinched her nose, covering a smile. The quote was from Trank 2's mission statement, something she knew Scholes took very seriously and had a habit of quoting whenever the opportunity arose. Bold move, Joel, she thought. The Major's mouth opened and closed, obviously trying to come up with a response, but nothing came. He couldn't afford to look weak in front of his subordinates, nor could he give Keller any more ammunition to pull the plug and take them all back to Earth. He's got you between a rock and a hard place now, doesn't he?
"We need to talk to those prisoners, Joel,"
Koskov said. "I know. I'm just trying to figure out a way to do that doesn't involve getting my face ripped off."
"We're still trying to raise the colony, but no luck so far,"
Applin said. "Not sure how much luck you're going to have on that," Lander said. They didn't seem to be in the talkative mood. Scholes cleared his throat, reasserting himself into the conversation. I don't want any more violent confrontation, Specialist. If contact doesn't appear productive, you avoid it at all costs. Is that understood? I'm sorry, sir, you broke up there, Lander said. I copy. Continue on mission. Scholes shot Baker a questioning look, and the comms officer lifted both hands, shaking his head. The major ground his teeth together and growled. Specialist Lander, do you copy? Sounds like you're driving through a tunnel, Lander said. It must be the terrain. I'll recontact after we relocate. Lander out. Lander, Scholes shouted, stepping closer to Baker's terminal. What happened? Could he not hear us? Get him back. Not sure, sir. I wasn't seeing anything wrong with the connection at all. Trying to reestablish the link now, sir. Scholes turned to Koskov, glaring. Your husband has no idea what... My husband is the smartest, bravest person I know, Koskov said, her tone hard and steady, giving Scholes no room to misunderstand her. He went down there willingly, and did so knowing there could be risks. For better or worse, we are all neck-deep in this situation, regardless of how dangerous it could be. We cannot afford to make decisions based upon how they may appear to Colonial Command. They aren't here. We are. They entrusted those essential decisions to us, and we have a duty, not only to our team down there, but the 5,000 souls on board, to see this through. Scholes ground his teeth, nostrils flaring. Koskov had played off his own words to Keller perfectly, and they both knew it. There wasn't any way he'd be able to counter her argument when he just told Colonel Keller almost the exact same thing. Do we have them on comms? Scholes muttered. No, sir, Baker answered. No contact. He looked away, vein pulsing in his temple. Son of a bitch. 17. Lander out! He took a breath, trying to calm the raging fury inside him. Conley looked up from where she was bandaging Ross's wound. Maybe he's right. Maybe we should head back to the dropship. Lander shook his head. Running away doesn't solve anything. What's the plan, boss? Rodriguez asked, setting the tip of his sword into the ground just in front of his rig's feet. I wish I knew, Lander thought, gaze sweeping across the faces of his team. None of them had started out this mission intending to fight, but they'd all stepped up and done what needed to be done. The fact that no one, not even Sabatini, had backed away from their first engagement put Lander's mind at ease, knowing his people weren't gun-shy. But what do we do now? They'd retreated about 100 meters into the forest and set up an improvised defensive fighting position as best they could, using felled trees and hastily dug trenches. But the enemy had retreated before they'd had a chance to engage. We need intel, Lander said, rubbing his hands together. We need to find out exactly what is going on here before we do anything else. That woman said something about contacting the others, Erstein said. Lander nodded. But who are they? There has to be a way to get in there and talk to some of those people. Rodriguez laughed. Yeah, and not get eaten alive. Those pendejos were crazy. Any thoughts on that? Lander asked the squad. He was still trying to process everything that had happened, trying to figure out why they'd attacked in the first place. Scholes's words rung in his mind, but for the life of him, he couldn't think of anything he'd done that might have provoked the attack. Conley broke off, looking up at the forest canopy, obviously trying to come up with the right words. After a moment, she said, Zombies, whatever you want to call them. They didn't really seem agitated until that guy on the wall spun them up. Makes me wonder what they would have done had the guy not been there. New Independence is a big town, Lander said. If we're careful, we should be able to infiltrate it and find some of those prisoners. He cleared his throat. Zombies might not even bother us. You really think we're dealing with zombies? Sabatini asked, concern apparent in his tone. Do I think they're actually undead zombies trying to eat our flesh and suck out our brains? Lander asked. No. But there was something definitely off about them. Conley popped open her internal storage and pulled out a bottle of water. After taking a long pull, she said,
They were almost detached from everything around them, like they were working on pure instinct. They were reacting to our presence more than anything. Yeah, but our presence or the rig's? Ross said. The bandage Conley had used encircled the top of his head, but she'd done it well. No red was bleeding through. He still had some streaks of grime and blood she'd missed during the hasty rinse she'd done, but he seemed none the worse for wear. Lander motioned to his second's wound. You okay? I'll live. There's several possible entry locations along the colony perimeter, Erskine said, tapping on one of his displays. But with the improvised wall and other barricades they're installing, it's hard to tell which would be easier. We'd have to put eyes on and assess each one in turn. That'll take time, Conley said. You're saying one of us would have to go in on foot? Rodriguez asked. Unless you can think of a way to conceal a 20-ton rig on foot is really the only option, Lander said. We don't have time to assess all the entry points, Ross said. We're on the clock. Might be a good overwatch position in grid 817, Erskine said. Lander punched up the map and found the grid square. Just as Erskine had said, grid 817 housed a hill overlooking the west side of the colony, surrounded by trees. It probably wouldn't be good for listening, but they'd be able to see a large section of New Independence's industrial district. From the orbital images they'd studied during the flight in, he knew the colonists were still mining and refining the ore from the strip mine several clicks away, which might give them an opportunity to sneak in with the transportation vehicles. Okay, he said. Barring any better ideas, we reposition to that hill and set up an observation post. Probably should have done that to begin with, but we can't do anything about that now. There's definitely a threat here, and we need to figure out exactly what and who it is. I'm going to kick their ass once we find out what's what, Rodriguez said. The rest of the team nodded agreement. Even Lander felt the pressing need for payback. But payback against who? There was definitely something off about those zombie people, but were they actually zombies? The thought of that terrified Lander. The others seemed normal, however, as did the rifle-toting warriors on the wall. So why did the others seem like mindless animals? He thought back to every zombie movie he'd ever seen, trying to remember if any of them ever had a cure for the infected, and couldn't remember any other than shooting them in the head. They can't be real zombies, he told himself. But could they? And if they were, who or what made them that way? The alien? There were so many questions he didn't have the answers to, but he would be damn sure to search them out. Conley and Erskine led them west through the forest, maintaining a steady but careful approach. Whoever the enemy was, they knew they were here, and Lander didn't want to take any chances. For as much brute force advantage they might have over an enemy on foot, the other side would be able to advance on them with stealth on their side, and with the possibility for ambush high, Lander didn't want them to miss anything. After an hour of slow progress, they came to a dirt road bisecting the forest. Several fallen trees lined the road, their stumps ground down. The densely packed road was covered with tire tracks from rover trips back and forth from one of the mining quarries nearby. They watched the road for a time, wanting to make sure no one was traveling on it. 200 meters to their left, the road would take them straight into the colony. Another 300 meters to their right would take them to the quarry. According to their map, we'll reach our target location in another 10 minutes, Conley said. Good, Lander replied. Let's keep moving. He was glad Conley had been the one to pull out the map, remembering the constant abuse he'd taken during his years of service. Dating back longer than Lander knew, jokes about officer land navigational skills were almost embedded into the craft, and he was glad he wasn't the one holding the map. Whatever happened, they wouldn't be able to say he couldn't read a map to save his life. They crossed the road one at a time, covering each other, looking for any sign of the colonists. Despite their unprovoked attack, Lander was having a hard time thinking of them as the enemy. He didn't want to fight them, he wanted to help them. For the life of him, he couldn't understand what could have happened that had affected the people so negatively that they'd attacked their own kind so quickly, without even giving them a chance to speak. At the hill, Lander dismounted, ignoring the pit in his stomach. Even after only a couple hours of drive time, his legs were slightly unsteady, like he'd been on a boat for a couple of days and had lost his land legs.
He set Rodriguez, Sabatini, and Erstein on overwatch, and motioned Ross over. Come on, I want Conley to really have a good look at that wound.
I'm fine.
Yeah, I know. I still want her to look. Ross hesitated, but ultimately relented, parking his rig next to Lander's.
Sea legs?
Ross asked, opening his cage. Lander grimaced, one hand against his rig's steel leg. Yeah. Ross appeared unsteady as well, taking his time to climb out of the saddle and get himself to the ground. He moved with slow, almost overly careful speed, making sure he had firm handholds on his way down. He let out a long, obviously relieved breath and swallowed hard.
The fucking world's spinning like crazy.
Have a seat, Lander said, motioning to a nearby boulder. Reluctantly, Ross complied.
I said I'm fine.
Lander crossed his arms. That's what you said. I want to be sure. I don't want you stroking out or something when the shit hits the fan, especially in one of these. What's wrong? Ross pressed fingers to his forehead.
It's just a headache. Really, I'm fine.
Conley peeked under the bandage, inspecting the wound, and nodded, seemingly satisfied.
How's your vision? Seeing double, blurriness, tunnel vision?
Nothing. Ross straightened and shook his head.
I'm good to go. Let's get on with it.
I don't want to go outside team comm range, Lander said. He motioned to Conley. Stay here with the rigs and maintain regular checks. We'll get closer and see if we can find a way in. If at all possible, I want to be inside tonight.
Roger that,
Conley said. It was slow going, slower than Lander had first thought. Months of artificial gravity and more than a little time in zero gravity had taken its toll on his endurance. Despite his semi-regular workouts, he wasn't prepared for the return to a gravity well. The only boons he could see were that the environment was oxygen-rich, and they were traveling downhill. But the easier it is going down, the harder it will be going back up.
Can't believe how big these things are,
Ross said.
The pictures didn't do them justice at all.
No kidding. For some odd reason, Lander hadn't considered the sheer size of not only the forest, but the individual trees as well. Now, out of his rig, and on foot, he felt like an insect among giants. Some of the trees they were passing were wider than even their rigs, stretching up some 70 meters, some reaching as high as 100 meters. A number of forestry experts, biologists, and ecologists had been sent with the Trank 1 mission, but Lander hadn't even considered looking at their research.
Hold up,
Ross said, 15 minutes into their trip. He put a hand on a relatively small tree, only 10 meters across, and sucked in a deep breath.
I need to get back in the gym.
Despite breathing only slightly heavier than normal, Lander was grateful for the break. He'd kept his regimen mostly regular, but now, sweat soaking through his jumpsuit, he knew he definitely needed to kick it up a notch. Thank God Tally isn't here to see this, he thought, knowing his wife would not miss the opportunity to point out that her constant reminders about hitting the gym had not been unwarranted. Ross sniffed and wiped his nose with the back of his hand.
We've got to be getting close.
Lander turned, but saw nothing but trees. My guess is we'll be able to put eyes on in another 10 minutes or so.
We could always go for the bird's eye view.
Lander looked up at the canopy of bright green, frowning.
You're kidding. It's not like they're going to give out and fall over under your weight. These things have been here for a couple 100 years at least.
It's not the climbing that bothers me, it's the falling. Besides, do you know how long it's been since I've actually climbed a tree? Ross laughed and pushed himself up.
It's just like riding a bike. Look at those branches. You couldn't ask for a better ladder.
Seemingly pulling from some previously untapped reserve, Ross pulled himself up on one of the lower branches, the limb slightly thicker than his arm. It dipped slightly under his weight, but held. He stood up and grabbed the next limb up, smiling.
See?
Lander shook his head. Of all the things I thought I'd be doing when I got here, it definitely wasn't this. He collapsed the cricket with the push of a button, keeping his hands clear as the stock snapped back into the frame. The sights dropped flat, and the barrel tucked back into the receiver. He holstered up and began climbing. It wasn't as bad as he'd thought. The strength of his prosthetic arm was able to hold something 10 times Lander's own weight. Occasionally a gust of wind would blow through, and he'd almost crush the wood within his fake fingers, holding his breath and trying his best to not look down. By contrast, Ross was making good headway. his height giving him an advantage even over Lander's enhanced strength. He made quick work of the climb, but even still, Lander was concerned about the damage caused by his head wound. The impact hadn't appeared to have been hard enough to cause a concussion, but that didn't mean it wasn't a possibility. And unless his eyes were playing tricks on him, Lander could swear Ross's skin was starting to pale slightly. He kept silent, but remained alert to Ross's condition. The thought of him suddenly succumbing to some unknown internal injury was enough to make every muscle in his body tense with anticipation. Ross stopped 10 meters from the top of the tree, opting not to test the thinning branches above. His breath heavy, sweat beading on his forehead. He shook his head.
I remember that being a lot easier.
Lander laughed. Yeah, 20 years ago. Sitting back on a limb near the trunk, Lander took a breath, his heart pounding in his chest. He looked over the landscape, treetops stretching into the distance, the mountains on the horizon and New Independence sandwiched in between them.
Now that's a hell of a sight,
Lander said.
Seeing it on screen and seeing it in person is a completely different experience.
Ross was silent for a moment, as they both took in the vista, then said,
It's beautiful, but I don't recall tree climbing being quite this frightening.
It wasn't, Lander admitted, but when you're a kid, you're scared of nothing. Ross laughed.
I don't even want to think about all the dumb stuff I did when I was younger.
If only we'd have listened to our parents' wise and responsible warnings, Lander said.
Hell, I always thought mine were full of shit.
At that age, I think everyone thinks that about their parents. Lander surveyed the colony, soaking in the view. Ross was right. There was something unique and different about seeing something for the first time in person, like the unconscious desire to touch something to make it real. New Independence sat in a flat valley, stretching some 8 square kilometers from its east and west ends. Originally, the colony had been laid out in districts, industrial, commercial, and residential, most of which Lander could still make out. However, he could see that as the colony had expanded from its center, the residents had gone off-plan. Clusters of prefabricated tenement buildings stood 6 and 7 stories high, surrounded by 2- and 3-story manufacturing plants and warehouses. The main street, a 2-lane road running down the center of town, was flanked by various shops and restaurants, even what used to be well-maintained parks, now overgrown and in disarray. Power lines dipped between buildings, trees encroached on nearby structures, grass and weeds looked like they hadn't been trimmed in months, possibly years. Occasionally he saw people moving through the streets, but overall, the place looked like a ghost town. Only a few vehicles were moving on the roads, mostly flatbed rovers carrying armed guards in the back or groups of prisoners bound for who knew where. City Hall was surrounded by improvised concrete barricades and razor wire, featuring several autocannon turrets on all 4 corners of the roof. Armed guards patrolled the grounds surrounding the building and stood post at the main entrance. The majority of the guards were still clustered around where their first encounter had taken place, as if waiting for Lander and his team to return and continue the fight. To Lander, moving additional security into an area that had already been attacked seemed like a poor tactical move. They should have been watching their flanks and other vulnerable areas.
Place looks like...
Lander looked back at his second, whose face was contorted in obvious pain. You okay?
This headache is killing me.
He squeezed his eyes together for a long moment, then shook his head.
Fuck.
Are you sure?
I'm fine.
Ross opened his eyes and nodded toward the colony.
I was going to say, this place looks like a damn fortress,
Ross said. Lander said, turning back to the city. He watched a group of workers unload a flatbed filled with black containers at the back of one of the foundries. A guard stood, rifle slung across her chest, watching the group and occasionally glancing around as if expecting an attack. Looks like there are some gaps in the wall we might be able to take advantage of. I think the biggest issue will be crossing the open field without being seen. Even at night, they're going to have active sensors watching the grounds, or at least they should have.
Hard to say, without knowing their full capabilities,
Ross added. Yes, but on the other hand, we know what they had available to them when they departed. And if we assume those things are working, they've got the capability to detect any encroachment.
They might not have any security sensors at all,
Ross said. They don't have comms. Might not have anything else. Lander shook his head, watching, thinking. Even if Ross was right, he didn't want to take that chance, not if there was another option. They were on the clock, but they couldn't rush this, not if they wanted it to succeed. There had to be something they weren't seeing. There always was. This wasn't the first time he'd been thrown into situations like this before. Missions with little or no intel, and been forced to adapt, persevere, and overcome. He flexed his metal fingers. Just like old times.
Hold on,
Ross said, straightening.
What's this?
A 6-wheeled ore hauler rolled out of the tree line on a service road a half-kilometer away, kicking up dust from the dirt road in its wake. The bed, which hung out over the 4 rear oversized tires, was filled with ore from one of the nearby mines, the unrefined material covered with grime and dirt.
You don't find it just a little bit weird that with everything they got going on here, they're still mining that damn ore?
Lander shrugged. Apparently somebody wants it. They watched the flatbed cross the open clearing and slow as it approached one of the nearby loading docks. A few workers appeared from nondescript doors, moving suspended mechanical claws to lift the ore from the bed. One armed male, Lander said. 2.
Rest are shackled like the last one, it looks like. You think it's like slave labor or something?
Not sure. The flatbed made a 180 and backed up to the loading dock, where the workers immediately began picking up the large ore chunks with the suspended claws, and maneuvering them to waiting conveyor belts. The ore would be refined into the material used in advanced electronic and power systems in the foundries. Several of the workers were unloading the smaller chunks by hand, pushing them into push carts they'd brought with them.
Maybe it's like a chain gang or something,
Ross said.
They used to use those, right?
I'm sure they do, but I don't think they call them that. Lander answered. Build new roads, get some fresh air, take some time off your prison sentence.
There's definitely a class system going on here. And look, who's this? Looks like those guards just acknowledged him.
Was that a salute? I missed it. Lander leaned forward, his metal fingers digging into the branch's bark, cracking it. The new arrival was tall but slim, his short black hair neatly trimmed, olive-toned face clean-shaved. He wore dark clothing, which looked to be in much better condition than anything Lander had seen anyone else wear since making contact. The dark jacket was full-sleeved. It even looked like the buttons were still attached. Clean uniform pants looked almost tailored to fit. What's this? Lander said.
Billy Big Bollocks has arrived,
Ross said. Despite himself, Lander laughed. Your people's slang kills me.
What?
Who do you think he is?
Who knows? But by the way those guards are deferring to him, I'd say he's clearly a head honcho of some kind.
At once, everyone around the platform ducked, crouching down and covering their heads, as if they'd been The sound reached Lander a moment later, a deep whomp. Smoke billowed up from somewhere behind the wall, about 50 meters away from the docks.
What the hell?
Ross asked. The guards hesitated for a moment, looking to the well-dressed man for instruction. He waved a hand through the air and shouted something Lander couldn't hear, and the guards raced off. The officer quickly strode behind them, leaving the docking area behind. I don't think that was supposed to happen, Lander said.
Look, there's people running.
Lander sniffed. Going to see what exploded, apparently.
Not them,
Ross pointed.
Them.
From the tree line, about 100 meters away, a group of figures emerged from the forest, crossing the clearing at full stride.
What? Who the hell are these guys?
Ross asked.
Are they attacking?
Lander didn't answer. The group was across the clearing in a matter of seconds, slowing briefly before approaching the docks and the still loaded flatbed. A couple of the workers motioned them up, then started handing them things out of the rover's bed.
That's not all,
Ross said, as one of the workers produced a red duffel and held it out for one of the new arrivals to take. As soon as the man had it in hand, he looped the strap over his head and was off, racing back across the clearing for the tree line. Soon after, another followed. The others, Lander said.
What?
That woman at the wall. She asked us if we'd talked to the others. Lander looked at Ross. How much do you want to bet these are them? Come on. Getting out of the tree was easier by far, but Lander had to keep reminding himself to slow down. It wouldn't do anyone any good if he slipped and broke his back on the way down. He dropped off the final limb, landing on the balls of his feet, absorbing the impact with his knees. They screamed at him, as if reminding him that he wasn't as young as he thought he was. They were heading east, Lander said. You remember anything on the map in that direction? No, Ross answered, breathing heavily. If we're fast, we might be able to intercept them, Lander said, tapping his comm disc. Conley, come in. No answer. Erstein? Rodriguez? Lander looked around at the surrounding trees. Shit, these fucking trees are really doing a number on our comms. Come on, we need to... He cut himself off when he saw Ross still doubled over, hands on his knees. Ross, you good? Ross didn't answer. He looked up at Lander, confused, then started vomiting. 18.
All this way for nothing.
Koskov slammed the palm of her hand against the bulkhead beside the hatch, pain shooting up her arm like lightning. She cursed, out of breath, and winced at the stinging numbness. Shaking it out, she turned and stared at the 3 cryotubes. Kirsten's was still closed, and try as she might, Koskov couldn't shake the helplessness she felt at not being able to hold her. Despite everything going on, she would have given anything to pick her daughter up and hold her close. Even crying, the baby always seemed to calm her, allowing her to think. She'd worked out many mission-critical issues during her late-night pacing, trying to get Kirsten rocked back to sleep, and she knew, regardless of how drained she felt the next day, she would always cherish those times where it was just the 2 of them against the universe. Even if Kirsten's contributions generally consisted of nonsensical words and pull-up changing.
Soon, little one,
she said, running her hand over the baby's small tube.
We'll be back together soon. Are you well, Natalia?
Cam asked, her voice steady and almost curious.
Just great, she said. Perfect, never been better. Your answers do not correspond to your body language and tone of voice, nor do they correlate to your elevated levels of adrenaline.
Koskov laughed.
Yeah, you have me there, guilty as charged. You have committed no crime that I am aware of.
She took a deep breath. By and large, Cam was easy to work with. Their working relationship went all the way back to Trank 2's inception. But there were times when even Koskov didn't want to have to explain. Cam was a genius when it came to most things, but for some reason, human nuance was something that continued to elude her.
Still no contact with Lander? Negative,
Cam answered.
However, I do not believe his previous connection was terminated due to lack of signal strength. More like lack of stomach strength. Are you ill? Forget it.
She pulled a bottle of water from her locker and cracked it open.
Have you been able to sync with the colony's AI on the surface? I have not,
Cam said.
I made 1,627 separate connection requests since coming into range, and have received no acknowledgements, either from the AI itself or its active subsystems. So it's either offline or it's been destroyed. Both scenarios are probable,
Cam answered.
But the colony itself is still running, so at least some of the systems are still functional, even if they aren't tied into the main program. Also probable.
Koskov sighed, scratching her head.
It just doesn't make any sense. Any updates from command? Anything at all that might shed some light on the situation? Tranquility Command logged 830... Yeah, I get it.
Koskov waved a dismissive hand through the air.
Anything stand out from the norm? Anything not related to this clusterfuck?
Anything to get her mind from replaying the same losing scenario over and over again.
There are numerous reports of the ACA attempting to launch its own colonial transport. However, all of those reports indicate the ship met with a disastrous fate. Oh? By all accounts, the ship detonated when it activated its primary drive core. It blew up?
Koskov asked, frowning.
You're kidding. How many people did they lose? There were no survivors. What? None at all? In fact, there was no wreckage of any kind located,
Cam said.
Similar to the missile test conducted before the Tranquility II mission's departure, the vessel was completely vaporized. Jesus Christ, those bastards will never learn.
It wasn't that the scientists employed by the ACA were idiots. She knew a lot of them by reputation. But they were working with outdated equipment and subpar training, a recipe for disaster under the best of circumstances. There was no way the Allied countries would allow such low safety standards in any area of research.
You'd think after a failure like their little missile test, they'd put a halt on any further uses of the tech until they could work all the bugs out, not load up a ship full of people and blast them all to hell. That is a logical assumption,
Cam agreed.
However, when have humans been completely logical? You have a point there.
Koskov took another sip of the water and screwed the cap back on. They had their own problems to worry about.
Any luck with the Stork's AI? No. The flight crew has completely segregated our operating systems, effectively locking me out of contact with the rest of the ship. I am functional as part of the colonial system only at this time. And there is no way to change that?
Koskov asked.
What would you like to change, Natalia?
She sighed.
I don't know. I want to be able to confidently say that bastard Keller won't up and leave Lander down there if he gets the urge. Are you suggesting sabotage?
Koskov winced. Hearing the word, it sounded a lot worse than the concept had been in her mind.
No, not sabotage. I don't want to destroy the ship. I just want to be able to...
She trailed off, trying to find the right words. Words that didn't sound like she was trying to damage a multi-trillion-dollar intergalactic colony ship.
To prevent the Stork from leaving orbit,
Cam offered.
Yes. These proposed actions satisfy the definition for sabotage,
Cam said.
To deliberately destroy, damage, or obstruct something, especially for political or military advantage. It's not the right word, Cam. It's not like that. I'm just talking about delaying them if Keller decides he wants to pack up and run. I refuse to accept any outcome where Lander is stuck down there by himself. I understand.
But do you?
What about simply putting a bug in their navigation computer?
She asked.
Something that would prevent them from calculating the course home, but something we can remove when the threat of them leaving isn't hanging over our heads. Manipulating the Stork's navigational systems is not advisable. Okay, but can you do it? It is theoretically possible, Natalia,
Cam responded. And Koskov thought she detected a hint of trepidation in her tone.
The majority of Colonial One's systems are routed through several nodes that function as one, as part of the neural network of the ship's AI.
That's very human of you, she thought.
Look, Cam, I'm not talking about completely disabling their computer system. I'm talking about giving us a little insurance. If this thing goes south, I wouldn't put it past Keller and his lackeys to turn tail and run to save their precious ship. I am not leaving Joel down there alone. No way. Not going to happen. As I said, it's theoretically possible,
Cam repeated.
However, to even know if the modification was possible, I would have to be connected directly into one of these nodes. I cannot simply force my way in through the network. Directly connected,
Koskov mused aloud, rubbing a finger across her forehead.
So, we need to get inside the ship's mechanical access ways. Correct. However, any intrusion into the ship through those passages would be detected and logged by the ship's AI. I assume you do not want to alert it to our activities? So, you can't connect through the network, and if we try to bypass that, it'll see us coming? Correct. I don't know if you know this or not, Cam,
Koskov said,
but you're not being helpful. There is another option available that I am hesitant to suggest.
Koskov raised an eyebrow.
You holding out on me, Cam? That's not like you. I am not holding out, as you put it, but I am reluctant. This final option is not ideal, and if anything goes wrong, there is a very high chance you will not survive the operation. Picking up a flair for the melodramatic, are you, Cam? Exaggeration and sensationalism are not aspects of my programming, Natalia,
Cam responded.
You should know that better than anyone.
She chuckled.
All right. Well, out with it. What's so serious? The final option available to us would be a direct connection to one of the external communication nodes. They are hardwired directly into Colonial One's systems and would allow me the bandwidth necessary to accomplish your sabotage.
Koskov gritted her teeth.
It's not sabotage. We might not even need to go through with it. I just want the option. Will Stork's AI know you've made the connection?
Unlikely. The external communication nodes are almost constantly transmitting and receiving information from Tranquility Command on Earth. That information is generally not considered vital to the Stork's operational systems, and therefore not a priority for the AI. In effect, I would be masking my intrusion as a data file sent from Tranquility Command and embed myself in the system before it realizes I'm there.
So you can, plant a harmless little virus, and nobody will get hurt?
Koskov asked, a smile turning up at the corner of her mouth.
It is not that simple, Natalia. My programming makes it impossible for me to create what you would call a virus. I am, however, able to install a hidden subroutine that mimics the behavior of malware, and will create a series of malfunction reports which, if the navigational system's safety protocols are followed, should prevent the ship from leaving.
You're a stone-cold operator, Cam, you know that?
I believe you have just complimented me for engaging in activity that would likely result in my program being removed from service. If this is correct, I am pleased that you are satisfied with my responses.
And if we end up not needing to
Koskov caught herself.
Go through with it?
I would simply exit the system the same way I entered and erase any evidence of my presence there.
That was when what she'd said clicked.
Wait, what? Did you say external node?
19.
Holy shit, what happened?
Conley asked, opening her cockpit's cage. Don't know, Lander said. Get down here and give me a hand. He'd had the man's arm braced over his shoulder, but because of his height, Lander had found himself half walking, half dragging Ross through the forest. Conley reached them and took some of Ross's weight, a med kit in one hand.
Skin's clammy. How long's he been like this?
Couple of minutes. He threw up right after we got out of the tree. Conley hesitated, frowning at Lander.
Tree?
I'll explain later. They sat Ross down on a fallen tree, Lander holding the driver steady until he was sure Ross wasn't going to fall over. Conley squatted down in front of Ross, checking his pulse. Lander looked up to the sky, which had been filling with gray clouds since leaving their treetop perch behind, and as the sky darkened, so did the forest around them.
I'm okay,
Ross muttered, shaking his head.
Pulse is elevated. Are you breathing okay?
She pressed a small scanner against his temple and tapped the small display inside the medkit. Ross nodded. Lander tapped his comm disk. Rudd, Erstein, Seb, on me. Turning back to Ross and Conley, he asked,
What's wrong with him?
Infection?
I'm not sure. How many fingers am I holding up?
3.
I said I'm fine. Those damn astro balls did a number on my stomach is all.
Rodriguez was the first one back, his rig's feet thumping on the soft earth.
What the hell happened?
Ross is sick,
Conley said without looking up.
Definite fever. White cell count is high. Liver enzymes elevated.
I'm fine. What happened? You catch a bug?
No,
A fit of coughing cut Ross off mid-sentence.
We need to get him back to the ship,
Conley said. Ross pushed her away and stood.
I told you, I'm fine.
He crossed to his rig and pulled himself up on the machine's knee.
We're wasting time. We can't let those guys get away.
What guys?
Rodriguez asked, his cockpit cage open, leaning forward. Ross's rig turned over, servos whining as it powered up. He locked eyes with Lander and said,
I'm a little under the weather, but I can still drive.
What's going on?
Erskine asked, stepping into the clearing followed by Sabatini.
We got friends to find,
Ross said, pulling his cage closed. Lander gritted his teeth, wanting to argue, but it wasn't like they had a whole lot of options. He couldn't just leave Ross here, and it was imperative they find those people. The fact that Ross had picked up a bug somewhere didn't change that, but it did make things a little more interesting. If it was just a cold, and the symptoms didn't get any worse, they'd be fine. But if it wasn't, and they did, they'd be in major trouble. He would have preferred to send him back up to the Stork, even if it was just for an examination. But in light of recent events, he wasn't comfortable sending him back alone, and couldn't risk splitting up his team any further. Conley, keep an eye on him, he finally said, moving to his rig.
Roger that, boss.
Erskine put a steel hand against a large tree next to him.
Okay, who are these friends of yours, and why do we have to find them?
Lander slid down into the saddle and began explaining what he and Ross had seen. Still speaking, he led them out of the small pocket clearing, back through the trees, heading east.
So, let me get this straight,
Rodriguez said, his voice coming through Lander's comm disc.
Some crazy prison lady says something about others, and you automatically assume it's the good guys, and that these thieves are them? I don't know, boss. That sounds pretty thin to me. What about you guys?
The theory does hinge on some pretty big assumptions, Erskine said.
Sounds pretty reasonable to me, Sabatini said.
Yeah, but no one cares what you think, kid,
Rodriguez chided. Right now, all we know is that the people controlling New Independence are obviously hostile to us, Lander explained. They don't want us here, and from what we saw of the other group, there was definitely no love lost between them and the colony residents. They set off an explosion as an obvious distraction as they proceeded to take ore and whatever else from the rover and keep it for themselves.
So?
Lander turned, finding Rodriguez at the very back of the line. It was hard to tell whether or not the man was being a smartass or legitimately obtuse.
The enemy of my enemy,
Ross said, before Lander could get out what he really wanted to say.
Right. That makes sense,
Rodriguez said.
So, we catch these other guys, make friends, then we go back and kick the other guys' asses, right?
Something like that, Lander said, then turned and continued trudging through the trees. The clouds above were thick now, and a light mist had started to fall. Lander hoped the rain would hold off, at least until they could make contact. The ground was already soft enough, and he feared the rain would slow the rigs down even further. Getting stuck in the mud would be fucking par for the course so far, he thought. As they were crossing a shallow stream 20 minutes later, the rain started.
Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me,
Rodriguez muttered on the comm. You know, if it ain't raining, Sabatini said in a sing-song voice.
You start singing, and you won't need to find some alien zombies to fight,
Rodriguez said, pointing back at the new guy. For a moment, Sabatini looked like he was going to make Rodriguez prove it, but then thought better of it and went silent. Erskine stopped at the edge of the stream, his rig kneeling. Opening his cockpit cage, he leaned out, looking at something on the ground. What do you got? Lander asked, moving beside him. Erskine pointed.
Divots in the bank. Looks like your mysterious thieves came out of the stream here. We're on the right track.
Despite himself, Lander felt a strange satisfaction, knowing he hadn't led his team in the wrong direction. The fear and suspicion had been eating at him in a far-off corner of his mind. He kept his expression blank, masking his relief.
Great. They came this way, Rodriguez said. But now what? If they went through those mountains, we're going to be fucked.
Ahead, what had been rocky foothills for the better part of their journey became a steep ridge that extended away from them to the north, blending with sheer cliffs that formed the beginning of the Light Ridge Mountains. To the south, the tree-covered foothills were definitely more passable, but compared to what they'd experienced so far, they would definitely be more challenging. The terrain became a lot more rugged and uneven, adding to the fact that the forest only slightly thinned as they progressed. Their progress would be significantly slowed. As though today couldn't get any better, Lander thought, as the drizzle pelted his cage with rhythmic hollow ticks. He swept his gaze back and forth along the ridge, looking for any sign of the group, but he was no tracker. In fact, he was doubtful he'd pick up the signs even if they were looking him right in the face. "Erskine, anything?" he asked, running a hand through damp hair. The tech head, and apparently tracker, maneuvered his rig carefully, leaning forward in his cockpit, the cage folded up. "They aren't going to any trouble to cover their tracks. Looks like they took the southern route through the forest. That way."
"Makes sense," Conley said. "Those cliffs and mountains would be hard to pass during the best of circumstances."
Lander didn't need any more convincing. "Let's go." The misting drizzle grew into a steady downpour as the team worked their way through the forest, stopping occasionally for Erskine to check the trail. For a long stretch around the base of one of the sheer rock cliffs, the trees thinned, revealing a series of caves cut into the rock.
"What the hell do you think made those?"
Rodriguez asked.
"I don't know, but I know I don't want to meet whatever did,"
Sabatini answered.
"Geological," Erskine said. "You can tell by the jagged edges. It's amazing what pressure and erosion can do to rock."
Rodriguez grunted.
"Yeah, amazing."
The thinning trees allowed them to pick up their pace, but it still wasn't as fast as Lander would have preferred. It was frustrating to know that even in the large war machines, they most likely were not gaining on their quarry. It was one of the first things he'd learned in driver school. The ability to move fast was only as good as the room you had to work with. While the rigs provided their drivers with enhanced strength, speed, and firepower, there were still times when human adversaries would have the advantage. Not to mention that taking cover in one of the colossal machines was almost laughable.
"If it ain't raining," Sabatini sang.
"Shut up,"
Rodriguez growled, as the rest of the team let out a simultaneous groan at the song.
"What?"
Sabatini asked, steel arms spreading out to either side.
"It's not like they're going to hear us coming."
"Maybe not,"
Conley replied.
"but it doesn't mean we want to hear your tuneless singing."
"Tuneless? I was lead in my high school choir for 2 years.
"Jesus, I would have hated to hear what the rest of them sounded like,"
Rodriguez said.
"Hey, what's your problem, man?"
Sabatini said.
"Nothing. I'm just excited as all fuck to be out here in the middle of nowhere, following some wannabe's mediocre tracking skills, looking for some people who may or may not be the good guys on a planet filled with nasty fucking lizards and tentacle-covered aliens."
Sabatini was silent for a time, seemingly considering the words. Finally, he said,
"You really think these people are going to help us? I mean, Rod's got a point. If they're not, they could be leading us into a trap."
"Hey, you see that? The kid's got some brains after all."
"If they are a part of whatever is going on back at the colony, they wouldn't have been stealing gear and supplies," Lander said. "And if they were trying to ambush us, they could have done it at any time. Leading us this far away from the colony doesn't make much sense, and it's doubtful they could have come up with the plan this fast. Those people were already in place before we made contact."
"I'm telling ya, it's a civil war,"
Rodriguez said.
"Peeps got fed up with being ordered around, man. You feel me?"
"No, I don't feel you," Lander said, immediately regretting his harsh tone.
"Okay, but even if that's true, how are we supposed to know which side is which?"
Sabatini asked.
"We could very well be following the bad guys."
"I'd say getting shot at is a pretty good indicator of whose side we want to avoid," Lander said.
"Hell, it could be much simpler than that,"
Conley said. "What do you mean?"
"Well, this whole planet is basically unclaimed and untamed. People were saying it for years back home, angry at the Coalition's monopoly on the planet. It's the biggest land grab since the Old West."
"It's the biggest land grab since the fucking ACA took Asia and Europe,"
Ross added, his words slurred slightly. Lander hesitated, turning to watch the man trudge around a rock formation, each step sinking an inch into the wet earth. His movements looked steady, but inside the cockpit, Ross's upper body swayed a bit too much. "He's fine," Lander thought, forcing himself to turn and continue. "You can't be their mom. You have to be their leader."
"It's not like we ever needed much of an excuse to fight over shit,"
Conley said.
"Land and money have been the cause of more death than anything in history."
"Land and money and sex," Erskine added.
"And religion,"
Rodriguez added, a steel hand miming a cross across his rig's chassis.
So, one side'll enslave us, the other will steal from us, Erskine said. I gotta say, I don't much care for either side much right now. Lander chuckled. I know what you... A coughing fit from Ross cut Lander off, and he turned to see the rig stumble sideways into a tree, snapping limbs and crushing bark. The rig rolled as the trunk cracked, and Ross's rig fell to the ground, face first. I'm okay, he muttered weakly between coughs. I'm okay. Like hell you are, tipo, Rodriguez said, steel hand reaching out and hauling Ross's rig upright. Inside the cockpit, Ross squeezed his eyes shut and shook his head. Fuck. You don't look too good, boss, Rodriguez said, his expression a mask of concern. Shit, Lander muttered under his breath, looking around. The rain was coming down in drenching sheets now, not only significantly reducing their visibility, but soon their mobility. Erskine, as if reading his mind, lifted a steel foot, watching as water and slop ran off, falling back to the wet mud. We're not going to be able to keep this up much longer. I know, Lander clenched his jaw muscles. It would be night soon. They didn't know the terrain, and they didn't know their enemy. All points in the negative. As much as he didn't want to stop, he knew there wasn't any other option. Boss? Erskine asked, giving him a quizzical look. Lander sighed and motioned to the sky. We're losing light, and he needs rest. I'm fine, Ross muttered. Lander ignored him. We need to get out of this weather. Not a lot of options out here, Erskine said. The caves, Lander said. Even if we can't get the rigs inside, they'll provide us some protection. At the very least, it'll get us out of this damn rain. What about our friends? Conley asked, stepping her rig up next to Lander. He sighed, looking up at the darkened sky. Going to be extremely difficult to track them at night, not to mention the rain washing away their tracks. Oh, great, so if we don't get killed by our own people, we're gonna get eaten alive by some big, rock-munching hijo de puta, Rodriguez said. I told you they're geological, not creature-made. Yeah, that's what you say, but how do we know? This is Tranquility, not Earth. Erskine started to respond, then stopped himself, considering. If there was a creature big enough to make those caves, we definitely would have seen it on our planetary scans. One of the survey missions would have found evidence of them. Rodriguez laughed. Yeah, like the aliens, right? Come on, Lander said. Move out. Lander dropped from his rig's knee, sliding slightly in the mud. Beside him, Ross's cockpit gauge was opening with a whine. The driver leaned forward, looking considerably more pale than he had not 20 minutes before. Ross, you okay? Lander asked. Squeezing his eyes tight, Ross nodded. Great. He doesn't look great, Conley said, looking up at him from beside his rig's steel legs. Ross put a leg over the edge and reached out for one of the handholds on the chassis, missed, and let out a shout as he fell back. He landed at his rig's feet with a grunt, splattering Conley with mud. God damn it! Conley knelt beside him, cradling Ross's head. He's on fire! Let's get him inside, Lander said. He helped Conley pull Ross to his feet, and half-carried, half-dragged him inside. They laid him down on a patch of green moss as the others grouped around them. Ross murmured something Lander couldn't understand, head moving slowly back and forth, eyes shut tight, shivering even as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. What the hell's wrong with him? Sabatini asked. You stay with me, pendejo. You hear me? Rodriguez said loudly, leaning close. Don't you go walking off down no tunnels to the light, okay? What the hell is it? Lander asked. What's wrong with him? Conley pressed the scanner patch to Ross's forehead again. He's spiking a fever. Heart rate's elevated. O2 stats at 93. Temperature's 101.9. But the scanner's not finding a cause. I'm going to give him some broad-spectrum antibiotics. Lander leaned close. Ross, it's going to be... Ross's hands shot out, grabbing Lander by the collar. Lander tried to pull back, but Ross held on, pulling himself closer. Rodriguez and Sabatini shouted in surprise, and Conley reached forward, putting a hand on Ross's chest and pushing him back down. I can hear her,
Ross shouted, eyes open now, as if staring into Lander's soul. Still trying to pull away, Lander asked, "What the hell are you talking about?"
What's she saying?
Ross asked, his grip tightening. "Ross, I don't know what you're talking about," Lander said.
Who is she? Is someone talking to you?
Footsteps echoed through the cave behind them as Erskine ran in from outside.
What the hell is going on?
He's hallucinating,
Conley said.
Ross, it's okay.
What's she?
The driver's voice trailed off, his fingers opening, releasing Lander's collar as he slumped back down. His eyes fluttered slightly, then closed, his head listing to the side as he slipped into unconsciousness.
He's out,
Conley said.
Hijo de puta,
Rodriguez groaned.
Don't do that shit again, asshole.
This isn't just a normal fever,
Conley said. Rodriguez laughed.
Yeah, no shit. What the hell?
We're going to need to get him back to the ship ASAP.
Lander gritted his teeth. Of all the things he'd been prepared to deal with during this mission, a sick teammate was not one of them. Chances of making a call in this weather? Without a satellite grid to bounce it off of? Erskine asked. Zip. Great. Lander looked back at Ross, who continued to shiver and occasionally convulse. All right, we'll wait until morning. Hopefully this rain will have stopped by then. And then? Erskine asked. And then we get the hell out of Dodge. 20.
Are you sure this is the only way?
Koskov asked, fingers gripped tight around the helmet in her hands.
The external nodes are the only access point to the ship's mainframe systems at this time,
Cam said. She closed her eyes and inhaled.
Fine.
Koskov slipped the helmet on, smelling the sterile fabric inside. The padding fit snug around her ears, and dim blue lights illuminated the interior, just below the wraparound transparent face shield. Portions of her face reflected back at her in the shield. She grimaced.
You could have told me I looked tired. Your vital signs do not indicate a need for rest at this time, Lieutenant Koskov.
She sniffed.
Yeah.
The service airlock was situated off the main cargo bay, used by maintenance technicians to perform routine inspections and repairs. So far, however, Keller hadn't seen fit to bring anyone not deemed essential out of cryostasis, which meant this section was rarely used, much less visited by anyone. Koskov twisted the helmet into its locking bracket and listened to the hiss of air filling the suit. At least that's working, she thought.
And you're sure Keller isn't going to catch on? The airlock control mechanism is a critical subroutine of the Stork's ship functions,
Cam explained in her earbud.
It is meant to be available in emergency situations or during times when computer function is limited or offline. Yes or no, Cam? No, Lieutenant Koskov,
Cam answered.
Colonel Keller will be unaware of your actions. However, I am obligated to remind you that as no one will be aware as to your actions here, no one will be able to mount a rescue operation should complications occur.
And fucking thanks for that. Koskov ground her teeth, breathing deep through her nostrils.
Then let's get on with it. Very well.
She stepped through the inner airlock door, boots clanging against the grated metal deck. The hatch hissed closed behind her, and the green lights rimming the edge of the ceiling flashed to orange.
Beginning decompression sequence,
Cam announced. There was another hiss as the air was sucked from the compartment. And though she couldn't see any change, she knew she was entering one of the most dangerous and deadly environments mankind had ever ventured into. It was also something she told herself she'd never do. A spaceship was one thing, but going out into the void with nothing but a thin layer of cloth and glass between you and a violent, painful death, that was something else entirely.
This is such a dumb idea. Do you wish to abort the procedure, Natalia?
No. Koskov shook her head.
No, forget it. Your biometric readings are becoming elevated. Yeah, no shit.
This isn't exactly something on my bucket list, okay? I signed up for command and logistics, not operations. Specifically to avoid situations like this, I'm an analyst, not an operator. She laughed. Jay would love this.
The hissing faded away as the atmosphere was sucked out of the compartment and the orange lights flashed to red. A small display panel beside the outer hatch displayed decompression complete.
Are you ready?
Cam asked. Fuck no, I'm not ready.
Open the damn door.
The door opened, silently, revealing a dizzying backdrop of alien stars. Koskov put her hand on the edge of the hatch and stepped through, the gravity pads in the soles of her boots keeping her feet firmly planted on the deck. Rolling to the Stork's hull was probably the most awkward she'd felt in a long time, and she was glad no one was there to witness. It took a moment to right herself, and she forced herself to think of the hull as down now, ignoring the orientation of the airlock just inside the hatch. She swallowed hard as the hatch sealed shut, wishing she could wipe the sweat on her forehead.
I'm not sure if I mentioned this or not, Cam, but I hate void walks. Hate them. Seriously. I understand,
Cam said. I'm sure you don't, she thought.
I am displaying the most direct route to the node assembly,
Cam said, as twin blue lines appeared on her HUD, tracing a path across the ship's hull.
Estimated travel time is 15 minutes.
Koskov laughed, taking her first steps.
Yeah, you'll probably want to adjust that estimate when you see how slow I'm actually going to go. I would advise haste, Natalia,
Cam said.
The amount of oxygen contained in your suit's tanks will only support you for 1 hour and 17 minutes at your current rate of consumption. You know, Cam, if you could just keep that shit to yourself, that'd just be awesome, all right? You do not wish me to keep you advised of information pertinent to your situation?
Koskov stopped, the edge of Tranquility just peeking over Stork's hull.
Just let me know where I need to go and when I need to head back. That's it, okay? I don't want fucking status updates about my O2 levels every 5 minutes. I understand.
I swear, if I could punch her in the face. As she continued along the hull, Tranquility continued to rise above her. Or were they going under? She didn't really want to think about it and focused on keeping her eyes on the steel gray panels at her feet, not at the infinite expanse around her. But try as she might, she couldn't help but feel tiny and more than a little insignificant when compared to the vastness of space. It was hard to imagine how far away from home she really was out here, and to know there was no help coming was more than a little disconcerting. Tranquility's surface looked so much like Earth's, the blue oceans, green and brown continents, swirling white clouds, and yet it also looked completely alien. Sure, she'd studied the images for years, same as everyone else on the mission, but seeing them on a display screen and in person was something completely different. She kept having to remind herself that her mind wasn't playing tricks on her, that this was actually happening and she was above an alien world millions of miles away from her home. Your old home, she reminded herself. Below, on that alien globe, was her new home, and she'd be damned if a bunch of cowardly assholes or self-righteous assholes or any other kind of assholes were going to keep her from it. She reached the node 20 minutes later, faster than she'd anticipated, and took a breath. Even in 0G, walking took effort, more so than down a gravity well, because she had to actively think about what she was doing 100% of the time. She bent down and twisted the clasp away from the panel, opening it to reveal a cluster of blinking lights and circuitry.
All right, she said. What now? You must manually connect my network relay to the primary buffer drive, there, on the top left section of the assembly.
As Cam spoke, a holographic diagram appeared on Koskov's HUD, overlaid against the actual circuitry. Indicator lines pointed to the connections Cam needed and in the steps she needed them to happen in. Over the next 10 minutes, Cam directed her actions, working through the various procedures in turn. Despite her occasional frustration with Cam's uncharismatic and, at times, remedial operational parameters, the AI's instruction was second to none. She never appeared frustrated or impatient or bored, as Koskov struggled with the procedure, and never sounded condescending in her direction. Something Jay could take a lesson in, Koskov thought absently, fitting one of the wire connectors into place. Though halfway through the operation, she got the feeling that somehow Cam was operating through and connecting to the physical world through her body, which made her more than a little uncomfortable. Nothing like being a puppet to a supreme intelligence at the end of the world. "Okay," she said, straightening, pressing her gloved hands into the small of her back, trying to stretch. In the suit, though, it wasn't as relieving as it could have been otherwise.
What now?
"I am in the process of loading into the relay junction now," Cam said. "I should have access to the internal communication buffer in a matter of seconds. There. I am in. We're good? I am accessing the Stork's control modules now. I have access. So can I get the hell out of Dodge now? I am not detecting any— Can I get back inside the damn ship, Cam?" "Affirmative."
Koskov slipped her tethered tools back inside the pouches of her suit and closed the panel.
"Next time, Jay is staying on the ship, and I'm going down to the planet. I'd rather be stuck in a rig than out here. I was not aware you had the capability to drive a mechanized exo-armor device, Natalia. I'll do anything if it means I never have to do something like this ever again. All right, show me the hatch. It's time to go."
21.
Doesn't look like the antibiotics did anything,
Conley said, checking Ross's med patch.
Only good news is I don't think he got any worse.
Lander bit back a curse. Well, he was glad Ross hadn't deteriorated overnight. He'd hoped for some improvement at the very least. Slaving a rig was a tricky operation, even under the best of circumstances. 100 things could go wrong that didn't include the driver being sick all over the cockpit. Fortunately, the downpour had lessened to a slight drizzle, and while it wasn't ideal, at least they wouldn't be making the return journey in the drenching rain. Outside the cave, sunlight was peeking through the clouds, sending thin lines of light streaking to the ground in ever-shifting patterns. "Come on," Lander said. "Daylight's burning." It took a few minutes to get Ross up and strapped in, and another 10 to lock in the slave to Conley's rig. Slaving a rig was a delicate operation because the driver had to pay attention to both rigs simultaneously. Generally speaking, if a driver was slaving, they weren't involved in combat operations. It would be a bad time if they accidentally shot off one of Ross's bloggers and took out one of their rigs. Besides Lander, Conley was the team's most experienced driver, and to her credit, she never once complained. They fell back into their regular intervals, careful not to retrace their exact route back through the forest. If anyone had spotted their trail, which wouldn't have been difficult considering they were the only ones out here tramping through the trees with 20-ton rigs, they didn't want to run the risk of running into anyone tracking them. Occasionally they ran into a pack of spinebacks, the creatures approaching cautiously, obviously testing to see whether or not the steel behemoths were a threat or easy prey. Seemingly choosing the former, the animals kept their distance, eventually disappearing into the forest and leaving the team in relative silence. Lander turned, watching as Conley worked the 2 rigs through a pair of trees. "How's he doing?" Conley shook her head.
He's muttering something, but it's mostly incoherent babble. Still has a fever.
"How's the slave?"
"It's fine. It's a chore working through some of these dense patches, but otherwise not horrible."
Lander was about to respond when movement flashed in his peripheral, something ducking between 2 trees to his right. He snapped to the movement, watching, his mind telling him there was something different about it. Hairs on his neck stood up.
"What's wrong?"
Conley asked. "Don't know. Movement. There."
"Spinebacks again?"
Lander hesitated, not wanting to answer. His mind could be playing tricks on him. He leveled the blogger, the weapon humming as Lander powered it up.
"Whoa!"
Rodriguez called out, his voice echoing through the trees instead of through the comm channel.
"I've got movement up here!"
"What do you got?" Lander shouted, not taking his eyes off his target.
"I'm pretty sure I just saw someone— Shit! Contact!"
Lander scanned the area ahead, searching for what Rodriguez was seeing,
but the view was obscured by the surrounding trees.
"Report!" A new voice echoed around them. It was male, and by the sound, he was close. "Do not move!" Turning, Lander swept his blogger around. "Who's there?"
Lower your weapons. We have guns trained on all of you. Do not make any sudden moves."
There was a moment of silence, as if the voice was waiting to see if they'd comply or not. Then he said,
"Good. Now, identify yourselves."
Lander scanned around. He turned back to the spot he was covering. Still nothing.
"Identify yourselves."
"My name's Lander, rig driver with Tranq 2. We're trying to make contact with you. Well, anyone from New Independence."
"Anyone not trying to shoot us,"
Rodriguez added.
"Tranq 2. Prove it."
Lander laughed. "How the hell am I supposed to prove that? Just look at the equipment we're in. We made landfall yesterday and tried contacting the colony."
"And did you?"
"No. We were attacked before we could say anything. Some asshole on the wall shouted at us and the whole group charged us. Had to fight them off." The man didn't answer. Silence fell over Lander and his team as they waited for whoever was out there to show themselves. He shared a look with Conley and mouthed, "Anything?" She shook her head and continued to scan.
"I'm coming out,"
the man finally said.
"Don't shoot."
The man stepped out from behind a tree 15 meters away, a short, well-built Asian man with long black hair. Lander racked his brain, but for the life of him couldn't put a name with the face. The man wore camouflaged combat fatigues that had seen better days, and held a battle rifle in the low ready. His eyes flicked from Lander to Conley and Ross behind her. As he approached, another soldier appeared from the underbrush behind him. Lander lowered his blogger. "Kinda gutsy to ambush a team of rigs on foot with only 2 guys.
"Who said I only have 2 guys?" "Oldest trick in the book, S.A.,
Rodriguez said, turning to face the man, resting his sword over his shoulder. "We're not a threat to you," Lander said. "We're here to help." The man considered the team again and frowned.
"You don't look army to me."
Lander shook his head. "Not army. We're part of the construction crew."
"Construction crew? That doesn't make any sense. Where's the military?"
"You're looking at it, Holmes,"
Rodriguez said before Lander could answer. "That's right."
"A couple of folks said that they saw a dropship," the man said. "But why in the fuck would they send down civilians?"
"Didn't really have much of a choice," Lander said. "And I've told you my name, but I don't recognize you or your friend here."
"Staff Sergeant Frank Sakato, 1st Tranquility Militia. Shipped out here with a detachment from 188th. Course, none of that matters now. Never seen these kind of rigs before."
"Orca 2s, Lander said. "Standard module chassis converted from their military models after the war. We were all recruited after our enlistments were up."
"Vets?"
Lander nodded. "I was a captain, 115th Armored Cav, 1st Platoon, 2nd Company."
"I don't understand," the man behind Sakato said. "Didn't you get our distress calls?"
"We got them, but not until after we'd already left Earth."
"So you didn't bring anyone to fight the Hive?" "I don't even know what that means. What is the Hive?" Sakato silenced the other man with a wave of his hand and a sharp look. He turned back to Lander. "We're not going to have this conversation out here."
The other man adjusted the pack on his back, and Lander made the connection. "You were part of the group stealing from that rover yesterday."
"We didn't steal anything," the second man blurted out.
"Enough,"
Sakato said. He considered Lander for a moment, sizing him up.
"You followed us out here. Makes sense how you found us then."
"That's right."
Sakato looked away.
"If you contacted the colony, you said someone shouted at you?"
"One of the guards on the wall."
"A vindicator. She'll know you're here. No doubt about it."
"Who's she?" Lander asked, his frustration building. "What happened here? Someone get power hungry? Is that why the colony split?"
"The colony didn't split," Sakato said. "We were attacked."
"Attacked by who?"
"The Hive," the second man said.
Behind Lander, Ross broke into another coughing fit. He slumped against his restraining straps, moaning. A line of drool ran down his chin, his eyes barely open.
Sakato's eyes snapped to him, concern and fear spreading across his face. He brought his rifle up, leveling it at Ross.
What's wrong with him?
Whoa, easy. Lander put steel hands up and stepped between Sakato and Ross. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You were attacked,
Sakato said, ignoring the quip.
Did any of them touch you?
A couple got a hold of him pretty good. Got a decent-sized cut in the process. We treated him, but he caught a fever a short time later.
He's infected. You're going to want to get him out of that thing. If you want to be merciful, you'll put a bullet in his head.
The fuck you say? Rodriguez snapped. Not going to happen. Lander lifted his blogger. They stared at each other for several tense moments, and finally Lander said, Do we understand each other? Slowly, Sakato lowered his rifle.
Keeping him in the rig isn't safe. Not safe for who?
Conley asked.
For all of us. Do you know what's wrong with him?
The hive is reaching out, Sakato explained.
Sometimes it takes a while. Again, I don't have any idea what you're talking about,
Lander said. Listen, I don't have all day. I need to make contact with someone in charge. Now. I've got 5,000 people up there counting on me to get them down here safely and soon. If you're not the person I need to speak with to figure this all out, then I need you to take me to someone who can. The man held Lander's gaze for a long time, obviously considering his options. He was suspicious of them, and Lander didn't blame him. Had their positions been reversed, he probably would have been as well. What he wouldn't have given for Tally to be down here right now. She had a way with words, and people, for that matter. She can sell ice to an Eskimo, he thought.
The rigs stay here,
Sakato said.
Not happening, puto,
Rodriguez said, stepping toward them, steel feet snapping fallen limbs.
Then you will not go.
The man spoke with a clear finality, seemingly unfazed by Rodriguez's advance.
I do not know you, and while you don't appear to be under her control, I will not take any chances. We have been waiting for help for some time now. If you are all that is coming, the others will want to know. But before we do anything, you must get him out of that rig.
Ross was leaning forward on his restraints, head listing to one side, almost like he was sleeping. Get him down, Lander said. As Conley and Erskine helped Ross from his cockpit, Lander dismounted, crossing his arms in front of Sakato. How far?
Not far,
Sakato said. And I have your word that no harm will come to my team?
If I'd wanted to harm your team, Specialist, we would not be having this conversation.
The soldier put thumb and finger to his lips and blew a shrill whistle. Almost immediately, armed figures appeared out of the shadows, surrounding their small group. All were armed and wore similar uniforms, but from their general haggard appearance and assorted gear, it didn't look like they were regular army.
Now,
Sakato said,
we should get moving.
Sakato and his small team moved fast, faster than Lander would have thought, leaving little of their passing through the forest. Lander and Rodriguez followed Sakato through the forest, and despite knowing there was a platoon around them, once they'd moved away from the rest of the team, the soldiers had vanished like ghosts.
This is loco, boss,
Rodriguez said in a low voice.
We got no idea who these crazy fucks are. They might be cannibals or something.
They're soldiers, Rodriguez, Lander told him. And besides, I brought my own cannibal in case they try any shit. Entendido? Rodriguez chuckled.
Si, senor.
Another kilometer southeast brought them to a rocky bank along a small river cutting through the forest. A wooden bridge spanned the shallow river, the water about 1.5 meters deep at the center. On the far side, the rocky bank extended up to another row of trees, and behind those was a slate-gray wall standing some 3 meters tall. It resembled the wall they'd seen around the colony, pieced together with whatever they could find. Whole sections were comprised of vertical logs, the tops chopped off like some kind of medieval fort. Several soldiers stood atop the wall, watching their small group cross the bridge. The rest of the patrol appeared from various spots along the river, crossed the bridge, and formed up in a large circle around the two men. They all kept their weapons at low ready, and Lander knew they were just waiting for an excuse.
Wait here,
Sakato said, when they reached the other side. He jogged up to a small door cut into a large section of steel. It opened at his approach, and he stepped through.
What a shithole,
Rodriguez said under his breath. Lander nodded in agreement, but kept silent, trying to hear what was being said at the wall. After a few minutes, Staccato reappeared, followed by another man in a matching uniform, a sidearm holstered on his hip. I'm Lieutenant Cody Williams, 1st Tranquility Militia. You're with Trank 2? That's right. Name's Lander. Williams eyed their clothes. You're not military. It was a statement, not a question. That's right. We're part of the Construction Enhancement Team. I served in the Allied military during the war. 115th Armored Cav. I'm going to need your weapons. We're not your enemies here, Lander said. And if that's true, then we aren't yours, Williams countered. But circumstances on Tranquility dictate extreme precaution. You'll understand shortly. Lander hesitated, putting his hand on the cricket's grip. Two of the guards pulled rifles into their shoulders, but kept the barrels pointing at the ground. Take it easy, Lander said, flicking the retention snap off with a thumb. He nodded to Rodriguez and held the cricket out. Be careful with that switch. Staccato took Lander's weapon, turning it over in his hand, inspecting it. He tapped the button, and the cricket extended, components folding into fire position. I've heard about these before we left, but never got to see one. The cricket, right? Lander pointed. It's hot. Staccato nodded and tapped it closed.
This is bullshit,
Rodriguez said, pulling his own from its holster.
I'll keep these safe,
Staccato said. Everything goes well, you'll get them back. Williams motioned toward the open door cut into the wall. There's some people that want very much to speak with you. Lander started up the hill. It's about time we got some answers. 22. First things first, Williams said, stepping through the makeshift door. We need to run a med scan. A woman stepped up to Lander, scan patch in hand. What is this? Lander asked.
Standard scan,
the woman said.
It won't hurt.
When Lander held back, Williams said, Unfortunately, it is required. No exceptions. After a moment, Lander nodded and leaned forward.
Hold still, please.
She pressed the adhesive patch onto his forehead, then pulled a small data pad from a shoulder bag, fingers tapping as she worked through the data. Both were a few years out of date, but considering everything that had happened here, Lander wasn't surprised. Care to tell me what's going on here, Lieutenant? Lander asked, suppressing his annoyance at the woman's frown. Why did the fighting break out? What the hell is up with that alien thing?
He's normal.
The woman peeled the patch off and moved to Rodriguez, repeating the procedure. To his credit, the usually raucous driver held his peace, allowing her to work. First, tell me what you know, and I'll try my best to fill in the missing parts, Williams said. Lander walked him through what they'd learned since being pulled from cryostasis early. The videos, the lack of communication, and finally the contact with the people at New Independence. Williams listened intently, and after the woman had given Rodriguez a clean bill of health, led them through the outpost. Gravel roads crisscrossed through prefabricated and makeshift buildings, past stacks of heavy-duty containers, open-air workstations covered by tarps, and pockets of people who looked like they'd all been through hell and back. Lander caught a glimpse of a Nasser horn behind what looked like a mechanical shop, but couldn't tell if it was operational or not. When Lander finished, Williams asked, And you've had no contact with... He trailed off, obviously considering his next words. With the hive? Lander and Rodriguez exchanged confused looks. To be honest, Lander said, I don't have any idea what you mean. I've already told you the only people we've had any kind of contact with is that jackwagon on the wall and you people. Williams nodded thoughtfully. Probably a vindicator.
What?
Rodriguez asked. It's what they call themselves, Williams explained. Well, the approximation of what she calls them. Who knows if that's the correct translation or not. Think of them as the hive's rank-and-file warriors.
You're talking about that espantoso alien fuck,
Rodriguez said. That's right. Hold up, Lander said, lifting a hand. Fill me in from the beginning. Just what exactly did your people find down in that cave? Some kind of indigenous creature we missed somehow? Williams sniffed. Whether or not she's from here is out for debate. But it's responsible for what happened here, Lander asked. If you saw the feeds, you know what happened, Williams said. Survey team found the den and made contact. We're not really sure why she'd been dormant for so long, but once she was aware of our presence, things went south, quick. All attempts to communicate with her failed. We had a security perimeter set up within hours, but you can see how well that worked out. But if the fight was against her, then why the infighting? Lander asked. Because it wasn't infighting. Rodriguez laughed.
You know, feel free to answer without it being cryptic.
Williams held up his hands. It's the simplest answer. We weren't fighting each other, we were fighting the hive, even though we didn't know it then. We've learned a lot since the takeover. You've mentioned the hive before, and she. Who is she? The Queen, Williams answered. She controls the hive, and through extension, everyone connected to it. In effect, everyone connected to the hive is connected to her, and she controls them as if they were a part of her own consciousness. Controls? She infects and controls, and while there are varying levels of control, she's connected to everyone she infects.
Like some kind of virus?
Rodriguez asked. Williams nodded. As far as we can tell, it spreads by blood and body fluid. It takes a few days to take hold, but once it does, the victim becomes a part of the hive, and we haven't found any way to stop it. It's fairly easy to detect, but even so, there isn't any treatment. Lander felt a pit growing in his stomach. Detect how? During the incubation time, the person experiences fever, hallucinations, vomiting, all sorts of nasty shit. After that, and there's no cure? Not that we've been able to find.
Carajo,
Rodriguez said as he let out his held breath.
So what? Then they all go loco?
As he spoke, he gave Lander a sidelong glance, but didn't elaborate. It's just a coincidence, Lander told himself. Ross's symptoms could lead to any number of diagnoses. What about quarantine facilities? Surely there's a way to keep them from hurting themselves or others. We tried everything, trust me, Williams replied.
What about cryo?
Rodriguez asked.
Put 'em on ice or something.
If we had any stasis pods here, that might be an option, but we don't.
One of theirs is infected,
Sakato said, finally joining the conversation. Lander glared at him.
You don't know that it has anything to do with this hive. He's got allergies, Rodriguez added.
Williams stopped and turned to face them. If one of your people is infected, it's only a matter of time before he's connected. I'm sorry. We don't know he's infected, Lander argued through gritted teeth. But even after he said the words, he couldn't fully bring himself to believe them. Something told him these men were right. Williams didn't respond, but his expression told Lander everything he needed to know. We're here, Williams said, stopping outside a squat building with no windows. What's in there? Lander asked. Hopefully, the future. Williams led them through a short entryway into a large rectangular chamber filled with people dressed in ragged clothes, some with tactical vests, others with only rifles slung over their shoulders. They broke off their conversations as Lander and Rodriguez followed the lieutenant in, all moving to either side of the room, allowing them access to 6 seated figures at the far end of the room. What is this? An older black man with a graying beard asked as they approached. His powerful forearms were covered in tattoos, his dark gray jumpsuit only in slightly better condition than Williams's. Lander didn't recognize him. Should have paid closer attention, he told himself. Tally would know. His name is Landa, Williams told the panel, motioning for the 2 visitors to hold back. He says he's with Trank 2. A murmur rippled through the room and fingers pointed. Does that mean the army's here? Someone asked.
We're saved, another added.
There is no army, Sakato said.
There is no help coming?
Lander stepped forward. Now hold on. That's not entirely true.
Earth didn't send help?
A woman asked.
What
The hell does this mean? Another man asked. Enough, the older man said. Lander, is it? That's right. I'm Marcus Jamil, former manufacturing supervisor for Plant 2. I'm what you might call the leader of this place, although some might say that's a stretch, including me. Look, Lander said, trying to keep his frustration in check. I don't mean to be rude, but I don't really care what they call you. I've got 5,000 people waiting to be thawed in orbit and an impatient flight crew with their finger on the leave button. So I'd appreciate it if someone just told me what the hell we need to do to fix all of this and get on my way. Fix? Jamil laughed. You don't think we've been trying to do just that? We've been trying for nearly 3 years. We don't have the resources, the manpower, or weapons to take on the Hive. So unless someone up there has an army stashed away, there isn't a whole lot you can do about it.
Lander? The woman at the end of the table leaned forward. The Lander?
For once, he didn't feel resentment at the connotation. In fact, if there was a better time to embrace his notoriety, Lander couldn't think of one. That's right, the Lander. Jamil's eyes narrowed, then widened in obvious recognition. Now that is something.
I'm Maurice Sasek. My brother was at the last battle. If anyone can turn this shit show around, it's him.
He doesn't know anything about the situation, Sakato said. What do you think he can do that the rest of us haven't tried before? I don't claim to know everything about the situation, Lander said, but I know I've been up against bad odds before. Not like these, you haven't, Sakato said. I've got a team of drivers and an equal number of modified Orca 2 rigs. Now that we know who the enemy is, we'll be more than a match for their soldiers. What do they have, a couple of aging rhinos? We can run circles around those. Sakato shook his head. Even if you manage to pull off a victory at New Independence, we still have the Queen to deal with, and we don't know where she is. And we're going to need more than a few rigs to deal with that. Like I said, there are things I don't know. What kind of attack force can you put together? We've got a couple hundred here, Williams said, plus another 50 at the colony. Lander frowned. You have people at the colony? Call it our little insurgency, Williams explained. We've been slowly sneaking people in, hiding them among the slaves. They aren't tied into the Hive, so if they're spotted somehow, the Vindicators aren't suspicious. Vindicators, subjugators, I don't have any clue what those are. Think of the subjugators like field commanders, captains, if you will. The Queen has direct control and control over them. Vindicators are the warriors. For the most part, they're controlled by the subjugators. Then there's the drones. They take instructions from pretty much anyone. The Queen figured out it was better to leave some people unconnected to handle intricate tasks or just skilled labor. The slaves, Lander said, like the people we saw unloading the rovers at the colony. Correct. Lander took a deep breath, taking in everything he'd learned over the course of the morning. Granted, much of it didn't really help his understanding of events, but the picture was slowly coming together. A course of action materialized in his mind. We take out the Queen, Lander said. We figure out how to fix everybody after. Sakato laughed. Are you deaf and stupid? We just told you we don't have the resources to take on the Hive, much less the Queen. Not to mention, we don't even know where to look. I guess we could just sit around with our thumbs up our asses, hoping this whole thing just goes away, Lander snapped. Or we could do something about it. I saw you have one rhino. We've got one, Williams said, but we don't have any ordnance. All that is stashed at the colony. So we get them, Lander said. What kind of weapons do they have stashed? Couple rail guns, some autocannons, ammo. Williams put a hand on the pistol holstered at his waist. Our people have seen it, and even managed to get us extra rounds for our rifles, but that's all. The more guns, the better, Rodriguez said. Lander nodded. Agreed. What are you going to do? Sakato asked. You can't just walk through the front gate and ask them for the stuff. Lander smiled. Who said anything about asking? 23. Most of the weapons are stored in the armory. Here, Williams explained to Lander, pointing at the map between them. The lieutenant's war room wasn't as impressive as the name suggested. The 6-meter square space was dimly lit by lighting strips along the ceiling that flickered occasionally, threatening to go out. Crates of supplies and ammunition were stacked against the walls and used as chairs by some of the assembled crowd, haggard-looking, fighting men and women, most of whom looked to be at the end of their rope. Lander, Rodriguez, and Erskine stood on one side of the table as Williams walked them through the layout of the colony. Sakato, as it turned out, was Williams' second-in-command, and as much as Lander wanted to dislike the man's abrupt, harsh attitude, he couldn't. These people had been through more than he knew, and Lander wasn't sure if their positions were reversed, if he'd act any different. The hopelessness permeating through the room was almost crushing, and as Lander peered around at the faces of the 20 or so men and women gathered, listening, he could see the doubt in their eyes. Their collective expressions all seemed to say the same thing. Please come up with something that doesn't kill us all. Or worse, Lander thought.
What is that, about 50 meters from the gate?
Erskine asked. Williams nodded.
Yeah. We'd have to swing around the mechanical shops here, but from what we understand, those aren't operational right now.
Don't know that we'd want to break through the gate, Lander said.
You want to use another gate?
Williams asked, frowning. I don't want to use a gate at all.
We can break through here.
Erskine pointed at a second wall.
Buildings here would give us a little bit of cover at least.
Except for these choke points, Lander said. If they're smart, they'd be able to pin us down. It'd be like shooting fish in a barrel.
Williams pointed at the hand-drawn squares labeled residential.
Plus the rovers won't fit through there. They'll have to go around to the north here and come down this way.
We really going to need those?
Rodriguez asked. Can't carry everything out by hand, Lander said.
And even if the weapons are modular, we won't have enough time to stack and rack.
We're going to want to grab as much of the gear as we can, as fast as we can.
Not only that, Erskine said, but we need a way to get our guys there, right? We can make the trip fine in the rigs, but they're not going to be able to keep up.
He jerked a thumb at the soldiers behind him.
Agreed, Williams said.
How many can you field? Lander asked.
We have 50 rifles, with ammo for about 100 rounds each.
Lander rubbed a mechanical thumb across his forehead. They're going to have to be super careful with their shots. What about in the stash? Are there more rounds in there?
Our people have reported seeing dozens of cases, Williams said.
A couple of dozen more rifles, some Law 109s, and about 20 rockets.
We've got one of those, but only 5 rounds.
Sometimes one is all you need, Lander said.
The door opened and Conley stepped through. After their conversation, Jamil had given Lander permission to bring Ross and the others, including their rigs, back to the outpost. The concession had come with a few restrictions, namely keeping Ross restrained and allowing only Conley and the outpost medical team access. Conley had taken it upon herself to care for Ross, but he hadn't shown any signs of improvement.
How is he? Lander asked.
Conley pursed her lips.
Still out of it. I gave him a sedative.
Lander nodded and turned back to the map.
And how many insurgents? We'll need to coordinate with them, and they're probably going to want to come with us after.
Oh? Williams asked.
My guess is no matter how successful this operation is, there will definitely be repercussions.
What I wouldn't give for a dozen more orcas.
There's more in storage on Stork, Erskine said.
That'd be great if we could reach them, Lander said.
But even then, with the way Keller's been, I'd be suspect of him releasing them. You know he's not going to want to risk another dropship.
He's such a bastard,
Conley said. We had 4 when everything went down, Williams said. Lost one when the fighting first broke out, and another about a year ago.
We ran into one on our way to the colony,
Conley said. Griffin. Lost him a year back.
The rig was stripped clean, Lander said.
Williams nodded slowly in confirmation. We never found Griffin's body. We assume he'd been taken, but with no sign of him after so long, I don't think there's any question about what happened.
And you don't have any more drivers?
Lander asked, instantly regretting his words when the distant stare fell into Williams' eyes.
Just me, he said, head shaking.
Course, I've been out of the saddle for a while. Hasn't been much need to roam around in the thing. Didn't want to call attention to the outpost. I'm sure it'll come back to me, though.
Oh, I'm sure,
Rodriguez chided.
One thing I'm curious about, Lander said. In the years since everything went down, they haven't found you at this place? It's out of the way, Williams explained. But besides that, the Hive has its own priorities. They tend not to bother with us as long as we're not disturbing them.
Like live and let live,
Conley said. Sort of. What kind of priorities? Lander asked. Williams lifted an eyebrow. Sorry? You said the Hive has its own priorities. What are they? We're not really sure. We know it has to do with some sort of communication device, but other than that... Williams shrugged. They keep all that at the den, and we haven't been able to find it. She moves occasionally. We managed to get close once, but we lost a lot of good people in the process. They stared at the map in silence for a while, each trying to think of anything they hadn't considered. Lander would have liked more intelligence, and wished more than anything he had a connection to Tally. She'd be able to work this out. I don't know, Williams said, sighing. But I think with your team, we might be able to pull it off. Those weapons would definitely help us beat them, better than throwing rocks and sticks. That was when Lander remembered the explosion just before seeing Sakato and his people taking supplies from the rover. Do you know if your people have any more explosives? Williams frowned. I'm sure they do. Diversion, Lander said. We disorient and disperse their forces, we'll have a better chance to beating them. Or at least it'll give us more time to get the shit we need and get out. We set charges here and here. Maybe even here. Set them off at random intervals. Get their people worked up, then charge in. It could work. Williams folded his arms. We need some time to get the message in and give them time to set up, but it could work. We just have to get Jamil to sign off on it. That going to be a problem?
How'd a factory sub end up in charge anyway?
Rodriguez asked. Just kind of happened. There was a lot of confusion and chaos. Jamil brought everyone together, organized us. Doesn't mean he has any idea how to lead an army, Lander said. Williams nodded. He's never served, I know that, but to a lot of people here, that doesn't matter. If they want to win, it matters. Williams slapped Lander on the shoulder, smiling. That's why you're here. Yeah, well, we've got the rigs, but they're nowhere near combat capable. We've got a couple bloggers, a couple flamethrowers. That's about it. We'll have to see what we have in our armory, Williams said. We might have something you or your people can use. Lander laughed. Anything better than an oversized slug thrower would be nice. I might have just the thing, Williams replied, a grin forming at the edges of his mouth. The small shed Jamil had provided Lander's team was barely big enough for Ross's cot and a few crates to use as chairs. The windows had been painted over, and the stench of ground-up rock and ore filled the air. A thin layer of mineral dust covered everything. Lander closed the door behind him and waited for his eyes to adjust. How is he? Conley checked his med patch before sitting down and shaking her head. Still no change. It's only been a few hours, Lander said. What about more meds? I've already pushed past the recommended limits, Conley said. Any more and we risk causing even more damage. Rodriguez moved to one of the crates near the head of the cot. You really think we have a chance at this, boss? Lander suppressed a shrug and forced his face to remain stoic. The doubt that he felt wasn't doing him any good, and it definitely wouldn't do his team any good. He'd been behind the 8-ball before, and as far as he could tell, this wasn't nearly as dire. But I've been wrong before, he thought. Boss? Rodriguez repeated, eyebrows up. It's going to be fine, Lander said. Yes, if anyone is going to make this happen, it's us. We've got the advantage. As he spoke, he was surprised to find his confidence growing. My guess is they're not expecting an attack. They've gone for 2.5 years without being attacked. Why would anyone start now? They know we're here, Erskine said. True, but they don't know we've contacted these people. For all they know, we ran back into the woods, licking our wounds, and headed home. Rodriguez cleared his throat. Well, that is partly true. Yes, Lander agreed. Even down one rig, we're still better equipped than the enemy, even if they do have us in numbers. They don't have any idea what our capabilities are. Hell, they don't even know we're the only ones down here. I'm going to rip that motherfucker's heart out through his chest, Rodriguez growled. Lander nodded. Listen, this isn't what we signed up for, but
Boss, it's okay,
Sabatini said. No, Lander said, holding up a hand. It's not. I can't order any of you to fight. We're not soldiers. We're not in the army. If any of you have doubts or second thoughts, I'll completely understand. Rodriguez straightened.
Let's fucking get some.
Conley nodded.
Fucking A.
Amen, Erskine said.
Me too,
Sabatini said. Lander let out the breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He looked at the faces of his team, seeing nothing but resolve, fear, and excitement, and he knew then, in that single moment of clarity, that they'd all missed this. Deep down, past all the fears and the nightmares and the self-doubt and regrets, they all wanted this. The fight was in their blood. It was part of their DNA. It was scored into their bones. Then we do this, Lander said.
What's that shit that Ross said? Rodriguez asked. When we were talking about needing a motto.
Quid quod something? Erskine asked uncertainly.
Quid quod pessimus esset eventurum,
a familiar voice said through Lander's comm disk. The fuck? Lander started. And judging by the look on the rest of the team's faces, they'd all heard the same thing. Cam? Is that you?
It is.
Despite himself, Lander laughed. Holy shit. It's good to hear your voice.
It is agreeable to hear your voice as well, Lander.
24. Koskov almost cried as Lander's voice came through her comm disk.
What's wrong?
Applin asked.
Put it through, Cam.
Tally, are you there? Lander asked, his voice now echoing through the operations compartment. Scholes jumped to his feet, looking around as if searching for the voice. Then his gaze landed on Koskov.
What is this?
Major Scholes, it's Lander.
Are you okay?
Koskov asked, finally composing herself. I'm fine, Lander said. I found some new friends down here, colonists that managed to get away from the hive. Koskov and Applin shared a confused look.
Hive?
Scholes asked, walking to the center of the platform.
Specialist Lander, what are you talking about?
Sorry, a lot's happened down here in the last couple of years. I'll try to be quick. It took him almost an hour to relay everything he'd learned since retreating from New Independence. As he spoke, the situation, which had started out troubling, became more and more dire, and despite the optimism in his voice, Koskov couldn't help but fear the worst. Fighting a human enemy was one thing. Fighting an alien that, even after almost 3 years, the colonists still knew nothing about, was something else entirely. There was something they weren't seeing, but for the life of her, Koskov couldn't fathom what it could be.
So,
Scholes said after Lander had finished,
your plan is to attack the colony?
That's about the size of it.
Fucking aliens,
Love said. Scholes gritted his teeth.
I have to say, I don't like the idea of attacking our own facilities, not to mention our own people. The risk to critical systems and infrastructure seems unreasonably high.
They aren't our people anymore, Lander argued. They're part of the hive. If there is a way to save them, we can figure it out later. And infrastructure can be rebuilt. Right now, we have to focus on what we can do.
And you think you can kill this queen?
Koskov asked. Well, we're damn sure gonna try. Everything can be killed, right? Again, Koskov had her doubts. Applin looked up from her screen.
If Keller finds out the Queen is controlling people telepathically, he'll bug out faster than air sucking into the vacuum,
Koskov said.
If he's listening in to this conversation, he knows already,
Scholes said. Koskov shook her head.
He's not.
And how do you know that?
Because we're not talking on a regular comm channel.
Scholes held Koskov's gaze for a long moment.
What did you do?
Koskov ground her teeth together, considering how much she wanted to say. Scholes was a company man, after all, but he also needed this mission to succeed, especially in the face of disaster. If he could conquer the alien menace and unite the colony, he'd be a hero of the coalition. But if they failed, then it won't matter anyway, she told herself.
I accessed one of Colonial One's external communication nodes and routed some of the ship's functions through Cam's network.
Applin laughed. Love sputtered like he was trying to comprehend and condemn at the same time. Scholes just stared at her with a blank expression. You did what? An external communication node? The tone in Scholes's voice rose steadily as he spoke. Wait, Baker said, turning to face them. That would mean you were... He pointed to the ceiling. Applin laughed. Holy shit. You're crazy. Scholes glanced from Baker to Applin to Koskov and shook his head. You made an unscheduled, unmonitored EVA without authorization? Koskov pursed her lips and nodded. I didn't see any other way. I wasn't going to leave the fate of those people down there to a man with his finger on the button. We have to give them a chance. Scholes stuttered, opening and closing his mouth, trying to form words that weren't coming. Do you know how many regulations you violated? Love looked from Scholes back to Koskov, eyes wide in disbelief. Listen, Lander said. I don't mean to be a negative Nancy or anything, but we've got a little bit of a situation down here. We could use a little bit of intel. What do you need? Koskov asked, before Scholes could respond. An updated scan of the colony would be a good start, Lander answered. Location of their rigs and the armed guards. I'd like to do this with as few casualties as possible, but there are going to be some. I can't authorize an attack on the colony, Scholes finally said. Do you realize how many billions of dollars have been invested into this project? Yeah, Lander answered dryly. And if we don't do something to save it, you can just flush all that money down the drain. It all means nothing if we just stand by and do nothing. Applin, who'd been working at her console, looked over her shoulder. I've got data. Can Cam send it down? Yes, Lieutenant Applin, I can, Cam answered, her voice piping through the comm. Scholes balled up his fists, face reddening. I told you we can't do this. I won't allow you. Listen, Major, Lander said. Right now, I don't give a good goddamn what you think. I'm going to take New Independence back with or without your help. If you want to sit on the sidelines, you go right ahead. But this is happening. Looks like one of their rhinos is stationed along the northeast corner of the colony, watching the loading and receiving area, Applin said, without looking up from her screens. Koskov moved over behind her. She quickly eyeballed the location of the rig and the target container, counting all the armed guards she saw around it. Looks like around 20 armed guards in a 6-block radius of the armory. Once the attack starts, you'll probably have a minute or two before they all converge. You're going to want to set up some sentry posts along the access routes. I'll mark them down. The insurgents will be able to move into position before we strike, Lander said. What kind of window are we looking at for, say, tomorrow morning? Cam? Koskov asked, knowing the AI could do the orbital math without breaking a sweat, if she hasn't worked it out already. Colonial 1 will be over the colony at approximately 0927 hours local, and we will have line-of-sight communication and observation capabilities for approximately 14 minutes. 14 minutes isn't a lot of time, Applin said. Koskov shook her head. You catch that, Jay? 14 minutes is an eternity, Lander countered, especially in an operation like this. We aren't equipped for a stand-up fight. We're going to have to get in and get out, quick. Honestly, if we're not out of there in under 10 minutes, we'll probably not get out at all. Something turned in Koskov's stomach at her husband's words. It was a desperate situation, she knew that, but she hadn't really considered the possibility that he might not survive, or that they'd fail. She bit her lip and tried to put the thought out of her mind. And how exactly do we know the people you're talking to aren't being controlled by this alien hive? Scholes asked. I think the fact that they didn't try and kill us right off the bat was a pretty good indication, Lander said. We will lose connection in 63 seconds, Cam said. We'll be in position by morning, Lander said. Also, we need to find a way to get Ross out of here. If he truly is connecting to the hive, I want him as far away from this as possible. If we keep him from hurting himself or others, there may be a chance we can save him after this thing is all over. Keller locked the dropship down, Koskov said. Farrow and Meyer are still on the ground, and the Stork's AI locked out their controls. They're dead in the water. That son of a bitch, Lander growled. Air elements would give us a legitimate advantage.
Cam's attempting to crack the lockout algorithms, but it's going to take time. My efforts at bypassing those lockouts have so far been unsuccessful,
Cam said.
I am uncertain as to whether or not I'll be able to disable them prior to the specified operation time.
Just do what you can, Lander said. The priority for the Starlifter will be to get Ross out of here and quarantined somewhere safe. And where exactly are you going to put him? Scholes said. I sympathize that your man is sick, but Keller isn't going to let anyone back on, especially if he's sick. Do you have any idea what he's got? None.
He's infected by the aliens,
Love said, eyes staring off into nothing.
Jesus Christ, Love, Applin said. Get a hold of yourself. We can't let him on board,
Love said. He turned to Scholes.
You can't be considering that.
Scholes waved him off. Of course I'm not. Even you're getting tired of his shit, Koskov thought, seeing the irritation in Scholes' eyes despite his attempt to hide it. He needs treatment, Lander continued, obviously ignoring them. These people don't have access to the medical stations in the colony.
And if they did, would they do any good?
Scholes asked.
If we're dealing with some kind of alien invasion, we need to be taking extreme cautions.
No shit, Sherlock, but that doesn't mean we don't try and treat him.
We need to focus on what we can do right now,
Koskov said.
Right now, that's assisting our ground team in any way possible.
Thanks, Lander said. But Koskov could hear her husband's frustrations. It was probably a good thing he was down there and they were up here. Face to face, Lander was as likely to deck the smug commander as anything. Koskov swallowed.
Do you really think you can do this? No bullshit, Jay. Can you do it?
There was a moment of silence, then Lander said, Yes, I can. 25. I hope we can do this, Lander thought, checking his watch for the 10th time in as many minutes. He stood at the base of a rocky hill, trying not to fidget as the minutes ticked by. He could see the outlines of the colony through the trees, and knew that every second they waited increased the likelihood that someone would spot them before they were ready, and would doom the operation before it even started. It'd be another 10 minutes before Colonial 1 was overhead, and for now, they were forced to rely on the short-range comms supplied by the colonists. They'd been easy enough to wire in, and for being 6 years out of date, they seemed to function like new. He listened patiently as the squad of fighters, he hesitated to call them soldiers, formed up behind the rigs, going over their responsibilities during the assault. Hell, Lander thought, I'd hesitate to call us soldiers. Williams maneuvered his Nasser horn next to Lander, the cockpit canopy folded open. The lieutenant was surprisingly adept at driving the old rig, and had no issues keeping up with the orcas as they navigated their way through the forest. Williams pulled his gloved hand from the rig's drive control and ran it through his damp hair. Sweat beaded his forehead. He took a long pull from a bottle of water and shook his head. Only thing that sucks about this damn thing is the lack of air conditioning. Coils fried? Lander asked. Williams slipped his hand back into the drive control. Went about 6 months ago. What, no replacement parts? We could have probably scrounged something up, but honestly, in almost 3 years, I've only been in it a handful of times, mostly just to keep my driving skills up to date. We try not to have full-on confrontations with the hive for obvious reasons. The odds aren't in your favor. Williams nodded. Hopefully we can change that today. Do you think your man is going to be able to pull it off? Williams checked his watch. For the most part, he had all the confidence in the world in Erstein's abilities, but there was a little whisper at the back of his mind that caused doubt. It was minuscule, but it was there. He'll do fine. We're going up on time. I know. Lander flexed his jaw muscles, breathing out through his nose. He'd always endeavored to be that NCO that trusted his people to do their job. He'd had his fair share of micromanagers during his time in the service, and their constant nagging had only served to frustrate the people under their command. Despite that, he keyed the comm and said, Erstein, status. No response. Lander let out a slow breath. It's just this damn forest, he told himself. But it should have been you. He kicked himself as he pictured Erstein's rig experiencing some kind of fatal error, or being hit by sniper fire as he approached the colony. That's not going to happen. Erstein, come in. Over. Still nothing. Staccato appeared between the two rigs, rifle slung over one shoulder.
I knew this was a bad idea. We should scrap the op until we can come up with a better plan.
We still have time, Lander countered. And I don't remember you coming up with anything better during our discussion.
That's because there isn't anything better. This entire idea is ludicrous. 6 rigs against the entire hive, it's never going to work.
And yet here you are, getting ready to charge with the rest of us. Staccato squared his shoulders.
I'm a realist, not a coward.
Lander grunted and keyed his comm again. Erstein, Lander, do you read?
Roger that, boss. I'm receiving you.
Erstein's voice came back crackly and weak.
Connection spotty as hell, but I can hear you.
What's your status? Are you in position?
We will be in about 5 minutes. Had some problems maneuvering across the ridge, but we managed. It's a good thing Cam was able to map out the route. I never would have found it otherwise.
Good, Lander said. Finally, something goes our way. Let me know when you're in position. We're set up and ready to go. He shot Staccato a sidelong glance. Most of us, anyway.
It's about time,
Staccato muttered, slipping the rifle off his shoulder to hold it across his chest, muzzle down in low ready. He looked ready for action, and hadn't seemed to realize Lander's comment had been directed at him.
2 minutes,
Williams said. Lander felt a lump growing in the back of his throat, anticipation growing. He'd been on several mission-critical operations in his day, but very rarely operations in which the outcome of the war hung in the balance. In all but one, there had been a quick response team waiting in the wings, ready to charge in and assist should the need arise. If things went south today, however, there wouldn't be any help coming. Remember, once we go, we need to be exfilling in under 10 minutes, regardless of the haul, Lander said.
You just worry about keeping those bastards occupied,
Staccato said.
I'll handle the rest.
We don't need any heroes today, Lander said, toning down what he'd actually wanted to say.
Just don't get anyone killed, you arrogant shit. We need a win today,
Staccato said, turning to the rovers parked behind the rigs.
Doesn't matter how we get it.
It matters that we don't slaughter all of those people.
They're not people anymore,
the soldier called over his shoulder, not bothering to look back. Lander glanced over at Williams, who shrugged. He's a little rough around the edges, but you get used to it. Rough around the edges can get people killed, Lander said. Do we need to worry about him going all bloodthirsty and trigger-happy?
He'll do his job.
It's not his job I'm worried about, it's whatever else he might do. Lander's comm disc gave a soft chime before Williams could respond, and Cam's voice came through.
Connection established, Lander. We have visual of the target location.
We're up, Lander told Williams, reaching up to pull his cockpit cage down. Let's roll, Williams said, his canopy lowering into place. Lander keyed the local comm. Erstein, we need to move, like now.
We're there,
Erstein replied, winded. Starting the clock, Lander said, tapping the display on his right. The timer started, counting down from 10 minutes. Go ahead and knock on the door, Erstein. Lander held his breath for several tense seconds, letting it out again as the sounds of gunfire echoed across the colony. The rhythmic whump, whump, whump of the 40-millimeter incendiary rounds firing into the air was barely audible over the staccato of rapid fire from the 10-millimeter rifles. The team's mission was to make it seem like the full attack was coming from the north. And as far as Lander could tell, they were accomplishing that mission with flying colors. A chorus of controlled autocannon fire quickly added to the cacophony as the defenders atop the colony walls opened up on the attackers.
2 fire teams are moving to counter,
Cam relayed. And the rhinos? Lander asked.
Stand by.
We don't have time to stand by, Lander growled.
Affirmative. 2 Nasserhorn-class war rigs are moving to engage Specialist Erstein's team.
Well, they know we're here,
Erstein shouted over the comm, gunfire echoing in the background.
They sure are quick little bastards.
Lander looked at Williams and pointed. Let's go. Lander launched himself forward, steel legs taking long strides as the rig smashed through the forest. Even knocking most of the limbs out of the way, branches snapped and leaves exploded as he charged for the clearing, sending bits of debris spraying against him. Sunlight flashed as he burst into the clearing, making him squint against the glare. He spit pieces of leaves and dirt from his mouth. Definitely should have thought about that a little more, he thought, eyes scanning the colony's wall 100 meters ahead. Leaning forward, he checked his flanks, where Conley and Williams were keeping pace. Though as they crossed the clearing, the orcas began to pull away from the bulkier and less mobile Nasserhorn. He couldn't see or hear the rovers that should have been bringing up the rear, and hoped that Williams's faith in his people wasn't misplaced. A lot of strange things happened in war. People shot their weapons into the air, deliberately missing the enemy. He'd seen grown men, thick with muscles and covered with tattoos, crumble and cry their eyes out. He'd seen soldiers freeze and die. He'd seen the best and the worst in people, but you could never really know what a person would do in war until they'd actually faced it. Until that point, everything was all window dressing and bravado. Lander reached the wall first, sliding across the ground still damp from the rain 2 days before. He grabbed the top of the wall with steel fingers and turned, finally confirming that Sakato and his team had come. Conley slipped, dropping to a knee and sliding some 10 meters before righting herself. "You good?" Lander shouted. Conley straightened her rig and stepped toward him.
Fucking mud.
"Do it," Williams said through their comm. Lander hesitated a beat. "Cam, where are those rhinos?"
Both Nasserhorns are still presently engaged with Specialist Erstein and—
"Good enough," Lander said, and pulled. Steel fingers ripped a 4-foot section clean off, the metal tearing with a terrible groan. He tossed it aside and moved to grab another section. Conley went to work on a separate section, and within seconds they'd created a 20-meter hole in the wall. On the other side of the wall, people fled, running for cover wherever they could find it. They ducked between buildings, hid behind trees, closed windows, and sprinted up streets. Not everyone in the colony not connected to the hive was part of the resistance. Williams had explained that there were several different factions among the population. Some wanted nothing more than to simply live, in whatever capacity that happened to be in. Some, however, had gone the extra step and begun actively spying on the resistance, which had driven its members even further underground. The surprise and terror on their faces was real. "Get back!" Lander shouted at a group who'd frozen together, staring wide-eyed up at the two rigs. They hesitated, and he shouted again, his voice booming through the orca's external speakers, waving a steel hand through the air. The group scattered, two of the women screaming as they fled in multiple directions. The first rover sped through the gate, Sakato standing in the rear bed, one hand holding onto the cab in front of him. A team of 6, 3 to a side, sat behind him, all armed with rifles, swaying back and forth with the motion of the rover. 2 more shot through the gap after the first, all 3 veering right toward the one-lane gravel road that would lead them to the armory.
"Look out!"
Conley shouted, raising a steel arm, shielding her cockpit. A series of twangs echoed around her as bullets ricocheted off. She wound up and threw the section of wall she'd just torn down, sending it spinning through the air. A corner dug into the ground 10 meters in front of the attacker, causing it to tumble on multiple axes and slammed into the man's legs as he tried unsuccessfully to dive out of the way. "Thanks," Lander shouted. She started moving again, heading after the rovers, steel legs pumping as hard as they could.
"Don't mention it!"
A series of chest-rattling booms thundered across the colony as Erstein's team continued their assault. The ferocity of their attack was impressive. Instead of just lobbing rounds in from afar, they'd actually charged the walls, ripping their way through the city as if they were trying to raze it to the ground. Maybe a little excessive for what they'd needed, but it was definitely effective. Williams came through the gap next, his shorter but heavier rig hammering the ground, almost drowning out the whine of tired servos in desperate need of servicing. Nasserhorns had been built like tanks, part of the first generation of war rigs, when the mindset of mechanized infantry had still been the bulkier the better. But despite its reduced mobility, the dual autocannons were still the envy of future drivers. "I'll hold them back on 4th," Williams shouted as he passed Lander, his voice amplified through his external address system. "Don't get pinned down," Lander warned, then turned and hurried after the rovers. Conley reached the armory container first, just ahead of the line of rovers, and was already cutting through the steel doors, sparks spraying in all directions. Movement from one of the adjacent rooftops caught his attention. Several figures getting into fire positions, rifles already up. Before he could get a warning out, they opened up, sending rounds raining down on Conley's position. The ground erupted around her rig, chewing through the soft earth before sparking off her rig's steel legs. A third round slammed into the shoulder of the next soldier, completely obliterating the man's upper right side, severing his arm in a cloud of blood and gore. His body spun away as if yanked by some unseen cord, disappearing behind the parapet. The remaining shooters ducked out of the way as 4 more rounds ripped through the building around them. Conley twisted her steel body to look at Lander, the thermal lance mounted on her steel hand still arching.
"We even now?"
"Not even close. How's it coming?"
"Almost there."
Lander kept his eyes on the roof as Conley went back to work. Sakato and his people dismounted their rovers and spread out to cover the approaches. They moved quickly and efficiently, alleviating some of Lander's fears about their capabilities. Sakato himself strolled almost casually to the front of his rover, his rifle slung across his chest, and waited patiently as Conley finished cutting. The steel door fell out of its frame, Conley's steel hands catching it and tossing it aside.
"We're in,"
she shouted, backing away and extinguishing the lance. Sakato shouted at his people, and they converged on the open container, swarming inside to grab anything they could. Within seconds, they were coming out with weapons and ammo cases in hand, hurrying to load them into the rovers. It took 3 men to carry a replacement autocannon out, each man struggling with the weight. Lander stepped forward, grabbing the weapon with steel fingers and lifting it out of their arms. They backed away, surprised, then rushed away at Sakato's loud commands to keep working. Lander set the weapon down in the last rover, the barrel extending out over the back end. The mounting brackets had been removed, but he didn't think replacing them would be difficult. And the damage I could do with that. His thoughts trailed off, as Williams's voice came through the comm, gunfire echoing in the background. "I've got incoming!" Lander turned to where Conley was helping load another one of the autocannons. "You good?"
"Go!"
He spun on steel legs and pushed his rig into a jog, juking through alleyways toward Williams and the sound of heavy gunfire. The familiar brrrt of the Nasserhorn's autocannon cutting through the air brought a barrage of memories flooding back, memories he immediately pushed aside. "You don't have time for that shit right now," Lander told himself. He emerged from between 2 warehouses to see Williams backtracking, autocannons alternating fire sweeping back and forth across the road. Lander turned and froze, his stomach twisting as bile crept up to the base of his throat. At least 3 dozen people swarmed down the road toward them, spilling from buildings and alleys like water, not even flinching, as their comrades were torn down around them. Some ducked and dodged, firing pistols or throwing rocks. Others didn't even bother, running as fast as they could straight for them. The fury and hatred spread across their faces was like something out of a horror movie. The autocannons barked again as Williams continued to cut them down without mercy. The brutality of his attack stunned Lander, perhaps speaking to some inner pain he couldn't know. It was a massacre, but it was a massacre of their own doing. The lieutenant wasn't attacking, he was defending, and that simple fact was the only thing Lander could find positive about the scene. 2 armed fighters emerged from between 2 prefab huts, one hefting what looked like an AR-72 on his shoulder. The shoulder-fired anti-rig rocket system popular during Lander's time in the service was the only effective counter for infantry to take on rigs without heavy weapons. The first man dropped to a knee, adjusting the launcher on his shoulder, while the second stepped up beside him, leveling his rifle at Williams's rig. "Rocket!" Lander shouted, bringing up his blocker. He fired before he was on target, sending a barrage downrange as fast as he could thumb the trigger. His steel arm bucked with each shot and clicked dry a moment later, the cylinder dropping out of the chamber with a metallic clang. The first Blogger rounds chewed through the ground in front of the attackers, sending plumes of earth into the air. Lander's round slammed into the Rocketeer's chest a split second before the launcher fired. The man's body became a cloud of blood and gore, the impact sending it spinning away, causing the launcher to tip up as it fired, sending the rocket streaking over Williams's rig. Williams never hesitated, continuing to sweep his fire across the enemy. Bodies littered the street, blood pooling across the limestone. The oncoming enemies seemed to realize their attack was futile, and began disappearing into alleys and the buildings they'd flooded out from. A group reached the 2 men Lander had killed, picked up the launcher, and retreated back to the alley the men had emerged from. "They're flanking," Lander said, pulling another cylinder from the rack on his back and slapping it into the Blogger's chamber. "They're heading back to the armory," Williams said, his cannons going quiet. "Son of a bitch," Lander growled, pivoting on steel legs. "Conley, heads up. You got company heading your way. Williams, track them. I'll try and head them off." "Roger." "God damn it," Lander said, racing back the way he'd come, prefab buildings a blur on either side. They couldn't afford to get pinned down anywhere, but the enemy knew this place better than they did. All the approaches and attack positions. He couldn't believe how much trouble they were having against what amounted to an unregulated militia, but they all seemed to be perfectly in tune with each other, moving in concert. He was a block away from Conley when he saw a flash of movement to his right. Soldiers appearing on the roof just above him. The lone man leapt from the edge, a long spear held above him in both hands. On instinct, Lander swung a steel arm back and extended it out straight, slamming into the man at the apex of his flight. The man's body folded around Lander's steel forearms, bones snapping, his face smacking against the side of the mounted Blogger. The momentum of the swing sent the man spinning through the air, disappearing from Lander's view. 3 fighters emerged from the back door of a small warehouse in front of Lander, their attention focused solely on Conley. They either didn't see or weren't aware of Lander and opened up on Conley and the Rovers, forcing some of the resistance fighters to duck for cover. "Hey!" Lander shouted, leveling his Blogger. He fired twice as the soldiers turned, hitting both squarely center mass. Despite himself, Lander winced as their bodies exploded, blood spraying across the side of the building and ground under them. He eyed their remains as he passed, shaking his head. "I'm sorry," he thought, but what choice did he have? Right now, they were the enemy, the force preventing his family from making their home here. You had no other choice. He came to a stop next to one of the Rovers and motioned to Conley on the other side. "How are we looking?"
"Almost there,"
Conley said, as 2 more of Saccato's people carried out another box of ammunition. Several insurgents huddled around Saccato, occasionally looking up at Lander, seemingly unconcerned with the chaos happening around them. One appeared to be locked in an argument with the soldier, pointing toward the center of the colony, shaking her head. "Unbelievable," Lander muttered to himself as the argument continued. He motioned to the group with a steel hand. "Hey, maybe this isn't the best time to have A barrage of gunfire cut him off. The group of resistance fighters separated, all disappearing in different directions as plumes of earth erupted from the ground where they'd been standing. The woman who'd been arguing with Saccato jerked forward as a round slammed into her shoulder, sending her reeling forward. No one stopped to help her.
"Lander!"
Conley shouted, pointing behind him.
"Look out!"
Lander turned his steel body and saw 3 fighters moving across a roof behind them. His foot kicked something on the ground, the steel door Conley had cut away. He picked it up and held it out, shielding them and the Rovers from the incoming fire. Rounds slammed into the other side, denting the steel as a cacophony of musical twangs filled the air. "I've got more coming from the east," Williams shouted through the comm, his autocannons singing. "Forget it," Lander shouted over the deafening barrage. "Let's roll! Saccato, get your people loaded up!" On the ground, Staccato shouted orders, waving his people to their positions. A man near the front of the second rover jerked forward and fell to the ground unmoving. Then another behind him. Cursing, Lander twisted back around, bringing the shield down and leveling his blogger. He fired 6 rounds directly into the building where the fire had come from. The building collapsed beneath the attackers, and the gunfire ceased, replaced by screams of fear and pain. "We need to move!" Lander shouted. "Now!" Conley led the charge, smashing through the side of a 2-story shack, sending panels of metal flying. Her steel feet crushed 2 fighters who hadn't been caught inside, their crushed bodies silenced in an instant. Picking up what looked like a stove in her steel hand, she launched it at a group across the street. Most scattered, but an unlucky woman caught in the center of the mass took the stove full in the chest, knocking her off her feet and taking her with it. It landed and bounced across the ground, throwing the woman high into the air, her body nothing more than a rag doll, spinning lifelessly. The rovers started after the rig, tires spinning in the soft earth, sending mud everywhere. Lander tossed the shield aside and followed the last rover down the street, back toward where they'd broken through the wall. "Erstein, we're bugging out, now," he said, eyes constantly scanning for additional threats. Williams appeared from a side street as Lander entered the final clearing before the wall, the Nasserhorn's armor plating dented from dozens of direct impacts. The rig's body spun on its waist, turning to face backward, its steel legs still pounding toward the opening in the wall, and the twin autocannons opened up. Something exploded down the street. Smoke curled up over the prefabricated buildings. "Williams!" Lander shouted, slowing to see what the driver was shooting at. Dozens of people were charging, and this time he could see armed warriors, their faces masks of fury and determination. He scanned the street and clearing, looking for anything he could use, but found nothing but earth and grass. "That'll have to do," he thought, as the idea hit him. He flipped the newly installed switch on his left control assembly, activating the cutting torch on his steel wrist. The small flame popped to life, even as he lunged to put himself between Williams and the charging horde. He triggered the fuel-air mixture and held out his steel arm, sending a geyser of flame streaking across the clearing. Grass and twigs and debris burst into flames. He swept the spray over several piles of trash, soaking them in the inferno and filling the air with thick black smoke. He continued across the clearing, turning the area into a lake of fire until he reached the wall. He hesitated on the other side, peering back through the flames to see if his destructive plan had worked. Despite the rain of 2 days before, the fire spread quickly, completely blocking the enemy's path, and as he watched the flames spread, he hoped they'd be able to get them under control before too long. Burning up the landscape was one thing, burning the colony to the ground was something else entirely. "Erstein, we're clear," Lander said over comms. Sporadic shots rang out, but nothing came close, the smoke filling the air behind him providing an effective screen for their retreat. "Couldn't have planned that better myself," Lander told himself. "We're clear," Erstein's strained voice came back to him, laced with static. "See ya back at the He grunted, his transmission cut off. "Erstein, come in. Are you okay?" Nothing. "Cam, can you see them?" Cam didn't answer. Lander checked his clock. They were out of line of sight. "Erstein, sound off, damn it! Rodriguez, come in!" Lander turned his steel body to face the far side of the colony. Pillars of smoke dotted the city, but he couldn't see any signs of the rigs or their drivers. His heart sank. A wave of nausea hit him like a truck as he considered the worst. "Rodriguez, report!" "I'm here," the man replied, terse and angry. Gunfire echoed in the background.
"Erstein bought it. Took a 30 mil to the back of his chassis. He's down."
Lander squeezed his control until his fingers hurt. No.
"I think I can get him,"
Rodriguez said, even as rounds twanged off his rig.
"Son of a bitch!"
He let out a wordless battle cry, his transmission filled with a chorus of grunts and curses.
"Me cago en la madre que te parió!" Rodriguez!
A wave of nausea slammed into him, stopping him in his tracks as he raced toward the tree line. Something like 1,000 voices began speaking at him, pleading with him, but he couldn't understand what they were saying, couldn't pick one out of the group. He wasn't even sure they were speaking English. A high-pitched scream tore through the masses, silencing them. Lander's head felt like it was going to explode. He squeezed his head between his hands as if trying to press his head back together. He screamed, vision blurring as the voices cried out, screaming in pain, begging for relief. He didn't hear the words, rather felt their meaning. "I don't know what to do," he screamed. "Please stop. I can't." Something slammed into his steel body, knocking Lander's rig forward, racking his upper body against the cockpit's interior. The impact knocked his head against the headrest, silencing the voices and bringing him back to reality. But the world became a blur of motion, and a second later, as his rig toppled over, landing hard, his cage digging into the soft earth, filling his cockpit with clumps of dirt and grass. Dazed from the mental assault and the physical impact, his head spun as he scrambled to get his hands back into the controls, spitting dirt from his mouth. Teeth clenched, he pushed his steel body off the ground, but the dirt pushed through the cage's opening kept the cockpit dark. He reached, frantically trying to clear the dirt away. Another impact sent him stumbling forward, metal ringing. This time, however, he was able to keep his steel footing and managed to turn, facing his attacker head-on. The Nasser horn charged again, steel feet pounding, leaving deep craters in its wake. Lander crouched low, extending his steel arm and firing his blogger. He got off 2 rounds before the Nasser horn smashed into him, both banking off the rig's steel plating and veering off. Lander leaned into the hit, driving his steel legs forward and using the rig's shoulder to catch the attack. The 2 rigs clashed hard. Steel hands and arms grappled for dominance as the Nasser horn's powerful legs pushed Lander back. Lander grunted, teeth clenched together. Close-quarter rig fights hadn't been the norm during the war, but they'd trained for them regardless. He'd spent hours locked in steel hand-to-hand combat, trying desperately to best his opponent, but regardless of how much training he'd endured, these machines weren't meant for boxing. More often than not, the bouts ended in stalemates, though Lander knew that wasn't a possibility now. Despite its enhanced maneuverability and increased speed, the Orca IIs weren't built with brawn in mind. They were agile machines, built to give their drivers every advantage in modern warfare. The Nasser horn had been designed and built with the long-held belief that heavier and stronger was better. In open combat, with modern weapons and a fully augmented war rig, Lander would have had the advantage. Now, however, his rig's smaller frame and almost non-existent armor was definitely playing against him. Knowing he couldn't fight against the Nasser horn's power, Lander dropped to steel knees and twisted, using the heavier rig's momentum against it. The move sent the Nasser horn stumbling into a clump of trees, shattering trunks and snapping limbs. He brought his blogger up just as the enemy rig turned and fired. Rounds sang off armor plates, ricocheting in all directions. The Nasser horn righted itself, turning back toward Lander with a 4-meter length of tree trunk in both hands. Lander barely had enough time to duck away from the attack before the heavy log smashed down on his steel shoulders. The trunk snapped in half, spraying the cockpit with splinters. Several dug into Lander's exposed skin, and he growled in pain. A second impact knocked him forward in his cockpit, but almost instantly, the rig was pulled back. The Nasser horn hooked both arms around his cockpit's cage. Steel legs pushed against the ground, trying to push the enemy off balance, but he didn't have enough leverage. He clawed at the enemy's steel arms, trying to dislodge himself. Then, in a sudden flash of inspiration, he saw his escape. Adopting the rules of a toddler, he let go of the steel arms holding him and threw his hands to the sky, lifting his steel feet off the ground. Unable to cope with the sudden increase in weight, the Nasser horn lost its balance and stumbled forward, releasing Lander in a desperate attempt to remain upright. "Lander!" Conley's voice rang through his comm disc. He rolled to his back, his world upside down as the Nasser horn caught itself and turned. Leveling his blogger over his head, Lander fired, his steel arm bucking repeatedly until the cylinder went dry. His rounds tore into the unarmored pelvic joints, ripping through pistons and gears in a cacophony of metallic bangs and groans. The rig stumbled back, steel arms out for balance, its twin autocannons lowering. Fuck, Lander thought, scrambling to get out of the way of the deadly weapons. No! The Nasser horn looked up just as another rig rammed its steel shoulder into its cockpit. Metal clanged on metal, the impact sending the rig reeling. It landed hard on its side, gouging a 3-meter-long trench in the ground. Lander rolled to his side just as the telltale brrr of Williams's autocannon ripped through the air. Rounds chewed through the crippled Nasser horn, sparks flew, metal crumpled and twisted, and Lander imagined its driver's body spasming with each impact. "Get up!" Williams's voice boomed from external comms. "Go!" Lander struggled to his feet, took one last look at the Nasser horn, and ran. 26. Screens around operations flickered, some flashing brighter than others as power rippled through the system. Control surfaces blinked on and off and back on again as random tones echoed around them. The images blurred, shifting in and out of focus, the comm chatter cutting out. Light panels along the ceiling dimmed and flared. "What the hell?" Baker said, hands immediately lifting off his keys. Scholes stepped up behind him, grabbing the ensign's seat back. "Report. What's happening? Are we under attack?"
"I don't know, sir," Baker said, fingers flying across his console. "All the systems just... I don't know."
"What the hell do you mean you don't know?" Scholes demanded.
"I don't know. It appears to be some kind of power surge, but it didn't originate in the ship."
He swiped through several screens.
"It appears to have originated on the surface, sir."
"The surface," Love said, joining them.
"They attacked us. Those bastards attacked us."
"Any damage?" Scholes asked. "Are people on the surface okay?"
"I told you I don't know." Baker sounded like he was on the verge of cracking.
"What was that?"
Koskov asked Cam under her breath.
"Unknown,"
Cam answered through her comm disk.
"But it appears as though Ensign Baker is correct in his interpretation of the data. The source of the ship's power fluctuations did indeed originate on the planet's surface. I am working on providing an accurate location." "Try. Working."
"Definitely did not come from us," Baker was saying, his eyes locked on the monitor. "Whatever it was, it knocked out our comms to the surface."
"We were out of LOS anyway," Applin pointed out from her station. "For shit's sake," Scholes growled, spinning away from the display and throwing his arms up. "How the hell am I supposed to command this mission when I don't even know what's going on? This is impossible." "You haven't commanded since we got here," Koskov thought. Scholes glared at the back of Baker's head.
"I need you to reestablish comms right now, Ensign. We need to know what's happening down there."
"There isn't anything I can do." "Mind your tone, Mr. Baker," Love muttered, earning a red-faced glare from the ensign.
"Was there any damage done to the ship?"
Applin asked. "I'm kind of busy here," Baker snapped.
Applin hesitated for a moment but didn't respond, turning to her own terminal and starting to run diagnostics. Koskov moved up behind her, watching her work. Even knowing they were going to lose comms didn't make the situation any better, and despite herself, she found herself sympathizing with Scholes. Not for his frustration or irritation. He deserved everything he got in that department. But the lack of situational and operational control was extremely debilitating, and, more than that, it put people's lives in danger. "Lives I care about," she thought.
"Oh, come on," Baker said, looking up from his console and turning to Scholes. "It's Keller, sir."
"God damn it, not now. Tell him we're busy. Find out where that blast came from, now."
"Yes, sir," Baker said.
He said something Koskov couldn't hear, and immediately after his shoulders slumped.
"Sir, Colonel Keller says it's critical he speak with you."
Scholes blew out a breath, lips pursed.
"Put him through."
Keller's face appeared on the main viewer. His eyes looked tired, more so than the last time he'd addressed them, but the determination that always filled them was there nonetheless. None of them were getting much sleep, and she imagined Keller was getting even less. Not that she felt the least bit sorry for him, but was that worry as well? She couldn't tell.
Colonel Keller, Scholes started. Time is critical, Major Scholes, so I'll get right to it. We are powering the ultra-drive cores and setting a course for Earth. We will depart as soon as the cores are fully initialized. You can't do that, Koskov shouted. We have people down there.
Colonel, this is outrageous, Scholes added, this time not bothering to admonish Koskov. We are in the middle of an operation and— Keller cut him off again.
We are under attack, Major. That blast, whatever it was, nearly disabled our entire ship, and the ship is struggling to keep the systems from completely collapsing. I have said from the very beginning, we are not equipped to defend ourselves against any kind of assault. I will not allow this ship to be destroyed or captured. This matter is not up for discussion. I have made my decision.
Koskov stepped closer to the screen.
Colonel, we've lost contact with the surface. We have no way of letting them know what's happening. You have to at least give us a chance to retrieve our people. We can't just leave